This is the 20th season of Bass Talk Live. BTL is presented by Basscat Boats, Strike King Lures, Aftco, Pro Guide Batteries, Spro, Gamakatsu, The Bass Tank, Denali Rods, Beatdown Outdoors, and Sunline.
BTL coming at you.
Good evening, and welcome to another exciting edition of BTL Bass Talk Live, where we are going to talk about bass fishing, and the hits just keep coming, and the info just keeps dropping. Had a really good show today. Spencer Sheffield and Matt Becker talked about their team series win over on the MLF side this past week. A really cool event that went down out in Pennsylvania. So I'd recommend you guys go listen to that. I think that might have a sustainable future in bass fishing, the high stakes team series stuff. I really enjoyed that conversation with those two. And then I had a scheduled show for 7 p.m. tonight, and it was Johnny Schultz from Fish the Moment. I think one of the brightest minds. I've known him since he was 8 when he was wearing the Harry Potter glasses. Now it's at the college national championship in Little Rock. He was like 8 years old, sponsored by Triton. Earl Bentz just gave him the keys to the kingdom over there. But since then, he's gone on. He's got like 200,000 followers on YouTube, and he does these Fish the Moments. Well, he's been doing like this month and a half long, in-depth science experiment on forward-facing sonar versus no forward-facing, and documenting catch rates and size of catch and where he's catching them and how. So we were going to do that, and then Bass decided to drop their press release. Well, I could tell you exactly what time it was because my phone overheated with the from the tech committee. What did they actually name it? They called it the Technology Standardization for Elite Series and the Classic. And I said, by God, we better do a show tonight about it. And then it turned into a Frankenstein show. So, folks, here's what we got on the lineup tonight. We're going to kick things off, and we'll bring him in right off the hopper right now with the VP of content. He's done pretty much everything. Career guy over at Bassmaster and member of the Bass Tech Committee. And that is the one and only James Hall. James, thanks for jumping on BTL.
Oh, man, Matt, I very much appreciate you asking me to join.
I figured by now you'd just thrown your phone into the nearest river, lake, or stream.
Yeah, I tried to jump out the window a couple of times. This glass is tough to break.
Tempered glass there at the Bass headquarters. So then I had to also bring Jeffries out of retirement. So Jeffries is going to jump on for a while. Then We're going to bring Chad Clifton in, the owner of Power Breaks. I've talked about it on the show a lot. Then we're going to get to some anglers. We're going to bring in Lee Livesay, Jordan Lee, Ben Milliken, Austin Felix, and the defending. Is it defending or reigning? Is Hamner the defending or the reigning? He's the reigning because he won't be the defending until he fishes in Texas next year, right?
Correct.
Bassmaster Classic Champion, Justin Hamner. And then Johnny Schultz is going to jump on. And then we're also going to have Randy Blaukat jump on for a few moments to share his thoughts. And then I said, you know what? Why not close this monstrosity out with a post-game show with the one and only Todd Castledine? That's a line. That's like your daily call list, isn't it, James?
That's pretty intense, Matt. You're going for it tonight, and I appreciate that.
All right, we're going to go rapid fire here. And we're going to start out. We'll keep you for about 10 minutes. And I wanted to do my due diligence, contacted the Bass Communications Department, put me in touch with you. So I appreciate taking time after hours to jump on BTL. But this, how long had this press release been written, done, ready to go out before the send button was hit?
Exactly 2 minutes.
Really?
Yeah, we didn't finalize it. We were making changes on the actual press release right up until the moment we hit send, but we'd been working on it for 7 months, if that makes you feel better.
It did. The tech committee, I know Gene Gilliland said he was on it. He sat right across from me in this office and talked about it. I know that had to be kind of an arduous undertaking. Just talk about that whole process and how it went from kind of concept to really looking at things to then actually putting the pen to the paper and deciding what would and would not be allowed in 2025.
Yeah, I'll try to make this as brief as possible. I did write a deep dive piece for Bassmaster.com if people want to go actually read all the details. But just very quickly, it started with the boat inspection at Toledo Bend, where we went over every Elite Series boats. We got size, number of graphs, number of live transducers and locations. We even measured the height of the front graphs off the deck to have that information. So that gave us kind of a foundation of what everybody was using. Then we did a top 10 survey of every Elite Series event. So we asked the guys in the top 10 of every event, how much did you use live sonar? How many fish that you weighed in were due to live sonar? And then where was the transducer located to help you find fish? So we surveyed all the elites from all the events throughout the year. So we had that data. We surveyed all Elite Series pros multiple times throughout the year. The last one being a phone survey where we talked to all of them to make sure that we understood where they stood and the conversation of what position should live sonar take in the Elite Series moving forward. And then we talked to our conservation partners. You mentioned Jen Gillen. He's our conservation director. He talked to all the states, especially the ones who were doing studies on live sonar and how they were affecting fisheries. So that was important to us because, as you well know, the foundations of conservation of bass fishing started in the halls of B.A.S.S, and we want to maintain that reputation. Then we looked at fan engagement over the entire season. A lot of the complaints or the concerns, I'd say, from Elite Series pros at the beginning of the year is that fans do not want to watch live sonar events. And so we monitored fan engagement. We found out that wasn't true. But still, it was important to understand. And then we talked to a lot of bass fishing manufacturers, a lot of our friends in the industry. How are sales looking? Are they being skewed one way or the other? And so we added that information to the pile. And so as the year went on, we were debating the topic heatedly, I might add. We had 9 members were on the technology committee, and from guys like Davey Height, who's won a classic, to me, who's been in the industry 25 years. Chris Bowe has been in it forever. So we had a lot of experience on the committee, and there were a lot of opinions, and it didn't get down to throwing punches.
Mm-hmm.
But it got pretty close. It got heated. It was a tough decision, man. It was one that we felt was extremely important as to the future of our sport. So we wanted to make sure that we got it right. So when it all came down to it, we felt like the right thing to do was to put guardrails on technology. And so, we don't want forward-facing sonar to be the entire sport, but we do believe it's an important part of our sport. So that's where we ended up, was creating, this list of standardization that you saw in the press release.
So based on the press release today, is Bass's stance that there is a place for forward-facing sonar technology in tournament bass fishing for the foreseeable future moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. This is something, this decision, as mentioned in the press release, this is something we're going to continue to monitor. Mm-hmm. This is not the end all be all. And I promise you, it's not the last time. It's not the end of the debate. People are going to still holler, and we're still going to monitor it. It's the committee is here forever as far as we are concerned, because this is not the end of new technologies in our mm-hmm. sport. This is just one, and it has been around longer than some people realize. It just bubbled up probably at the end of the last year and became such a heated topic. But we believe 100% that a lot of technology is still to come, and it's something that we want to make sure that we regulate and standardize when appropriate.
Just a quick run through of the highlights of what came out of the technology standardization press release. Number 1, first, the number of live sonar transducers will be regulated to 1, and it must be mounted on the trolling motor at the bow of the boat. The list that was approved for 2025 is the Garmin LVS 32 and 34, the Humminbird Mega Live, and the Active Target 1 and 2 from Lowrance. Interesting to me that the 62 the larger Garmin transducer not on the list and actually on the not approved list for 2025.
Yeah, I think that there were, here's the thing is that we believe that we want the live technology to be used. I think it's an important, not just for the competitive sake, but for teaching sake, because there's a lot of folks that have this technology that want to learn from the best anglers on the planet. And it's a technology. I was talking to someone today, and I was like, for 25 years, I've been creating content and looking at magic bullets evidently coming across my desk. It's a scent that bass can't resist. It's a flash, it's a look, it's a color, it's a noise or whatever to help people catch more fish. And that's what we all wanted. We're like, oh gosh,
found one.
Yeah, this is so then then live sonar comes along, and it's a tool that actually it really does help people catch more fish. And so for us to poo-poo that concept after 50 years of trying to teach people and inspire people to get on the water and enjoy this sport, it just didn't make sense to eliminate that technology.
Number 2, secondly, Elite Series and Classic competitors will be limited to a total of 55 inches of screen, including the bow, dash, and head units. Real quick, like 55, like what was that magic? Was that a magic number?
Well, we did a lot of math,
okay.
And we felt like that ended up being about the right number. There were some people that had some very strong opinions on it on the committee, and so we kind of debated it, and that's kind of where we landed.
Yeah, it's 24. I mean, a lot of the hummingbirds are 13. That's what I said. I mean, dude, like you run a couple 13-inch graphs, so no big there. And then thirdly, Elite Series and Classic competitors may now only have one electric motor mounted to their boats. I'm going to finish reading this statement. There has been a rise in the use of electric motors mounted to shallow water anchors. This makes the enforcement of current rules like long lining and trolling very difficult. I know we're a little over the 10 minutes, but I'd love for you to walk me through this one, James.
Well, yeah, for a couple of reasons. That was the main one. The last thing I would want to be in life is a tournament director. Their jobs are incredibly difficult. And the implication is certainly not that anybody was intentionally trying to break rules. But the last thing we want is to make it the job harder for the tournament directors. And it was very difficult to see on POV cameras what was going on with those electric motors in the back of the boat. And the other thing is that, just to be honest with you, it's it does make the forward-facing sonar technique easier, and this is something that we believe the Elite Series pros are the best in the world. And if they're going to use the technique, we want them to show us how to do it with one engine.
There you go. For my take on that, you can go to the July 29th episode of BTL and then fast forward to the 1 hour and 26 minute mark, and we'll move on from there. You can't make everyone happy, James. I'll just say that.
I know that's the truth. I saw
the rest of this stuff. Is this going to trickle down to the opens, to the college, to the high school? What's that deal?
Really good question. This is our focus for this release was on the Elite Series and the Classic, and discussions will, I'm sure, continue as these standardizations and how they might apply to other trails.
And then also something that I thought was highlighted, and this is kind of the last thing I want to highlight, and then I'll let you get to dinner with your lovely bride, is the scheduling part of this. There was a key paragraph in here that talked about a diversity in scheduling and scheduling around fishing styles, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah, and Matt, I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's the one thing that if you look at all the comments on the social medias, and that no one's talking about, and that to us is going to be a really, really big deal and a really exciting aspect of the changes that are mentioned in this press release. So we have the data, the catch data, and how much forward-facing sonar was used on all the Elite Series events this year, especially by the top 10. And it was surprising that there were 3 events where it was used less than 15% time, some of them less than that, which is less than 1 fish per day caught using live sonar. So there's a lot of people. It is challenging to schedule events focusing on diversity of tactics, but it is possible, we believe. and that's something that we're really going to focus on from here on out.
Anything else you want to get in here before I let you go, James? I greatly appreciate you taking the time.
No, man. I really appreciate it. I know this is an emotional subject for a lot of people. But what I'll say is that what we were told to do as a committee from Chase Anderson, CEO, was to come to a conclusion that we felt was the best for the sport. It had nothing to do with money. I'm sure people are going to say, "Oh, it's about money," but it was not. He gave us one directive, and that was to come to an agreement and a recommendation that we felt like would be the best thing for the future of our sport, and that's what we hope to accomplish.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, James. I appreciate it. James Hall, VP
Thanks,
of Content for Bassmaster. All right. I got two people waiting in the wings. I have Chad Clifton from Power Breaks, but you can't keep the guy who starts BTL. You can't keep him waiting. And he actually looks like he's in a vehicle right there. Is that you, Mark Jeffries?
That is. Can you hear me?
I am. Where are you? Are you on a recruiting trip?
No, I'm actually outside the bowling center. We just wrapped up practice on a Wednesday, and I didn't have time to get back to my my new building behind my new house. So it's from the truck today, man.
Is like, can you make them run laps in bowling? Like, can you say like, get on the line, and then you make them run the lane? Like,
no, they can walk and touch the wall. I do that every now and then.
Wait, say that again.
Walk and touch the wall. Like when you miss a spare, you miss a single pin makeable, I'll say, walk to the wall and think about why you missed that. So they walk to the wall, touch the wall, and walk back.
That sounds like some new age punishment stuff, Mark. When you get in a circle and talk about your feelings.
No. It's not.
Speaking of talking about feelings, there's been a lot about that since the breaking news that Bassmaster dropped on both sides. Have you been keeping up with any of this stuff?
I have a little bit, because I have talked to a couple of people in the industry, talked to a couple of anglers, and look, man, I've been removed from it, but I have followed this a little bit. And let me just say this to start off. All right. What you are doing tonight, there's nobody else in the industry that can pull off what you're doing, Matt.
Yeah, there's probably no one else who wants to do it.
Well, seriously, all right. An objective journalistic approach to a
somewhat objective
decision that is being made by, B.A.S.S. I did catch some of the James Hall interview, and by the way, he did a fantastic job. Agreed. He did.
It was a lose-lose situation for him, or a win-win, depending on if you're a glass half full or half empty type of guy.
Yeah, he did a great job. Some people out there, when they listen to this live and when they listen to the replay, you're going to have half the people that agree and half the people that disagree. And I am firmly behind the fact this is an equally divided situation. And there are winners, and then there are people that didn't win, but did they lose? All right. And let me kind of explain that. Some of the comments that James made, I'm not going to disagree, but at the same time, Matt, you have known me for what, 30 plus years. Look, dude, this decision, I don't care what anybody says, this decision was impacted from a monetary aspect. There's no other way to look at it. You can say and mean that you're trying to do what's in the best interest of this game and of bass fishing. You can say that. But the bottom line is, this was a business decision that had an enormous amount of impact from a revenue standpoint. Because if you just flat out and deny the use of the equipment, then the companies that are going to be associated with that equipment, they're not going to be very happy. I don't care how you dress it, how you say it, whatever you do. This is just a business practice. It has nothing to do with bass fishing. This was a business decision.
Speaking of which, let's bring Chad Clifton in, and you can stay on for this because his business is this. BTL, sponsored by Power Breaks on the back of my boat. have used them all year, have talked about them all year. And I called Chad and I said, dude, you want to jump on and talk about this? Like, how does this impact your business? So Chad, thanks for jumping on BTL. I don't think you've ever met Mark. This is the OG up here.
I agree with Mark 100% what he said. I mean, my little business, it might have taken $100,000 out of the elite anglers' pockets, from sponsorships. It's going to impact them a little bit, just on the brake part of it. But
how is it going to impact you on a business side, just as these things were kind of taking hold, as you kind of had the crappie world wrangled and on the boats? But this thing, in my opinion, and I stand by it, this was the next power pole thing, where you'd see them where people would be like, I don't need that. Then a couple more people would. Then every single person would have one of these sets.
Well, what it will do is we'll find a different avenue. We use pro staff to get our product in front of the consumer. We'll find a different avenue to do that, and that's dangerous for the industry, because if everybody figures that out, nobody needs pro staff anymore. So it's going to be tricky, and we'll figure it out.
How many did you put on tournament bass boats in the past 2 years?
I don't have very many. We've got less than a dozen. We got some in MLS.
Champ, though, right?
And take that for instance. I kind of agree with B.A.S.S on this deal, because, like Justin Hamner, great fisherman, great live scoper, and Bass Tank set him up with all the best stuff, and so he's got all the best stuff. And then we put brakes on his boat, he wins the classic. So you can take the average fisherman, say his skill level on live scope is, say his skill level is a 5 out of 10. You put power brakes on the back, boom, he's an 8. So I agree with B.A.S.S on brakes making live scope better. They don't make it easier. It just makes their boat control top notch. I mean, how else can you fish with the wind to your back, but as far as the rule infringement, I don't understand that. Why ban a product when the rule is already there that you can't do? They can do the same thing with their front trolling motor as they do with the back trolling motors. It's more efficient with the back ones. So I don't understand the banning a product because we've already got a rule against using it a certain way.
Mark, from the outside looking in, do you think this might be a case of there was not enough market share for brakes with B.A.S.S, so they had no financial or no incentive to even look at it, and it was an easy placate a few anglers by accident, and there's no thoughts? Yeah, I'm waiting for your thoughts, Mark.
Well, I'm sorry, it broke up there at the end. This was something that definitely had influence. I've referred to a lot of things called the sphere of influence. And what happens in that inner circle is really what determines what the end result is. But think about how many characteristics and aspects you have about any situation that are roaming outside that sphere of influence that really could impact whatever the product or whatever the banning or whatever it might be. And that never gets heard. So what took place in that sphere about this one single subject, I think really determined the relevance of the actions that B.A.S.S took. Now, I'm not saying that the people that made this decision didn't do their job inside that sphere of influence. I'm saying there's a lot of other factors that were outside that realm that I really don't think that they took their time to discover what would impact what was inside that sphere of influence. You agree?
Yeah. I mean, does this freak you out, Chad? Or, I mean, you sound like you're just like, hey, we'll go on with business. It's a bummer that it happened, but, I'm not worried about moving the product based on how well it works.
Absolutely not worried about moving the product. Take the Alabama rig, for instance. It's probably the most sold lure in the country.
Yeah, that's a good
And
point. Can't
so,
use it. I have a bunch of them.
we will market this. We got some work to do to get to the customers, to get to the consumer without a pro staff. But we can do it.
All right, Chad,
Hey,
here's
I
what
have
I
a
need.
question.
Yep.
Matt, I have one question for him real quick. How much more difficult do you think that this is going to be to get the product in the hands of the consumer, Carl?
I don't know yet. We've heard about this ban coming for a long time, and I was thinking there's no way they'd ban this, but they did. So we've got some homework to do. It's going to be fun. We'll figure it out.
It's real easy. Yes.
Matt, one thing, remember, it doesn't matter what it is. Whatever you're using, if it catches fish, people are going to buy it.
Yeah, that's true. Here's what I need, Chad. I need you to start working on a breakaway set of these things so I can stick them on when I'm crappie fishing, when I'm fun fishing around the house, and then when I head to a tournament, I can yank them off and I'm good to go. I'm not joking about that. That's like 100% serious.
It's already in the works. We'll call it the pin rack brake system.
There you go. All right. Anything else you want to get in here, Chad? I know it's a work evening for you, and I just wanted to get you on to kind of get your thoughts on it.
No, I just appreciate you having me on. This is perfect. You're doing a good job.
Chad Clifton, owner of Power Breaks. The website is mypowerbreaks.com. See you, Chad.
Thank you.
All right, Mark. There you go. Yeah, I was like, I started working with them this year. Then when I started hearing this, I was like, you got to be freaking kidding me. Dude, I went on an epic Jeffries like rant at that 1 minute and 27 minute mark. Like, I 100% respect the decision that they made with James Hall. I think it's asinine and completely wrong, but I respect the decision. It's not like I called you and I said, I went off the rails on it. You heard it, right?
Yeah.
And, but I respect the decision. I understand what they did. I understand we're going to hear from guys who are on one side of this single transducer. We're going to hear guys who are against it on the other side. We're going to hear all sorts of stuff tonight. But one thing, and I keep hammering this home, everybody's going to do what's best for them on that side of the fence. Individual, sole proprietors, LLC, what works for them, what is best for their family, what is best for them financially, personally, on the water, off the water, for their lives. That's really kind of what it comes down to. And when Carl Jacobson on Mercer said everybody's right and everybody's wrong, that really summed up this debate.
I agree. I think it was not a difficult decision. I think it was challenging because it impacts so many things. And, there's 4 things you have to make sure you take care of. You got to take care of the company, got to take care of the customer, got to take care of the sponsors, right? And you got to take care of the sport itself. You have to, all right? And what is a big part of the sport itself? It's the fans. And I don't know how much discussion has taken place. There's been numerous comments and videos made about how fans are no longer watching what's taking place during live and during any of the coverage of the Elite Series events because they have grown, let's just say they've grown tired of watching the same thing over and over and over and over.
We've had this debate could go around in circles. What I think is important here, and I mentioned it to James, is unequivocally, without fail, Bassmaster is the industry leader. Yes, true or false?
Agree.
Have been from the beginning, will always be the industry leader. Regardless of what it is, there will be a trickle-down effect, or the industry will go as Bassmaster did. No disrespect to MLF, no disrespect to the MPFL. I had Brad Fuller on. I thought it was a great business decision, like what he said with what he did with his league over there. But when I made that comment to James saying, so what Bassmaster is saying with this is there is a place for forward-facing sonar moving forward in the future of professional bass fishing. I think that is a critical statement that came out of today's press release. Not how many transducers, not whether or not there's brakes on the back, not how many inches of graph, but that they are saying there is a place for it moving forward in some entity.
So let me ask you this, Matt, because obviously you're very familiar. I mean, you're getting really, really good at the forward-facing sonar tactics, let me ask you this. How much impairment is truly going to take place by only reducing it to one transducer?
It's yet to be seen.
Oh, come on, man. Seriously. If you only have one transducer, can you still do, in theory, the exact same thing you were doing?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So
it didn't
what
change it
did
much.
they truly eliminate? Did they just eliminate excess? Did they reduce what the actual objection to this technology is? What really did they solve?
They solved the arms war race to where they put a cap on it, to where instead of going bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, they said, all right, this is the limitation. That's what they solved. They solved a massive issue of anxiety for anglers who are always trying to go bigger and better and find the next thing, who are on the water, wondering if they're getting beat by someone who has figured out something that they don't have. And now that it's standardized, you're getting in the race car and you know the guy's engine next to you is the same as yours. And now it becomes driving skill, whether that's scoping skill, whether that's anything, but it's standardized. And I think standardization is important. And I think that kind of puts a bow on what you can say about it.
Restrictor plates.
Yeah. Also, while we're there, Mitch, anytime, any place, no forward facing sonar, I'll meet you there. We'll put $500 on it. We'll freaking live stream it. Have at it. I'm game. Not kidding. All right.
What was that?
I don't
Did
know.
I
What
miss
else?
something?
What else? Yeah, you did. What else you got?
What did I miss? Did the dude throw down a challenge on you?
No, you're just being a jackass.
Holy guacamole. Jeez. Okay. Well, I am going to be a fan just to see how this develops. And I think I've told you before, Matt, I've made a couple appearances and I greatly appreciate that, but it is a different aspect on how you approach and how you watch stuff when you're not totally entrenched in the industry and you're just sitting back being a fan. And that's kind of what I've done over these last, 2-3 years. And this whole situation is fascinating. And the biggest thing that really intrigues and interests me is, one, now that they've made this ruling, is anything really going to change? Right? And you said it, no.
We've got 5 anglers that are on the Elite Series who are coming on for the rest of the show. And I think out of anybody who would be able to answer that question the best, it would be them.
I can't wait to hear what they have to say. Secondly, all right, are the fans going to react in a positive way based upon this ruling? What do you think?
I don't think it changed anybody's opinion, Mark.
So,
I think if you didn't like it before, you didn't like it. And if you do like it, you still like it.
Okay. And the third thing, is it really going to make the game better?
You have to define better. Better is subjective, Mark.
The reason I asked that is because it's pretty much the same thing. All right. And, and people, I think, sometimes lose track that it's still going out, catching your best 5 and bringing them in. It's been that way for a zillion years since Ray Scott, went with the 5 fish limit and, keep them all alive and all that and everything. The concept has stayed the same. The way that you go about it has been refined again and again and again and again. And it seems like every time that has happened over the past 50 years, the fans, the anglers, everybody has been pretty much acceptance to the way that the game has changed. All right. And I'm just talking bass. I'm just talking go out, catch your best 5, come back in. That's all I'm talking about. So to see the impact and what happened with the whole A-rig situation, I don't think you can.
Oh, yeah, we lived through the A-rig situation. There was some venom and hatred, and I mean that went freaking nuts back in 2011.
I know. So now you have this truly advancement in technology, and what you said that Carl said, I agree 100%. So now, since finally the organization comes out with a statement and a ruling on this, what is going to be the fan response?
I mean, it's going to be varied, but the other final point, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll bring you back. We'll bring an angler, and we'll let you go. Is, you know, he said these new standardizations and practices will go into the effect of the 2025 Elite Series season. Now, I talked to a committee member from Bass today who said, guys, this is a fluid situation that we're going to monitor on a yearly basis. And then James Hall also said that we'll be looking at this on a year-to-year basis, because obviously if you go to ICAST, you're going to see the stuff that comes out in the future. And, you know, everyone likes to be like, oh, you know, they've got goggles and they'll have lock on all this stuff, but there will be advancements, and it's their freaking job as billion-dollar industries to have people who are way smarter than us who go, hey, can you make it so it stays on that blob? And then they get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to do it. But anyway, dude, you're in your truck. I greatly appreciate it. Thanks for jumping on BTL tonight. I just thought in a time like this, we needed a little Mark Jeffries in our life.
Yeah. Thanks, man. Keep doing a great job.
All right. I appreciate it. All right. That is the one and only Mark Jeffries. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, I believe it's 3-time Elite Series champion and beer drinker Lee Livesay is going to join BTL as one of our first angler guests. It's a BTL A special Wednesday night edition. We'll be back with Lee Livesay right after this.
The new Puma STS has been redesigned from the ground up. With the angler, design, function, and performance in mind, nothing on this new offering was compromised, and the only thing carried over from the previous version is the name. Based on the Soft Touch series hull that started with the flagship Jaguar, this new model is nimble and performs incredibly well at all speeds with either a 250 or 300 horsepower engine. Featuring a new 96-inch wide-body footprint, this hull measures out at 20 foot 7 inches in length. Industry-leading design coupled with tournament-winning performance. The Puma STS from Basscat. Feel the rush.
Everything you need, one legendary brand. Top 100, Strike King.
Gear that just plain works. Cast after cast after cast. AFTCO. Any fish, any water.
All right, welcome back, BTL, on a rowdy Wednesday night. Now let's bring in Elite Series Pro. I think, I didn't look at the stats. Now, Drunkwood's saying it's wrong. I thought it was 3-time Elite Series and you won an Open. So I thought it was 4 Bass wins with 3 Elite Series wins. Is that right, Lee?
That's right. I can't hear you very good. What's going on?
I don't know, because I kind of have a little bit of echo with you. Uh-oh. Oh, and Lee's fired up too. Hey, log out and log back in. There's Lee. See, sometimes we do that. So we have 10 guests tonight, like I said, and we haven't been able to test with all of them. We tested with Chad, and we tested with James, and we tested with Mark. But other than that, we'll get Lee back on. But funny story. So I called Lee today, and I was like, hey, man, I'm doing this show. And he goes, yeah. He goes, hold on. And then I hear, boom. And then he's like, waited all afternoon for that pig to step out. And I was like, wait, what? And he's like, oh, yeah, just shot a pig. And so he shot a pig while I was on the phone with him. Now he's got to connect his audio because now it says that his device isn't connected. There it is. How about now? Is that better? Now I don't have audio with Lee. Did you connect your audio, Lee? Just completely out. And then when you log back in, click yes to audio and video. I'll kick you out and log back in. Oh, he's going to be extra fired up by the time we get a hold of him here. Kick him out, and then I'll bring him back in. All right. I'm going to take one more break then because I got a couple more commercials I can run, and then we'll get Lee back on when we come back. All right. BTL on a Wednesday night.
Omnia Pro gives you the confidence to eliminate dead water on thousands of lakes across the U.S. Exclusively through Omnia, utilize our map layers containing critical real-time satellite information to see water temperature, water clarity, and important weather data all in one place, along with 1-foot contours for navionics and detailed CMAP social mapping. Matched with Omnia's industry-leading loyalty credit program on all your tackle and gear needs, this is the only app you need in your arsenal for success on the water.
Have you considered purchasing new electronics for your rig? The type of mounts you choose to protect your investment should be part of the decision-making process. No matter if you prefer 1, 2, or 3 graphs up front, Beatdown Outdoors has a solution for you. Adjustable, versatile, rigid, and made in the USA. What's your ultimate electronics setup? Check out the full selection of Beatdown Outdoors products by visiting beatdownoutdoors.com.
Your early morning mentality is your every hour mentality. All gas, no brakes. Focus, purpose, power. Destined for the water, but confident everywhere else. A calming buzz before the storm, truth of nature itself. You can't catch lightning in a bottle. There's a limit out there, but it's not with your gear. Unrelenting power delivery. Unparalleled weight savings. Keeping you on the water, whether you run a 9.9 or outscoping your best 5. In this rare air, there's power in the silence. It's a mindset, thinking only of the things that matter and freeing your mind from the things that you trust.
Get the best patterns backed by tournament data. Start by finding the best 10% of your lake. Know exactly what to look for and what to throw. After that, just put them in the boat. Try the Deep Dive app today.
Look at that beast right there.
Yes. Fishing isn't just a hobby, it's an obsession. Whether it's blazing hot or bitterly cold, bright sunshine, raining, or even snowing. Someplace, somewhere, there's a fish that's ready to bite. And as the angler, you need baits that will catch the fish anywhere, anytime, no matter the conditions. From throwing topwaters to cranking the depths, know the baits to throw. Choose Spro.
Denali Fishing has me covered on the Bassmaster Opens, from their line of high-end rods, from the Android series all the way to the Tack series, the Novus series bait casting reels, all the way to the Covert series of tungsten in the cylindrical and the teardrop shapes. Denali has everything to keep me covered, whether I'm finesse fishing for smallmouth on the Great Lakes or flipping for largemouth in the slop down in Florida. The complete lineup is always on my deck and in my boxes. Denali Fishing. All right, welcome back, BTL. I find it ironic that we're doing a show on a press release that was Bass announces technology standardizations for Elite Series and Classic, and then we're having technology issues getting one of the guys who I don't think is like thrilled with technology onto the show. But I know it works. I know he's done it before because I've seen him on other shows. So we're going to give it another try. Let's give it a shot now. We got Lee Livesay on the show. By God. Good to see you, Lee. How are you?
Yeah, I don't know what was up with that. I just had to get on my computer.
It was a technology issue. That damn technology. It'll get you every time. I was telling the story before while I was trying to kill time of you literally were like, hi, hold on a second. Pow! Got it. Today, which was probably one of the like most, and I don't like talk to you on the phone like ever, right? But it was probably one of the most like baller introduction to a phone calls that I've had in recent years.
Yeah, I've been waiting on this big ass pig at my land to kill it. He's been knocking over feeders and eating corn for hours and hours and hours, and I've been sitting out there waiting on him. for 3 or 4 hours today, and you called me, and literally like 1 second after you called me, you walked out.
Wait, you were like sitting in like a ghillie suit in your yard waiting on one pig?
No, I was at my land in my
Okay.
buggy, out from a feeder. So you were good luck.
All right. So I wanted to have you on. I know you've been somewhat vocal on this on social media. I've talked about the lineup that we have coming on tonight. I've got anglers that are texting me through all of this. I just want to get your initial thoughts when you first saw that press release and then started scrolling through what you're going to be fishing in the 2025 season and then the Classic the following year.
Right. And from the get-go, I want everybody to know, and I've been very vocal about this, that I am not anti-live scope. I want it to be equal. I do not want a total ban on live scope. I love using it sometimes. I've had it for years. I've had it before Mega Live came out with what I could use with Johnson Outdoors.
Mm-hmm.
I really love using it crappie fishing, and it's really cool, just fun fishing. I talked to Castledon earlier, and we had the same opinions, man. When it's on, it's amazing. But at the same time, man, I want to see Greg Hackney swim a jig in some grass or punch some grass. I want to see Christy throw a freaking 3/4 ounce spinnerbait by a dock pole, and not look at his graph. I do not think a total ban on forward-facing sonar is the deal. I think it's a half and half medium. I want to see Taku throw some crazy Japanese bait out there and flutter it in front of a spotted bass or a smallmouth and show me something that I would never think of doing. And at the same time, I want to see old school stuff, I'm a middleman. People think just because I'm vocal about it that I'm like anti forward facing sonar. I'm not, man. I love using it. I used it 4 or 5 tournaments this year, probably 3 or 4, and had a great year, only using it 4 or 5 days throughout the year. Without the stumble at Fork, I could have had a really good year, and I should have used it the first day at Fork. You have to be smart when to use it, when to not use it. So I just wanted to get that out there first and foremost, man. I'm not a hater of forward-facing sonar, man. I'm really good friends with a lot of the rookies this year, like Milliken and some of those guys that are some of the best in the world. We can't argue about who's the best with it, but Milliken's in there. Koyo's in there, Taku's in there, Patrick Walter's in there. There's a whole nother couple of names we can put in there, and I respect those guys to the fullest as friends and anglers. As long as with the rookies too this year, Robert G and all those guys, they did a great job. I'm not a forward-facing sonar hater. I'm a realist, man. There's a huge group of people out there in this world that want to see me catch one on a Zara spook at Lake Fork. There's a core group that want to see Hackney catch one on a Strike King frog. Just like I said, Christy on that. And the same goes to the new generation of people that want to see forward-facing sonar and everything that's amazing with it and the technology and everything we're learning. But I think there should be a happy medium, especially on our level. We're the Bassmaster Elite Series. We're fishing the highest level as a sport, not for fun. This is a sport. I get paid to fish. Major League Baseball has a restriction on bats. They can't use aluminum bats for a reason. And I know everybody's going to go, I've already heard this, but it has to be retold. There's restrictor plates in racing. There's a reason for these limitations in sports, in professional sports. And I think live scope's one of those. I think it should be half and half. I would love to see, however Bassmaster wants to see it, be a half and half schedule. Whether it's 4 and 5, 5 and 4, mix them up, half and half. I don't care. It's not the venues that I'm worried about. I want to see the old school, the instincts, and I want to see the live scope too, man. I love it. I love crappie fishing with it. I love catching spotted bass with it. It's amazing on smallmouth and largemouth too. I'm not trying to be biased either way. I just want to see a happy medium with both. It's that easy. You know what I mean? Take it off your stuff for half the year. Let us use it the other half of the year. Man, Patrick Walter's still going to kick your ass without it. You know what I mean? And vice versa. Jason Christie's one of the best with it. He just has these demons from 30 years of fishing, 35 years of fishing that draw him to the bank. like at Toledo Bend last year. I talked about this on Bass University podcast yesterday, and it kind of did the same to me. I just made the right decision to leave and go out there and use forward-facing sonar late in the day. But, man, warming trend, February, water in the bushes on Toledo Bend, Christy, me, Hackney, we were in the bushes, and, Cypress Tree, stuff like that. I still want to see that without having to detour their tournament. You know what I mean? Because, man, when we got out there and scoped, I cut a check. Then, everybody cut a check out there. Not everybody, you know what I mean? So
yeah.
I think there's a happy medium to see both worlds, and Garmin's still happy. Lowrance is still happy. Humminbird's still happy. All the major manufacturers of electronics are still happy because we're still utilizing all their products half the year on the forward-facing sonar, which is this big in their budgets and what they're making money off of. Just so everybody knows, I think Garmin is not so dependent on LVS 34 transducer. They make a few other products. So that's my stance, man. It's super clear, super simple. I think it should be half and half. And I think we're losing a fan base. I think we're losing anglers. I think we're losing a little bit of sanity by just letting it go all out. What Bassmaster did today, and I was vocal about it for a reason. This is my job. This is how I make a living for my family. I'm not against Bass. I'm very pro Bass. I've been pro Bass since day one. I always will be. But man, you got to give us a little bit of leverage on either side to make it fair. For when I say fair, I'm not talking about for me. I don't want to go flip a bush at fork. I'm saying fair for the fan base, for the anglers, for everything. This sport's a lot older than forward-facing sonar is. And I want to see it continue down the same path. We haven't had this argument until now. The technology is amazing. It is badass. It is so much fun when you're using it. From 2 foot of water to 100 foot of water. We've all seen that. I'm trying not to get too picky with this because I want everybody to know that I like it too. I love using it. I've had the technology for a long. I'm the dude at the boat ramp like Hackney. I'm like, I don't even know how to turn it on. And I want everybody to believe that when I can go out there and catch them just as good as the next guy, not a Koyo or a Ben Milliken. Like I said, I'm not even close to that, but I want to see both things, man. I'm a fan of the sport. I'm a fan of Bass, I'm a fan of Major League Fishing. I'm a fan of MPFL. I want to see everything. You know what I mean? I don't want to just see the back of Todd Castledine scoping on Lake Sam Rayburn when I grew up.
No one wants to see that, Lee.
When I watched Todd grow up, throwing Magnum square bills and Dragon Sea rigs and jigs and doing all this cool stuff, I want to see both. So, and I know Todd's in a total different world, but that's my stance, man. It's super simple. I don't have a problem with the rookies. I don't have a problem with the vets. I don't have a problem with anything in between. I'm just very central on, man, let's make a common ground here for everybody. And that's it.
That's well stated. I would like to point out that Garmin's first quarter 2024 results, their consolidated revenue was 1.38 billion. That's with a B. So yeah, I'm sure that they're not losing any sleep over the fact that there might be 100 live scope units and screens.
No, you get on Garmin's website.
My God, not the Elite Series, not the MPFL. What are we going to do?
Transmissions are towards the bottom of Garmin's actual website.
Now I want your opinion on this. So James was pretty adamant that he wanted to mention the diverse schedule. And to me, that maybe sounds like Bass is saying, hey, we're going to try to give you a half and half schedule without losing our electronics deals, without making a business decision that costs us money. And they put this in. This is just, there's very few words in this press release, but there's a big paragraph and it says, lastly, Bass will focus on a more diverse Elite Series schedule, creating a wide variety of fishing styles demanded for success. While live sonar technology will remain consistent, a consistent tool used at the very highest level of competition and of competitive bass fishing. The second half of this, I got a major problem with. Let's just focus on the first half. Doesn't that? Well, I do, because it basically marginalizes live scopers in a backhanded way. But Is that not what that statement says, Lee? Like they're going, hey, it's one transducer. We understand it's still live scope, but look what we're going to do with the schedule. We're going to give you your half where you can go flip bushes, where you can get up in the grass, where you can skip the dock.
So I caught fish in 2 foot of water with forward-facing sonar at Lake Ontario. Give it very clear. Ben Milliken told me he caught a very large bass at Lake Fork in our event in 2 foot of water on a wacky worm. Patrick Walters caught 2 bass over 3 pounds at the Sabine River the last time we were there at the Sabine, 2, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half on forward-facing sonar.
It's like a 7 everywhere else.
Sabine River.
Yeah, that's like a 7.
So, I'm not saying that that's not great. I would love to go to Arkansas River, Red River, Washita River, trust me, as an angler. But, just going to different fisheries isn't going to change everything. It will definitely help for sure. I'm not arguing that. There's a difference in Lake St. Clair and Fort Gibson and Champlain and Toledo Bend. There is, not so much early in the year, but so that's cool. I appreciate that for sure. But it's definitely not going to change a lot because the technology is just going to continue to get better and better and better and better every year, and where does it stop? God, I feel like a live scope hater. Everybody's calling me on the internet saying I'm this old ass dude and I'm a live scope hater, but I'm not. But eventually, if it's that great, man, everybody's just going to stare at their screen all day and throw at them for 95% of the time or for 95% of the bites. And you see guys like Drew Gill that are amazing, kicking ass on BPT, MLF, Toyotas, all that. And he told me at ICAST, he said, man, I caught very few fish this year. He might have said none, but I don't want to put that in his mouth. That weren't on live scope. You know what I mean? And he's a specialist. He's badass. He's super smart, way smarter than I will ever want to be. And what does that become when there's 100 of us just doing that, just playing a video game? So is that what Bassmaster wants? Is that what the fans want? That's not what I want. That's not what some of the legends of sport that I idolized growing up, like Christie and Hackney and Rick Clunn want, That's not what all the rookies want. I talked to the rookies. I'm cool as shit with those dudes, man. And a lot of them would kick my ass without it. It's not like you take live scope away from the rookies and they're not there. Dude, John Garrett will whoop your ass. I guarantee you. Kyle Patrick's good too. Wesley Gore, and the list goes on. Yeah. Just like I said, in PFL next year, when Patrick Walters doesn't have a transducer on his trolling motor, guess what? He's still going to beat their ass. And those are facts. There ain't no difference in there. I'm not biased and trying to be this or that and be weird. I'm trying to be a realist here, when the sponsor dollars come into the game with Garmin, Lowrance, and Humminbird, Johnson Outdoors, who I'm with, who I love, who I've been with forever, who is a huge supporter of Bassmaster and pays them a lot of money. Where does that line get drawn? And that's where I come to the half and half, man. We're still going to be running your power poles. We're still going to run your Raptors, your Chargers, your trolling motors, everything, all your graphs, obviously. Nothing's came to this sport like this before. We've had the A rig, we've had the donkey rig, we've had stuff like that has been very minimal. Like side imaging is nothing on live scope. Me and Todd talked about that. Nobody ever said one time like we should ban side imaging. It's not the same. This is a different animal, and I love it, man. I've got it on every single boat I own, from my little aluminum boat to my bass boat. It's a great tool to understand fish and fish behavior, but we're fishing at the highest level of the sport. That is a sport. There should be some kind of regulations on it, and that's where I stand. I'm pro Bassmaster. I'm pro forward-facing sonar to some extent. That's it. I want everybody to know that, and I wish I could say more, but I might get fined or something. So
we'll just leave it at that, Lee. We'll just leave it at that, man. Like I said, I wanted to get 5 different perspectives. And when I talked to you and you said you were a half and half guy, I was like, dude, that's absolutely perfect. So thank you for taking the time to jump on tonight. Great signal, great audio now. So we got it dialed in, man.
All right, man. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Lee. I greatly appreciate it. All right, that is Lee Livesay, 3-time Elite Series champion, also won an Open, so 4-time winner. I first big thing I remember about Lee. I remember when he had that fish that he got stuck over the. I think it was down in Florida. He'd been around a while then, but this sticks out when I think of a Lee Livesay moment outside of the freak shows at Fork with the spook on the point and all that stuff. But when he had that fish over the dock in Florida, and then it was he got it up, but then it was stuck and he couldn't get to it. And he had that, kind of in a Chinese finger trap deal, trying to get that fish from underneath. And he's still on. That was you, wasn't it, Lee?
Yeah.
Do you remember that? That to me caused great anxiety watching you try to figure out how to legally get that fish from underneath that dock that was dangling in the air.
That was my first elite event ever on the St.
Okay,
John.
so it was first. I also didn't want to come across and be I don't remember him before that. And then you'd have been damn, I've been on the elites for 3 years then. But so I was right.
That was 6 years ago. That's the one that Rick Clunn won in 2019. He caught 2 10-pounders pretty much right beside me on the final day. But yeah. I had to use the rod that I hooked it with to hook my line and pull it underneath.
Brilliant stuff. That sticks out in my head. I can still picture that whole thing. Cause there's no way I'd have gotten that in. I'd have had a meltdown. All right. Thanks, Lee. Have a good night.
All
right. So in this debate, I don't think you can say that there's no way you can say that he hasn't played a role in this. Love him, hate him, occasionally take shots at him. The consistency with what he's put out, and I respect the hell out of the guy. I say the very first time I ever met Randy Blaukat, I was 12 years old, and I've told this story before, in an elevator in North Carolina at the High Rock Classic, and I bought a jig at the expo, and Randy got in the elevator as a competitor, and he looked at me, and I said, Mr. Blaukat, will you teach me how to trim this jig? Because everyone knows Randy Blaukat was the jig master, and he spent 10 minutes outside of that elevator, and he was pulling the little plastics out, and he was teaching me how to spread the weed guard out. And as a 12-year-old, that stuck with me. So I said, dude, you want to be a part of this? You want to jump on for 10 minutes? And he said, yeah, I got a little bit of time. So we've had you on BTL before, first time since I've taken over, but Randy Blaukat, thanks for jumping on BTL. Oh, no, we got no audio on Randy. Log back out, and when you log back in, Randy, hit engage audio and video. I'm gonna have to text him. I got no oh no, Randy Blaukat is muted. I'm gonna have to kick him out of the studio, and then I'll text him. And while we're waiting on him to get back in, we'll bring in Austin Felix, who so Austin Felix, I would say, is probably well, you like to wear shirts. Yeah, what's your shirt say on that?
It's not important.
What's your shirt say, Austin?
I don't even remember what's it say. Show me on the doll where the live scope hurt you. Right. I got it sent by somebody on Instagram. So
your thoughts, Austin Felix, Lake Oahe champion. Was that 2022 already, or was that 23?
That was 2 years ago.
That'd have been 22. It's crazy how fast time flies on this. Your thoughts when you saw the press release today with the limitations, with the restrictions, with what you were able to bring in?
Yeah.
And then we'll get back to Randy. I see him down there. I know he's got to be out by 8:30, but I wanted to bring you in here.
Yeah, I feel like Bass kind of fumbled this whole thing pretty hard because, well, in general, we had 2 different email chains that they sent out just wondering what our information or what we thought of the whole forward-facing scenario was. And then at Champlain, we have this meeting everybody showed up expecting to hear what their idea was. And they didn't give us anything. It was more, well, let's hear again what you guys think about forward-facing. So obviously it was a bunch of really strong opinions and a few shed tears and a lot of yelling, but it just
was a family reunion.
It's horrible. Like between you, me, and I guess your whole crew, that it was scheduled for 4 hours and it was scheduled to end at noon. And at noon, they still had a whole nother set of slides. But I was like, I was here for my time. It says till noon. I walked out because I was just so sick of it at that point. But the thing that irritates me is I had heard all what we ended up doing. I had heard all of it already, like just rumors. We all hear the rumors before it comes out. And I had heard the rumors before this meeting. And it's frustrating that they have some relatively solid ideas. And instead of letting us in on their potential ideas and letting us discuss that, they just tried to let everybody just have this free fall. What do you think again for the third time? And because of it, I think they screwed up a lot of it. I think that by limiting your boat to one transducer, it essentially gets rid of the too many graph issues, because if you don't have 3-4 transducers, you're probably going to get rid of 3 or 4 extra graphs.
That's a fair point.
So, and we've been running 5 12-inch graphs for over a decade. Nobody ever complained about it ever. That the other thing about that is it's like 55 inches is not 5 12-inch graphs. The only company that really lines up with is Humminbird, if you want to run 116 and 3 13s. But everybody else, all their units basically go in even numbers. So like if you're running Lowrance or Garmin, you can run a 16, a 10 and 3 9s, or a 16, a 12 and a 10 and 2 9s, or something. Like a bunch of really weird stuff. Whether or not that was just kind of to appease Humminbird a little bit, because I feel like they're kind of pushing on this a little bit, is one thing, but I feel like they shot themselves in the butt also, because of that, if we can't run 5 12-inch units, like only running one forward unit, I would have wanted to run a 360 this year. But I kind of have to choose whether or not I'm going to run that, because like there's not enough space to run it all unless you're running 9-inch units on the back or something, which you could do, but it's unnecessary stuff that would have washed itself out just by limiting to one transducer.
How in your opinion then, like I said, I know you use the technology a lot. How does, and this is kind of the last question and I'll let you head on for the evening, but how much of an impact does one transducer have on the overall style of fishing, how the fishing is done, the amount of fish that are caught, what the fans are going to be able to watch? What is the impact on the viewership with this decision?
There really isn't one. It's just going to make us less efficient. I mean, I ran 2 units all year just so I didn't have to switch between forward and perspective, but you're only ever really looking at one of them. So it's the other issue is at our level, it's all about redundancies. Like next year, I'm still going to have two boxes in my boat. I'm still going to have 2 transducers in my boat and everything, even if I have to leave one power just unplugged, because I don't want to be dead in the water. It's the same reason I have an extra Dakota Lithium 3660 in my boat and an extra 12 120 for my graph batteries in my boat, just so I can, if I have an issue for whatever reason, I can flip a switch and keep moving. And it's just like all about redundancies. Ish Monroe, I remember a decade ago watching Ish Monroe pull an extra trolling motor out of his rod locker in an Elite Series event. And I'm like, I thought it was the coolest thing ever. It's just, we've like got to the point now where we're just like waging war on technical advancement just across the board. Like there's nothing good. Bass brakes, it's just a mechanical device. And now that's being outlawed for no reason really whatsoever, except at the beginning of the year, a bunch of the guys that didn't have it got upset that they were on some guy's boat.
Yeah, well, I mean, why do you think they went with the bass brakes?
Why they went away with them?
Yeah, it's not even technology.
No, just to appease. Like it was a firestorm that first meeting at Toledo Bend, because at the time it was like, hey, people can troll backwards and you just keep jerking your jerk bait until that fish
which is fair because you 110% can do that, and it is deadly.
Absolutely. And but you can't do it. And that's like what happened. Like, they told them we couldn't do it. I ran bass breaks all year. I thought they were fantastic, not just for scoping. Like, they were helpful for scoping. Believe it or not, they help the most when it's dead calm. When it's really windy, you don't really need them because you can go into the wind and slow yourself down. But when it's dead calm, like, you can still cruise at 80 or 90 and stop yourself before you drift over the fish. But like, even at the Classic, like, the slickest thing at the Classic at Grand Lake was you had to get behind all those docks. So I could wedge my nose in there, fish both sides of the dock, and just stomp on it and blow myself back out without hitting either of the docks and without blowing the two sides of the insides of the dock out. But it's just like pushing boundaries and all this stuff used to be cool. And like, now people are just like really upset about it for whatever reason.
That's fair. Anything else you want to get in here before I let you go, Austin?
No, not really. You can get on with Randy. I'm sure we'll have a similar opinion.
It actually worked really good going from Austin Felix to Randy Blaukat there, who I've already introduced, so I could just slide freely in. But thanks, Austin. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, see ya. All right, that is Austin Felix. I already introduced him. Let's see if we got audio now. We got audio now, Randy?
I can hear you. Can you hear me all right?
All right. I honestly didn't think the day would happen when I would have Randy on, because I've had more angry phone calls for people saying, that guy's out of his effing mind, blah, 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 and all that. But like I said, you're part of this discussion. You're part of the debate. The NPFL came down with no live scope. Bass came out with their single transducer. Your initial thoughts over the past 36 hours of press releases in bass fishing?
Well, I was just tickled to death to hear the NPFL deal. I think a lot of people were. They got their stock went way up amongst the fishing community with that decision. And like a lot of the Bass members today, I was disappointed, highly disappointed, but I wasn't surprised at what came down here. I didn't think that they were going to do anything to begin with. One of the things about this, Matt, is that tech advisory board, or the tech committee they have. I don't know, other than Davey Height, I'm not sure there's anybody on that thing. I could be wrong, that has fished professionally. Is there anybody on that tech committee that has fished professionally besides Davey?
I don't know. I'm looking down at the bottom on some of the guys who are still in the queue. Can we get a head shake? Yes, no. Is anybody else besides Davey Height? I don't know.
I don't think that people realize the impact that tech committee had on the future of bass fishing here. They literally had the future of their sport in their hands there. And it was not in the right hands. I mean, legitimately, what they should have done with that is they should have polled the entire Bassmaster membership to get a feeling, to get a vibe for it. Because, Matt, I have literally gotten hundreds and hundreds, maybe 1,000 by now, of people that have canceled their Bass memberships over this forward-facing sonar debacle. And I know they've had to see an impact from it. So, I was really let down with the fact that they didn't have a more level or unbiased committee with that, because I know for a fact several of those people on that board are very pro forward-facing sonar. So, if Davey Height was the only one on that board and they made that decision without having the feedback of legitimate veteran tournament pros out there, then it's, who can have confidence in that?
So, I mean, I'm looking at a press release here that talks about 2023 Bassmaster Classic record-breaking numbers, historic first. I'm looking at the Fox Sports numbers where they're saying, hey, give us more. They went to final day of the Bassmaster Opens with live TV coverage and all of that, most of which has been scoping. So if that is the case, then why are they upping it and why are the numbers increasing?
Because that has nothing to do with scoping. It's like, are you telling me it's because people want to watch bass fishing. Are you telling me that they're going to get a higher viewership of watching some guy weenie worm around in the middle of the lake versus Steve Kennedy throwing a 10-inch swim bait and having a hog come up on it, or seeing Hackney flip a half-ounce jig in the reeds in Florida? You tell me that is going to get higher numbers than the actual action? And one of the things about this is, have you noticed this year on Bassmaster Live, when they've got everybody out there spotlighting for bass, And there happens to be some dude, just an outlier, doing something different. And they always have to cut to that just to have a bone to throw to everybody else out there. But there's no way that spotlighting for bass is the reason that their viewerships are up. If you had legitimate, exciting, hardcore bass fishing action with reaction baits, top waters, big glide baits flipping, their numbers would even be higher. That has nothing to do with it.
You're a veteran of the sport. You've been around a long time. You've seen a lot of changes come and go. Extrapolate the next 10 years of professional bass fishing. Like I said with Mark Jeffries at the beginning of the show, Bassmaster, what it does, everyone else seems to follow, and they just send a clear signal that forward-facing sonar is part of the game in some aspect moving forward for the foreseeable future. In Randy Blaukat's world, what does that mean for tournament fishing as we go into the next 5 to 10 years?
We need like 2 hours to talk about that. But Mark was right on when he said it's all about money. I don't care what James Hall says. This entire conversation is about money. But here's the problem we have with this. It's like people are saying, they're focused on the technology that we have right now. This technology right now is advancing at just a skyrocketing pace every single year. Better, it's getting more refined. Mm-hmm. And as this refinement and improvement comes within this electronic technology, more people are going to get adept with it. That's going to put more pressure on our fisheries that we have. It's going to put more pressure on those fish that need to be protected. And here's one of the things about it. One of the things that really irks me on this is people say, "Oh, we're learning more about bass than we ever have. We were misunderstood about what they did." That's because we don't want to know everything about it. Once you take away that mystery and that unknown part of bass fishing, you have decimated and you have deteriorated what bass fishing is. And I understand there's a lot of people out there that do not understand the aesthetic value of fishing. They equate it to everything besides that. But on the purest basic level, fishing is about mystery and magic and mystique and the unknown and what is out there that we don't know about. It's like when I roll up on a main lake point throwing a jerkbait on Table Rock Lake with my 2D sonar, I don't know what's out there. I have this huge sense of anticipation. I don't ever want to be somebody that comes up to this point and grabs it. And if I don't see any fish on my forward-facing sonar, I'm on to the next one. That diminishes. That's an insult to the sport. It's an insult to the bass. It's an insult to the tradition and the heritage of the sport.
NPFL, I had Brad Fuller on. He said he'd gotten over 300 texts in the first 24 hours since they announced no live scope. I said, can I ask about a specific angler? And I said, has Randy reached out yet? Any interest in fishing that? Has that thought crossed your mind? Is that a possibility of even exploring that option in 25?
Well, 5 years ago, I definitely would have done that. But now, I'm so busy. I've got 4 kids to take care of. I've got, 3 YouTube channels that I run, fish the Toyota series and the BFLs because I can fish locally here. I simply don't have the time to travel across the country like I did for 30 years professionally. So, if 5 years ago when I was still fishing the tour, yeah, I'd have jumped all over that. I think a lot of people will. I think you're going to see a lot of people gravitate to NPFL. And here's another thing that we just on the subject here is I talked to several of my buddies on the Elite Series today, and Lee made a great point in this as far as there's a lot of people disgruntled. There's a lot of Elite Series pros disgruntled with the decision today from Bass, and they are in the process right now putting together a petition to basically, present to Bass for the 2025 season to make it mandatory that there's a 50-50. Half the tournaments FFS, half the tournaments without it. There's a lot of people.
Can they do that? I mean, they just did the press release on what it was.
They can do anything they want. There's nothing in stone with this. I mean, if they would have done the right thing, they would have banned it. If they were really concerned about the future sustainability of the sport and the heritage and the tradition of the sport, they would have banned spotlighting for bass. And make no mistake about it, we don't need to call it forward-facing sonar. It is spotlighting for bass. It's the same thing as if you're out in the middle of a cornfield at midnight and you shine a light out there, you see a deer that you never would have seen before. That's exactly what forward-facing sonar is.
I'm curious. Did you read, I got to see if I could find it. Did you read Rick Klun's post right before like one of the last Elite Series tournaments that he fished that kind of dealt with that, where he talked about actually fishing with, was it Lawrence and that whole thing. I'm gonna try to find it here. What were your thoughts on that?
Well, one of the things that I really feel, strongly about is that people like Rick Clunn and the veterans in the sport, they earn respect. And I'm never going to say a bad word about somebody like Rick Clunn as far as his position. That's professional courtesy that a lot of pros don't have. I don't agree with Rick on that particular statement, but does it make me respect him less? No, but I don't, that's one thing that I don't see eye to eye with him.
Okay, that's fair. Anything else you want to get in here, Randy? I know you said you had a small window that you could jump on. I greatly appreciate you taking the time.
Oh, I got a ton of stuff we could talk about with it, but
I know, but I got to keep the show moving, and then this is going to go down a never-ending wormhole.
The main thing about this is like I don't think a lot of people understand the impact that this is having negatively on our sport, and not just because of the obvious reasons, but there's so many different reasons. We got literally 50 different reasons why spotlighting is bad for the sport of bass fishing, and I can't think of anything that is good about it. Where spotlighting needs to be at is in the hands of the conservation departments to monitor and manage fish populations. It is an incredible piece of technology. It has no business in the hands of sport, recreational, tournament anglers out there. So that's the main point that I like to make with it. That's
fair. I should have done one BTL rule. You have to refer to it as live scope or forward-facing sonar on BTL. We can't no cheater boxes, no spotlighting, none of that on BTL. Save that for intuitive angling.
Okay, well, that's what you hear on intuitive angling. I can promise you that.
Okay, Randy, I appreciate it. Like I said, this has been can we call this a passion project for you?
Well, yeah, here's the thing about it. I get all the time, and I think James Hall gave me a backhanded slap today. He said there's a bunch of knuckleheads out there on social media that do it for YouTube clicks. I don't do it for that. I have lost thousands and thousands of subscribers because of my stance on forward-facing sonar. So it's like, in a perfect world, I just want to do fishing tip videos. But when you have something that is this big of an inherent danger to the future sustainability of the sport, regardless if people want to stick their head in the sand and not deny the reality of it, you can't, it's the whole thing about evil flourishes if good men do nothing. And in my opinion, forward-facing sonar is the biggest threat to the future sustainability of the sport that we've ever seen, and you can't ever normalize it. And that's what Bassmaster tries to do. That's what a lot of the media tries to do. They try to normalize the biggest threat to fishing that there ever has been.
Fair enough. Thanks, Randy.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Thanks
I got Milliken coming on later. I'm not putting you on at the same. I said we had the Bass After Dark round 1. We don't need round 2.
Yeah, I think I'll pass on that. I don't need to have my. I'll get off before I say anything.
I appreciate it, man. Hey, and the good thing is, the more of these press releases and the more stuff, never-ending content.
Yeah, that's true, but that's not the kind of content I want, man. I want to talk about flipping a half-ounce jig in a flooded willow tree and how to get it out of there is what I want to talk about.
Hey, and I know how to trim that jig. Thanks to when I was 12 at the elevator of the Bassmaster Classic. So thanks, Randy.
Okay. See you guys.
See ya. All right. I could truly say that was the one and only Randy Blaukat. And next we'll go to another one and only. And that is the 2023 BFL Choo Choo Division Angler of the Year, Jordan Lee.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're in the house. We're in the house.
Dude, you seem like you're in the freaking middle of all this. You scope. You don't care if you don't scope. You go over to MLF. You catch them on a frog. You're like, look how fun this is. You go back to the Elite Series. You catch them scoping. Like, what is your take on all this madness? Because I have never known you to get fired up about anything.
No, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. The last probably couple of weeks and really just the last couple of days, I mean, I see everything, and I made a funny post about it because I really, truly, it doesn't bother me either way. But what I see transpiring between the leagues is interesting, and I like what I'm seeing because I'm seeing obviously a league that's saying, "Hey, we're going to ban it. We're going to see how this goes." Possibly MLF is going to do some type of hybrid, and it seems like I'm on the Scopers trail. where you can do it, where you can scope the whole time. But I will say this too, man. I've been listening to a lot of the guys, and this year I was going to do a video about it on YouTube, but I just hadn't got there yet. But this year, in a lot of the tournaments, I didn't necessarily catch, I probably caught 50%, half and half, and had a pretty solid year. And there was a lot of tournaments this year where the tournament was won, or you had a couple high finishers that were not using it and did really well in the event. And so I'm not like for it. I feel like it is. And I feel like there's some negatives, obviously. As a fan of the sport, is it really, really fun it's fun catching them. I mean, I had a blast at St. Lawrence and, the smallmouth tournaments. The smallmouth tournaments are a given. You're going to live scope. You're going to use active target. It's going to happen. Does that get boring to watch? Yeah, probably. Do we even need to have smallmouth tournaments anymore? I don't know. I don't even know if people like watching that. But
I love it.
Well, and okay, you do. But like Champlain, it wasn't one on live scope, I don't guess, was it?
I don't think.
Did Ed use it?
I don't think Ed was scope.
I mean, I know
Lee's still on. Does Lee want to come back in? He's just sitting. You're back there. You've been sitting there for an hour, Lee. Was Ed? Hey, Lee. Lee, meet Jordan Lee.
I was trying to text Jordan at the exact time. That's why I was laughing.
Was he scoping?
Jordan.
Was Ed scoping? He wasn't scoping with that jig, was he?
I don't think so. I think me and Jordan made the third day, and we had to haul ass the next day. But I don't think Ed was scoping. No, I think he threw a chatterbait in the topwater the whole time.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Back to your point that we brought in the expert.
My point is obviously there's been tournaments this year where you pretty much had to, or you got smoked. But there was some tournaments like Champlain that it surprised everybody. And I can see that happening next year and the next year and the next year, because these lakes are changing. Champlain, when I fished there 10 years ago, it was totally different. It was a totally different lake. And I saw it even just like probably 3 years ago when I went, is I couldn't catch fish the same way I used to there. The smallmouth had changed because of pressure. They didn't get on the rocks as much. They didn't get on the bottom. So the lake, I think, changed because of live scope. I think the fish did something different, and that they're getting smarter. And then somebody figures out a new way to catch them and wins the tournament, off largemouth, which nobody thought about doing that. Nobody thought about running where he went, and he won the tournament. So that happened a couple times this year. Maybe the guy didn't win the tournament, but you know what I'm saying. So, I mean, it's going to get harder to catch them off live scope. And if we went to these lakes without it, I really think it would be an eye opener to how tough fishing really is now.
Didn't you win a grinder before everybody was scoping, Lee? Like, wasn't Chickamauga just sucky?
Yeah,
like big time suck fest.
Yeah, it was in October though. It was the COVID year where we had to fish in the fall, and it was cheesed up. I caught them all frogging.
But that was before everybody was quote unquote scoping, wasn't it?
It was the month before Patrick won Fork with a jerk bait in November on Lake Fork in the timber, and he showed us all what was up. The start of it, at least.
I'm looking at those weights just to remind people, because that's Chickamauga.
Magua.
Maga.
Chickamauga.
There's not a wa on it.
Okay, no. Whatever it is. Chickamauga.
You think there's a wa? You think it's Chickamauga?
The locals will tell you something different. I can't remember.
I think it's Chickamauga.
I thought it was
like G-U-H. Chickamauga.
Okay.
Yeah, always corrected. I've heard it 9 different times. What are your thoughts on a hybrid deal, Jordan? Because that's what Lee sold that pretty good in the first segment.
Yeah, the hybrid deal. I mean, yeah, it definitely sounds good. I mean, I wouldn't see a problem with it. I just think Bass wants to probably keep it. I don't know. I just feel like they obviously made a decision based off money, probably, and maybe they don't. Maybe this year their ratings were on par with what they need, and they don't see a reason to make a super drastic change this year. I mean, there'll be years to come to make that decision. But yeah, I don't really see a problem with that. I mean, you're going to have guys use it, not use it. The schedule does matter a little bit, but I was listening to Lee, yeah, there's going to be guys use it no matter where we go. So, but I'm really curious about the future of these lakes and how they're going to, what a tournament will look like on a lake that's pretty pressured where live scope is really prominent, like a Toledo Bend. Like if we went there in February, how does that tournament look without it? Is it going to be engaging? Are we going to be catching a lot of fish? Maybe we would. Maybe it would be really fun to see. I have no clue because I know it's hard to catch them when you can see what's swimming out there. But
I'll tell you this: the final day. You made the final day, right?
I did. I made the final day.
So I was watching live on the final day. Me, Caleb, Logan were all sitting there watching the final day, and Koyo already had 25 pounds, whatever he had. Everybody had everything, and you went to the bank.
Yeah.
And you either started swimming a jig or flipping, a pit ball, something. You did something up shallow, and you caught like 7 or 8 in a row. They were small. They were this big.
Yeah.
And we all went, whoosh. That's what we want to see. Jordan Lee's up there swimming a jig, whatever you're doing, flipping.
It didn't even matter that if they were 14, 15 inches. It just
didn't matter, dude. I said, oh my God. And everybody in the house, we had a house full of dudes and women. We all went and watched because we saw you catch 5 2-pound bass in 30 minutes on the bank after we watched.
Especially the ladies.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. Like I think about that, and I think, man, I agree with you. I don't like to watch open water fishing like I used to, and like back in the day, the only time I really like watching open water fishing was the ledge tournaments when ledge fishing wasn't even cool yet.
Okay, can I play devil's advocate here?
Yep.
This is a serious question. Let's say I'm a guy who's like, oh, I really like that Bassmaster has figured out how to link the unit to it. And I'm studying live scope, and I watch this dude put a minnow in a 15-mile-an-hour wind 110 feet out in front of a fish that is not an actively feeding fish and feathers this sucker down while keeping the head of his trolling motor while his boat's going in 2.5 footers and shakes it and sees that the fish is neutral, does something with his minnow, and you watch that fish react and eats it.
Yeah,
and then he fights it on 8-pound tests for 5 minutes and has to scoop a 6-pounder.
Okay,
what if you like catching listen, Jordan, what if you like catching a 2-pound swim jig fish, but I like watching that go down?
Okay, well, you could have watched that about 5 or 6 out of the 8 elite tournaments this year. So it's every tournament. I mean, name a tournament. Can you name a tournament that what you didn't get to see that? You get to see it every tournament. And that's what it's going to continue to be. It's like, is it going to always be that bait's not going away? That's a deadly bait. And there's going to be some new variations of the minnow. There are going to be little creature baits and little stupid other little JDM baits that we've never used before. But literally the minnow is, I mean, it seemed like, 5 out of the 8 tournaments, somebody either won on it or, came in second on it. Is that going to just continue to be the trend every tournament?
And there's a difference there. What you just said, Matt's badass. Hell yeah. I want to see Milliken throw a giant swim bait over a brush pile and watch a fish swim out there. And we're all like, oh.
You guys are both cool with Milliken, right?
Eats it at the boat. And there's a difference in somebody hooking a fish on a jerk bait.
There he is.
Breaking it off and following that fish for 10 minutes on scope and hooking it again.
Yeah, I understand. What's up, Ben? Thanks for jumping on. I wasn't Lee you hitting. Continue, Lee. Continue with your thought.
I think Ben's shirt's on backwards. Please tell me shirt's backwards.
It's definitely on backwards. Oh my God. I just had to bring it out. I
like it. Okay. So before we get into this, Ben, Jordan, Lee, so you want to do the split schedule. Here's the problem I see with the split schedule, and I want you to sell me on the split schedule because I'm not opposed to it, but I see a massive problem with it.
Are you talking to me?
anybody who wants to answer it, but Lee brought it up in the first segment. And you guys are all Elite Series pros, so you have fished it, you understand. So here's the problem. If it's not finite, if it is always a freaking discussion, which I think is what MLF is going to run into if they do this hybrid 1 period Frankenstein thing, and then you're going to have a guy like Drew Gilwin, and everyone's going to be like, yeah, but he sucked at 2 periods, and he's going to go, yeah, but I still smoked him in the 1 period, and then his win's going to be marginalized, and it's just going to be a giant crapshoot.
Right.
If you go half and half, how does that not just prolong this never-ending discussion with what Carl Jacobson said, everybody's right and everybody's wrong? How can you not have a finite decision? Oh, God. Austin Felix would like to weigh in again.
Bring Randy back.
Answer that question, Lee. How can you not? How does that not just keep this giant pod of crap swirling?
You can't answer that. None of us can. All 4 of us or all 5 of us can't answer that. It's like I said, we want to see both, and both are going to kick ass. Like I said, Patrick Walter's still going to kick your ass without it. Ben Milliken's going to do the same. Austin's going to do the same. Jordan Lee's been doing the same with it or without it. We just want to see both. I want to see Ben develop as an angler. I'm saying that because this was his first year. I want to see him go out there and throw a square bill on some riprap because I've seen him do it in Nebraska on local tournaments and kick everybody's ass. Same thing on the Elite, and shut everybody up. And he's going to do it.
Yeah.
The guys that are good are good. I don't think it needs to be divided like it is. Just, Austin's thrown a Carolina rig before without looking at live scope.
Once, maybe. All right, Ben, thanks for jumping on BTL. I mean, I kind of brought you in right to the middle of this thing.
Hey, what's up? How are we doing?
I just want to get your initial overview opinions, and we'll go back to why Austin jumped back on, because he sounds like he has something to say, and he doesn't say much. So when he has something to say, I want to make sure I get a shot. But what are your initial opinions? You read the thing. You still get your 1 transducer forward. What are your thoughts on what Bass came out with today?
I mean, it wasn't really a surprise. I think it's for better or for worse, it's what was rumored to be happening. Like before the season even started, I thought that's what this was going to be. Honestly, I thought it was going to, people were saying, 50 inches, 60 inches screen limitations, but I had heard several people say 1 transducer and then some screen limitations. So I wasn't surprised by it. But in my opinion, I think that they made the right decision. I'm not going to sit here and say that I agree with everything that a lot of the comments and crap you're seeing online says about, how NPFL stepped up and they're making the right decision. I think, I'm trying so hard to, and I appreciate all the praise that Lee's given me from what I've watched, but I try so hard to, and I think the entire, as a fishing community, as a community of anglers at the top level, we have to try so hard to take out our selfish interests and our interests at all in what we're saying out there, because we are the people that are shaping the narrative of what everyone's reading for the most part. Then of course you're going to have the people that are just don't have anything valuable to say, like Randy Blaukat, that are just trying to get clicks to make money. But we are the actual anglers that are shaping these ideas. And so of course, guys like Jordan and Lee are, literally 2 of the best in the world, power fishing, natural, instinctual fishermen. They should be saying that we should get rid of it or we should have events with it, without it, whatever. That's totally understandable. And I'm not going to be a guy that says that it needs to go away, because I think I have an advantage by using it. So it's so hard not to let that get in the way when we have these conversations, when we see comments online and we get heated, we get pissed off about them. So I guess we've been through all the bullshit. We've all seen what everyone's had to say about everything. I think that's one thing that we need to keep in mind, is to try to put the sport before ourselves and not be selfish with what we're saying. But fishing, especially at this level, is so cutthroat. It's such a selfish game. I mean, we saw that. I'm not going to go into detail, but we definitely saw that last event. Everyone's out for themselves.
It's individual.
So it's so hard to not be selfish.
You got about 100 LLCs out there that are all trying to provide for their family. I would expect it. I would think that you would not be successful if it was not a cutthroat sport. You're doing what's best for your family, Lee. You're doing what's best for your family, Jordan. You're doing what's best for your family, Austin. And you're doing what's best for your family, Ben, right? And I'm doing what's best for BTL and me. So I'm pissed about power breaks.
Yep.
I mean, that's the honest truth. I ain't hiding it.
I reached out to you after that rant you made about that about a month ago.
Yeah,
and I completely agreed with everything you said. And as someone that's used them, I think it's just another really cool tool. I think Austin definitely would say the same thing.
I like blowing out my fish.
For sure.
I live with.
Letting him know you're there.
I travel with the master.
But I mean, what they did say about it being difficult to police, I do agree with that as well. But I mean, there's a million things in our sport that are difficult to police.
You mentioned that rant. That rant, once again, was on the July 29th Monday show at the hour and 26-minute mark. Austin, you felt what do you got?
Nothing really. I was just
you just jump back on randomly.
I was just rigging for lacrosse, and I seen everybody jumping back on. I thought it'd be a good part of the bit to just get back on with everybody else.
He's drinking sweet tea.
Hmm?
But he's drinking sweet tea.
Let me ask you
I'm
guys
drinking
this.
old fashions, considering the.
Let me ask you guys this: like, has this actually caused divisions on the Elite Series to where you guys aren't talking to guys in weigh-in lines? Guys are yelling at each other in parking lots. Roommates aren't rooming with each other. Dead cats are showing up on doorsteps. I mean, is this stuff actually happening, or what's the vibe on the Elite Series? Not with everything, but specifically with these rules and the changes and all this.
No. Me and Ben are as far polar opposites as you can get. Well, not that far, but we talk almost every day, and I make sure when I talk about him on social media or whatever that he's cool with it. Maybe after I post it, but I'm always gonna, hey man, that was positive for you because I respect you. Same if I did it for Austin or Jordan or anybody else. So just because we're talking with or for each other doesn't mean it's negative.
And I'll probably be upset, but I would like to point out I do have a large text thread from Matt Herren on here, who I have invited to be on the show. But since he is the consummate professional, he has opted to decline due to the fact that he feels he may say stuff that may be detrimental to his career.
We should have got Matt on here. That'd been
I tried to. He's listened to it. He's got the link.
That'd have been good for your ratings.
He's got the link right there. All he's got to do is click on it. And if he says anything, if he starts going down, if Matt starts going down the rails, well, I will 100% cut him off. Because I have experienced the Matt Herren going down the road.
Rant about, but I don't even see what there is to rant about. Bassmaster is going to do what they're going to do. Yep. They weren't going to tell us anything in a meeting. This is the same old story that I've dealt with at Major League Fishing for, years. Like they're going to do whatever they think they need to do, and then that's it. Like there's nothing else.
But can you blame them? It's a for-profit organization.
No, I don't blame them at all. No, I don't. No, there's no blame to be had. Like they're gonna do whatever they're gonna do. Chase is gonna make that decision if he's running the company, and the anglers, just like the payouts or the entry fees or anything else, like we're basically, we're at their discretion. Like whatever they say goes. And we proved that back in 2019 when we all were like, hey, we want to go somewhere else. We want to do something else. Try Major League Fishing. And it wasn't like they were going to change something like drastically for us. If that's what they think that needs to happen. And I don't see any really problem with the changes, as far as everything they just said in the press release, like it's not a big, anything like a big change. So I don't know. They're going to do what they're going to do.
Anything.
Did you have any idea what you were getting into when you qualified for this deal, Ben?
No, This is interesting. So I'm along with those guys. It's definitely like 99% of the drama in the fishing industry is caused by, and when I say fishing industry, I mean within the Elite Series and all this crap we've seen the last few months, is caused by people outside of it. But I will be honest, when we went to our anglers meeting at Champlain, there were a lot more people that were a lot more outspoken about hating forward-facing sonar and serious changes than I was expecting. I thought it was like a quarter, and I was surprised to see how many people were clapping and hollering and bringing themselves to tears and whatnot.
Are these meetings like really wild? Like, am I really missing out on something? Like, do we need to somehow get like a hidden camera in these meetings? Because all I hear about are meetings, and meltdowns.
I felt like I was back at MLF, like, and it was the same meeting, but we had those every week. Every tournament we had a meeting just like that.
At MLF?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, because they would let us know kind of what's going on and what they were, just how business was going, I guess. But I mean, it was it was every week. I thought every tournament, I should say, not every week, but it was the exact same as that. But yeah, that was about what I thought it was going to be.
I mean, it was kind of like this back in the mid 90s in my bass club that I was in. I mean, we had guys who literally just like walked off and said, screw you, I quit. Or that marina's off limits, I'm going home. I mean, maybe it's just bass fishing.
It felt like that. It felt like a club meeting, really.
That's what they all feel like. It's just a lot of guys that, that have negative thoughts and just want to spew them out, or just have thoughts in general, but it doesn't change anything. Like all Bassmaster had that meeting for was to make themselves just feel good or make the anglers feel good that they had a voice, but it was not going to change anything. So if we ever have one of those meetings again, which all it is anglers voicing their opinion about different subjects, everybody just needs to, there's nothing to say, in my opinion, but
that'll work. All right, we're gonna pare this down. Like I told everybody, they're just gonna be, oh my goodness,
Matt.
Oh.
Y'all know I ain't gonna miss out on a good argument.
Oh man, Matt Herren, the one and only. Thank you for jumping on BTL. Like literally, you were one of the first ones that I thought of, and I was like, there ain't no way Matt's gonna do this. And then I called 5 people, and they all 5 said yes. And then I had 2 people that were like, no Matt Herren, and I was like, I don't know if this is Matt's style. So, what are your thoughts, Matt? You saw it. Like, I will. I mean, do you want me to judiciously use the, like, because watch this, like if something starts going sideways, boom, you're gone. That could save him a couple $1,000 possibly. There's Austin.
Look,
but
I'm a grown man. If I'm on
okay,
fine.
What are your thoughts, Matt Herren?
I sent a text today to somebody, and I said I want to go ahead and ask you up front. Do I get a warning first, or how much is my first offense going to cost me? What's my first fine going to be? And I was asked, please, and I said, don't do it. Don't do it. I'm not afraid. Look, here's what's going to shock everybody. I have forward-facing sonar on my. Everybody says, oh, I'm an old guy. The comments that really upset me is when you've been in this sport as long as I have, and everybody thinks, oh, you're just go down the bank flip or whatever. You go look at the top 10 finishes I've had. And it's cranking. It's been with drop shots. It's been with top water. It's been with just a list of smorgasbords. And for 30 plus years, I have evolved and adapted or whatever. And when I hear comments out of youngsters that say, oh, you just need to adapt and adjust. Well, I'm fine with that. And I'm adapting and I'm adjusting and I'm taking my lumps. But, what I want to see is I want to see you pay your dues. And y'all want you to see, you to learn everything. Because guys, don't make no mistake. This technology is allowing people, just like the A-Rig did, to compete at a high level that could not. That's where we're at. And I'm like Lee Livesay. I'm all for a 50-50 split. I think it would allow everybody the opportunity to use the things that they're good at. And everybody the opportunity and the time to get better at things that they're not. But where we're at right now is, I feel like, because of money. And Mark Jeffries hit it dead on the head. I don't care what nobody else said. If anybody in that room or anybody in this thing right now thinks that this decision was not based on about $1.8 million, you're dreaming. So that's my opinion.
So do you think we need to be paid out more as anglers?
You know, Ben, you said something that's probably the most spot on comment that I've ever made. I texted Matt earlier. The comment you made about the 1099s and we're nothing but 1099 employees, that's all we are. And I've been screaming all year long. And what's really upsetting me about where we are as a sport right now is I've been using the example of we are nothing more than a marketing competition. You cannot call where we are today a sport because we're nothing more than whatever product they want to market at this tournament. We just show up and we pay $5,000 and whatever, if it's going to be a Garmin Technologies this time or a Strike King Technologies that time, and whoever catches the most product on that, that's what we are. Because there's no guidelines, there's no boundaries on far as technology and all that kind of stuff. And my question is this. We're facing this today with forward-facing sonar, but we all know that there's future technologies that's going to blow this off the rail. And I've made the comment continually to some folks inside the organization about have you established a technology committee and have you went to the people inside this industry and said, look, you can develop all you want to, but until it goes before a committee and until it is approved to be used in the Bassmaster Elite Series or whatever tournament league it's going to be, it ain't going to be used because that's what's happened today. The league got blindsided by this technology. I saw the original form of Panoptics. It was basically a hopped up live version of down imaging. It was cool, but it wasn't what it is today. And the technology has not evolved until we got to the LVS 32 and 34. And we're all kind of grasping and learning as we go. And it's a fast-paced train. But do y'all not agree that there needs to be considerations made now instead of alienating future sponsors and having this, these conversations down the road in a bad spot and just kind of being defensive instead of offensive? There needs to be a committee, no different than baseball or football or golf or whatever. If you want advanced technology, that's great. But before it comes in our game, we're going to look at it.
All right, I'm gonna give Austin a chance to respond to that. Oh, the look of oh God, but no, because dude, you said in your segment you were talking about a proponent of it, way less restrictions, the whole 9 yards. You were talking about efficiency. Now that was way less old school than I thought he would. Like the 50-50 split. I didn't know you were on board with that, Matt. But Austin, kind of based on what Matt said, I mean, what are your thoughts on that? If you care to opine. I mean,
I think new technology is just a matter of time, not if. Whether the highest, the best 100 anglers in the sport used the most technology or not is, I don't like the argument. I feel like like the guys at the top level should be able to use the best technology. Now, I can understand at some point, like things getting out of hand, but like Jordan even said, like fish are already changing and adapting to forward-facing. Champlain was one without it, and it's probably the most forward-facing friendly lake in the country. I don't know. I'm not for more regulation.
Here's my question. Does anyone know what the reigning classic champ thinks about all this? Like, has anyone talked to Hamner about all this?
No, we should bring him in.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Ben.
Oh, that was cute.
I want to know what Herren thinks of the bass breaks. Like, do you think the bass
what are your thoughts on the bass breaks, Matt?
I think that the bass break shouldn't be used, and I'm going to tell you why. We got rules about long lining and trolling and strolling and all that other kind of stuff. And when those breaks are deployed in the water, you truly can't know what an angler's doing. That's my only problem with it, is the application of rules that you can't enforce. And guys, here's my problem with a lot of stuff going on in this sport today. Having rules that you can't enforce is a waste of time and effort. And we have a lot of rules right now, and we've seen it all year long, where there's no enforcement of it. So why have them? And the only way you can limit it is to basically sometimes take away that ability. If you can't control it, and until they got away, because we don't have marshals like the other leagues, they got marshals and they know exactly what's going on 24/7. We got marshals, but they're not trained marshals. Basically, they're sometimes we have a full field, sometimes we don't. So why have something you can't control? You know, that's my opinion. I'm all for whatever, but you got to be able to control issues.
I never thought about that until James Hall said that there's not cameras facing backwards. And if you request footage from an angler for something, I guess you guys are supposed to have a live camera facing forward at all times when you're competing, even if you're without a marshal, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. So I had never thought of that to where it'd be like, well, you if some guy's like, hey, he's long lining, you have a camera painting forward, you don't really know what he's doing. But Ben, I mean, would you agree with me that like there's a crap ton of rules in bass fishing that you can't enforce? Just like when a guy goes into the woods in golf, you're assuming he's not using a damn foot wedge, even though there's no one there to see him.
Yeah, and I mean, we can go around and around on that. That's what we talked about in our whole meeting is, well, everything's the only way we have to enforce it's a polygraph, but we don't agree that a polygraph is legitimate because the questions might not be the right questions to ask because no one's failed one. Well, now someone did fail one. So
I'm not into the wormhole stuff here tonight. Let's not stay out of that. Oh, let's do what's up, Justin?
Hey.
So you answered
everybody's still doing up.
You answered my phone call during first of all, what is a weekday midday jackpot? Like, where does that exist at 11 o'clock on a freaking Wednesday?
It's called Alabama. We don't stop fishing. I'm surprised Matt wasn't out there on Lay Lake.
7 nights a
They was
week.
biting that swim jig, Matt.
Wait, you guys have a midday Wednesday derb?
Every night.
Yeah, it was like a solo trail that we do. I don't know. We got like 5 of them during the fall. It's fun. We had like 40 boats.
Was it at night or day?
It was day. Daylight to 3.
You don't know about this, Jordan?
I'm not telling Jordan about it.
No, I know about those midweek solos.
How many boats y'all get?
We had like close to 40 today.
They're all on the Coosa. They don't have them up on the.
How are 40 guys able to go out from noon to 3 on a Wednesday?
Nobody works anymore.
No,
everybody's
a podcaster these days.
Everybody lives on the government as a podcaster.
Did I just get trolled on my own show by the entire panel?
You did.
The entire panel. That was so uncalled for.
Hey, the toughest field you'll ever fish against in your life is Tuesday night or at Gunnersville. You show up and Joe Lee's up there and Gerald.
I haven't fished many this year, but yeah, you're right. You'll have some guys fishing.
I can attest to that.
No, come to Smith on a Saturday and
yep.
Is there like a weeknight Lake Fork Derby league where everyone goes out and tries to catch 16 inchers?
It ain't the same, dude, because of the slot.
You don't have like under derbies?
They're but not many people show up. It's not the same.
That can't be very exciting where you're like, dear God, I hope it's a 2 3/4.
No, there's like a Tuesday and a Thursday, but 10 to 30 boats show up maybe.
Huh.
So you got off track. Are you going to ask? I want to hear what Hamner's got to say.
Yeah. Do you care about any of this, Hamner, or are you just making so many checks? You're just like, show me where the boat ramp is.
Sure. We'll go with that. I don't care. That's what I've said from the beginning. Yeah, I love live scope, but whatever they decided to do, I don't care. I feel like the same guys, for the most part, are still going to be good.
Is it more fun to watch? Is it more fun to watch with or without it, or does that have a different outcome? Do you think there's more hype to a tournament if a guy wins one with using it? Is it like, do you think there's a different perspective from the fans, or do you sell more product with it or without it, or does that even matter?
See, I don't know. I mean, we keep seeing all these more views than ever, so I don't really know what to take from that. But as far as the product goes, I feel like it's like how many years, whatever, 2012, try to go somewhere without buying a 6XD. Like everybody was trying to copy it and making 6XDs, and that was just the thing to do on ledges. And then, I mean, I feel like it's going to change. Like I can already tell. I mean, y'all can attest to this probably. That jig head minnow deal at Champlain compared to last year, like it was different. I feel like they're going to start getting used to that. Heck, I couldn't even get them to bite that stupid thing at lay today. That was for sure. Like, I just feel like fish are just going to adapt just like everything else. I mean, if we still had A-rigs, which not really sure why we don't, but like it ain't like it was when it first came out. It's a wintertime deal, whatever, but it ain't just a cure-all.
Hey, I want to ask, he's knowledgeable about this. Do you think that limitation changes in the fish are bait related, or like at Champlain, from year to year? Do you think that there was a big population of alewives that dictated it, or you just think they're getting conditioned to the sonar pin?
I think they're just getting more conditioned to the amount of people out there doing that. And you saw what happened. It opened up the shallow bite, which, the water was higher. I mean, you got to consider that too. But when was the last time, largemouth really played there? Since
everything was totally different, though. Even the smallmouth and the grass were fatter than the ones out there were pelagic, though. So it was like something to do with the shallower water had more bait or something.
It was bait related, I thought.
Yeah, like the ones I would catch in the grass were super fat. And just FYI, Matt Roberts said he wants on BTL right now. Matt,
I 100% guarantee he did not say that.
He did. I swear to God.
There's no way he said that. The last thing he ever said to me was, "Don't ever say my name again."
Well, he said that too, but
that was the last thing he ever said to me. It was 3 years ago, and I haven't said his name since.
Yeah,
then.
We can see that, Lee.
I want to show up. He did say
I'm
that.
not kidding. That was the last thing he ever said to me. I said something about thank you for that. He said, quote, "I don't give a shit what you think." And then he said, "Don't ever say my name again." So I've been very respectful of that.
He did say that, but he said, "I hate Pangrac, but I'm telling you, I want on. I'll come on." Tell him that. So
I'll keep that into consideration for future considerations. Ben, I have a question. So you do videos on all these lakes. You do the forward-facing sonar, tons of pressure on these lakes. I feel like you're very adept to talk about how these, and like I said, no wormholes, just quick, but you've seen like fish that have never seen the thing, how you catch them, and then what happens when everyone else goes out and tries to catch the same 11 fish.
Yeah.
How does it change the fish?
I whether it be down here in Texas or up in Nebraska, where I'm from, in Iowa and Missouri and South Dakota, and those lakes that I fish that are all smaller, I can see fish getting pressured and conditioned from one person sometimes.
Wow.
And the rotations of baits I make. So yeah, like Champlain definitely was because every tournament's been won on a minnow there the last 11 months, 12 months. I would say. But I mean, the fish were definitely bigger in different shallow areas too. Of course, there was 25-pound bags coming out of Ticonderoga too. But, I will go down a quick wormhole about something that I keep seeing about how the industry is going to be changing to only forward-facing baits, jig head minnow type baits, and how it is going to screw up the industry and as a tackle making side of things. As a tackle company owner, I think I have a perspective on that. And I can say that, like, we've been freaking killing it from all facets. And as someone that has employed these different strategies, I'm going to take what Lee said earlier about catching fish in 2 feet of water. I think as guys get more proficient with the technology, you're going to see the traditional methods, flipping a jig, throwing a chatterbait, throwing a swim jig, spinnerbait, with forward-facing sonar. And so we are going to get back into those traditional methods of catching fish with and without forward-facing sonar So I don't that's a short-sighted argument that I keep saying over and over and over, is that tackle sailors are getting killed. Well, the tackle industry has always evolved. There's always been trends and changes in the tackle industry over the last 30, 40, 50 years. It is more exponential now based on how the pressure has become exponential with high school fishing, college fishing, COVID, more tournaments than ever, forward-facing sonar, side imaging, mapping being better. Everyone knows where all the fish are. Everyone has the best rods, reels, line, hooks, tungsten, everything that we've ever had. The fish have exponentially gotten conditioned. But I definitely see what we have moving forward is going to be more shallow fishing with and without forward-facing sonar is absolutely going to play.
Guys, listen, you got 100 years of experience over me, but I'm sitting here thinking of Jordan Lee catching those fish on the frickin' slop, and I guarantee that thing got frickin' mutilated for the next 3 weeks after it. Are the frickin' frogfish not as conditioned as the minnow fish? Are the flipping fish, Matt?
Yeah,
you're a good question for this, Matt Herren. Does that shit not get just as conditioned as the forward-facing sonar fish?
It's just like you do when we would show up, nobody done it. So it's kind of like when everybody showed up at Champlain and some of these lakes. Those fish were virgins, and there wasn't a lot of people that done it, so they didn't receive a lot of pressure. Now what you're seeing is even the shallow fish, now it's starting to rotate out into the forward-facing sonar fish. It's all conditioned. So at Champlain, the water was high, the largemouth had really been left alone for quite a while. So there was a kind of an open window there where the conditions played to that to that technique. And the whole point goes back to what I said is, by going a 50-50 split and keeping everything open in play, it forces everybody, if we're going to be called professional, to learn everything. And that kind of keeps the whole playing field going, and it's good for the whole industry because everybody, you're going to see all kind of variety stuff that plays. So, but yeah, everything's situational now, and there's limited windows. Just like Ed Logren won that tournament at Champlain, and he wandered off down to an area that wasn't traditionally known and got away and found a group of fish and won the tournament largemouth. So that's small windows. It's not.
I think, though, we can say the same about the Classic. I think the Classic was one of those windows, and I think Lee would attest to this. If we were 1 week and one cold front away from, and Jordan too, from Toledo Bend and Fork both being really power fishing, giant bag up shallow tournaments too. Like it was this close. So that would have been one of those windows as well. It just didn't happen.
No, they were coming at Toledo Bends, definitely. I was fishing grass and drains and trapping and chatterbaiting, and that little cold front we had right at when the tournament started kind of backed that down and woed them up. I was really shocked because they were coming.
All right, folks, we're 2 hours and 10 minutes in. I've got Johnny Schultz from Fish the Moment to break this down, and then, believe it or not, we're doing a post-game show with Todd Castledine. So here's how okay, Matt, Lee, Ben, I would give each. Does anyone have anything burning on their chest that they would like to get off before I give you? Because I'm going to give you all a final task for your final quote or final statement before you sign off. But anybody have anything that they feel they want to get off their chest before we move on? No. All right. Here's how we're going to end it. Yeah. Hit it, Lee. What do you got?
I thought somebody was going to say something. Nobody said shit.
No.
So.
Okay. So here's what we got. I want you, as you sign off, I'll go to you and I want you to say the number one thing that you still love the most about being a professional bass fisherman
is fishing.
There you go. Thanks, Lee.
Good job, Lee. Proud of you.
Matt Herren, the number one thing that you still love about being a professional bass fisherman.
I'm with Lee Livesay. I like crawling in the boat in the morning, feeling the cool breeze on my face and feeling the anticipation of the day. And look, this is what I've done since I was a kid, and that's what this is all about. I don't want to lose that.
Awesome. Thank you, Matt. Thanks for jumping on. That was a great addition to the show. Ben.
I think that I'm proof of it, and everyone else on the screen and that's been on tonight's proof of it. And that's, you can make this sport and whatever you want to do with it, whatever you want. You can fish however you want, wherever you want, at whatever platform you want, social media, tournaments, doesn't matter, local tournaments. and we can all be happy. We can make it what we want, or we can all be pissed off and sad and mad at each other. We can make it that too if we want. But when it comes down to it, there's not a lot of sports that are like that. No age limit. No, doesn't matter what color you are, what age you are, anything, how much money you got. The fish don't care.
Thank you, Ben. Well, Hamner was last. We'll go to Austin Felix. He looks like he needs another old fashioned there, so we'll let him go.
To quote Marshawn Lynch, I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Thank you, Austin.
I love it.
We could go with 3 classics for a while. Here, we'll bring Johnny Schultz in. He's been listening to all this for look at that. He's even got like the analysis. I feel like the guy who brings in the NFL analyst at the end, who's like, all right, what did we just hear? What did we just see? What's up, Johnny?
What's up, guys? I don't know why you're bringing me on with 2 classic champs. I'm just gonna let these guys talk.
With a 4
Oh, come on. Come on.
I just want to hear your stats.
Okay. Well,
ever since Matt like teased like your whole deal with going with and without it, yeah, I want to hear that.
Can you give like a little
send me that
quick
spreadsheet
little synopsis? Because we're doing a whole show on this. We're doing another like hour and a half show on this. Can you like burn this down into like 3 minutes, Johnny?
I'll do it really quick. So main thing, one, huge respect for everyone coming on and having their opinions, sharing their opinions, everything like that. I don't have a dog in this fight, so I'm not going to give my opinion on whether, what the rules are or anything like that. But what I will say to add to this conversation that I think could add a little bit of context before we get into the analysis is I did a poll on my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel has a few subscribers to it, so I got 2,000 responses to this survey. And from that, 40% of my audience has forward-facing sonar and 60% doesn't. And my channel is focused on electronics instruction. So the guys who watch my channel are more likely to have it than, other anglers. 40% of fishermen don't have forward-facing sonar. We all know that. The challenge I run into whenever I'm making content, Matt, is I want to make educational content that teach people how to find and catch fish. And I have noticed that whenever I'm making videos with forward-facing sonar that are educational videos specifically, I see a drop-off in my viewer retention, my watch times, and as a result, my performance of YouTube videos because of the algorithms and all of that stuff. People are dropping off when they see forward-facing sonar on the screen. I have it bright on the screen. I track the baits with call-out icons. I show the fish swimming around. I do everything. And a lot of times I'm showing 12 minutes of my video starts out by me graphing everything with side scan, down scan, 2D sonar, showing my mapping. Here's the fish on the side scan. Look at these fish. And then I drop the forward-facing sonar. People turn the video off immediately. I can see that in my analytics. And it's crazy to me because I don't understand it fully from, an education standpoint. I think it can be a very useful tool for that. But I also understand it from the perspective of if an angler doesn't have forward-facing sonar, it's hard to relate to anglers that are using it and trying to gather information and learn from that. And that's something that I think could be affecting viewership from a pro tournament perspective, in the sense that I think a lot of anglers like myself, I know, Jordan, I always used to watch you when you're fishing your college tournaments, even the coverage where they had those few shows. I remember there was one tournament you're whipping a swim bait on some offshore humps. And I'm like, what is Jordan doing out in the middle of the lake, throwing a swim bait on humps? And you won this college tournament. And I'm like, I don't know what he's doing out there, but I love watching it. I'm trying to figure out, I'm trying to triangulate from the shoreline, all this stuff.
Oh God.
And same thing when I'm watching someone hooked on the bank, or when I'm watching Hamner on Grand. I'm like, I know that pocket he's in. I know exactly where he's doing that. I want to figure out where he's catching his fish, what brush piles, what depth, all those things. And to your point, Jordan, earlier, you were saying that there's so many situations where it feels like guys are just doing the same thing. They're not looking for different fish or different scenarios. It's all just forward-facing sonar. And from an education standpoint, I feel like anglers aren't getting that itch scratched of like, here is here's a technique that I can take and learn from and use on my body of water, because I don't have forward-facing sonar. So how am I supposed to replicate this on my home lake? And that's from a non-tournament perspective. A lot of guys fish tournaments are going to have forward-facing sonar. So this is kind of a different conversation from whether it should be allowed in tournaments or not. But that's kind of my perspective on it. I do think that there's valid reasons why people may or may not want to watch it in pro tournaments, and it has affected my views. So I don't know if that all made sense, but hopefully that adds some context, Matt.
Yeah,
I like
that
it.
makes total sense. I like to hear that because that is interesting, and that's what I think that I for the most part the pro anglers don't really understand is even if you're for it or against it, you have to understand what does the viewer want to watch. That's the main thing that like just taking a step back and not, for me, like, do I like it? Do I like fishing with it or not? What is the viewer? Because that is what, as a pro angler for myself, I have to have those viewers. I have to have them watching the tournaments. I have to have them following me because maybe I'm not the best at making certain videos. So the tournaments are important, to my brand, like, to win a tournament or, to sell product that way, that is like super important. So if the viewers they're trending off of that, then that's going to hurt everybody in the long run. Right. And that's what you got to take a look at. And that's what I don't know. Like, and I think it is probably negatively impacting, the sport in that way. But I don't know. It's interesting.
Well, one thing to add to that too, I mean, my content's educational. It's 100% focused on, like, I'm super fishing nerd. Like, I'm breaking down everything way more detailed than anyone would need to break it down.
Yeah.
There's another analogy he was just on here, Ben Milliken, awesome content creator, has way more subscribers, way more views than I do. And he uses forward-facing sonar in a lot of his videos, showing his screen and everything. His videos aren't really focused always on education. He talks through and explains things, but he's not like, educating with the main purpose of his videos. A lot of them are entertainment focused, showing you how he's going about his day, things like that. And those get a ton of views. So obviously there is an appetite for it if you package the content the right way. And I know there's been a lot of people who are really happy with the recent team series that they had for Major League Fishing with the team thing. It was really fun watching guys without practice, going fishing against each other, cutting up in the boat. That was really engaging, even though they had forward-facing sonar. So I think there's other ways you can make the content engaging with or without. And maybe that's another thing to think about is maybe it isn't about forward-facing sonar at all. Maybe it's just about...
Yeah, maybe it doesn't matter.
Are we creating educational or entertaining content and maybe thinking about that first and not looking at it through the lens of forward-facing sonar or not, just thinking about it like, is the content good, period? Like,
yeah, and maybe the leagues could do a better job. I mean, they always can do a better job. We could do a better job. The fishermen could, the leagues could, but like the more money you have is a league, the more money you put into your content, the cooler it's going to look, the better action they're going to get. But I feel like for the most part, it's been pretty much the standard, I guess, on the Bassmaster side of things to do it this way, right? And to cover the tournaments this way. So that's all the fans are seeing. MLF has, I would say they've done a mixture of, like, when it comes to how they, break down a tournament and they give to their audience on live stream can be a little bit different at times. But you're right. I mean, that's a huge part of it. Like, how are we covering the tournaments? Are we covering it the best way we can to create an awesome product for all the fans, or are we just doing it like we always have? I don't know.
For sure. And real quick, Matt, just to
is there anything we could do better? Like,
oh yeah, there's a lot of things that I think that could, they could make the viewership better from the Bassmaster side of things, to help the views. Yeah, for sure. But I mean, that all comes down to the almighty dollar too. Then they got to spend a little more money. Do they want to make it better? Yeah, they could absolutely do that.
But, no, I'm just curious, what things could we do?
Well,
I'm all for it.
Hamner just wants to help.
Hamner, how would you
I'm here.
How would you like a swim jig only Elite Series tournament? I'm not saying that we should do that, but how many people would tune in for even a 1 day or a 2 day swim jig only or a frog only day? Like, I'm not saying that that's not a competition thing. That's a crazy idea. No, it doesn't work. But I'm just saying, like, how much more intrigue would there be? People love the frog only tournaments on Gunnersville. How much intrigue would there be to go watch, some of the Japanese guys throwing a frog and slop rather than using forward-facing sonar? I think there'd be a lot of intrigue in that. And I'm not saying that that's the only that's not a way, but that is a way. You have to, obviously that's not realistic, but that's a thought at least.
Money fixes a lot of problems. And just think about this. If they had,
you got plenty of it.
Yeah, I hear you. Big money, Mr. Classic. I think I canceled myself out. That's probably a good thing. So y'all still see me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, you're good.
Think about this though. If Bassmaster or let's say any of the one thing MLF did great was they had, and me and Krista, my wife, talked about this, is they had a spare boat or 2 or 3 that would take a camera to a guy who was catching them. Imagine if there was like five more live cameras, and you could go to somebody who was fishing shallow or where the action was, and you picked up those fish catches that nobody in America saw that could change the, just the complete. It could just change the live stream completely to where people are watching and staying more in tune with what's going on in the tournament. But just as easy as that, but that costs a lot of money, obviously. But just think about like at Champlain, if there was a guy who was catching largemouth and, was wrecking them that day, had 22 pounds, but nobody ever saw it. Like, man, that changes the viewership, and you could be like, man, well, this is awesome to watch. Just that's one.
I like that.
That's one
like
thing.
On Saturday when we have 10, have like 2 or 3 floating cameras instead of.
Do you know how much that cost? I don't
okay.
know. Who knows? But everybody, they're running a top business. So,
you feel any pressure on this as a classic champ, Hamner, to try to bring everyone together, to have an opinion that goes out to the public or anything? Like legit, like, are you ever like, man, like, holy cow, now like people expect me to have an opinion or a solution or thoughts on this?
Yeah, I've always been like the guy just hiding in the wall, in the corner somewhere, just like happy to be here, whatever, doing my own thing. And now everybody's like looking at me for stuff. And like, I do want to do anything possible to make like this sport. I love the sport. Like, it's awesome, but I don't know the answer. So like, I don't have a solution. And that's kind of what's, when Carl, said like on the whole forward facing sonar, both sides are right. And that's the best answer I've heard yet, because I feel like it's more of a passion thing, or like individually, everybody's just going to be different on how they feel about it. There's not a right answer. So I don't want to come out and try to just give my opinion on what I want personally, without like a correct, hey, here's a solution for this. And, but yeah, I definitely do feel the pressure now. I just don't know. I just wish everybody could go fishing and have fun. I love it.
Here's a question for you.
Oh, go for it, Johnny.
And Jordan, real quick question for you guys. So one thing I've talked about with a lot of people in the industry is this perception that forward-facing sonar is just automatic. And we all know that that's not true by any means. But I do think that we may be done ourselves a disservice with social media by whenever you show a clip of someone catching fish with forward-facing sonar, you just see the catch. So it looks like the bait is going down to the fish. He follows up, he eats it. And everyone's just like, oh, it's super easy. And if you've never used it before, I can see how you can make that comparison. And then it can potentially make the professional angler look maybe less skilled, because it's like, oh, of course I caught that fish. You could see it swim up to his bait. And it's hard also, though, to show someone 2 hours where all the fish swerved away. That's not realistic. So it's like, I think that there's that like challenge that you're trying to overcome, almost of like, we've made it look too easy with the forward facing when it's not actually too easy. What are your thoughts on that?
I wish that they would have kept my live scope running at Smith when I was throwing that big spoon. I was talking to Patrick about it, because he, me and him were both doing it. And I don't think that either one of us made a cast during the entire tournament with that spoon that a fish didn't come from somewhere and chase that thing. There was times I would have 50 to 75 fish, just like, I don't even know how I'm not getting hooked. And I might have caught, like, my best day, I think I caught like 7 fish on it. Like, it's insane the amount of fish that come and chase after that thing. I mean, every bait, which Smith has, a ton of fish. But yeah, if they could get just a little glimpse of like all the different stuff that we have to tweak and change, and maybe that's something on us. We need to explain better of what we're changing to make these fish actually commit. Because I mean, like you just said, everybody, that does it a lot, that like probably on the best day I've ever had, I might have gotten 5 to 10% of the fish that looked at my bait.
What do you think would happen?
That might be the best day.
What do you think would happen if like the NPFL they banned forward facing sonar? What if they went to Smith at the exact same week that we fished there in the Elite Series tournament? What would you like? How would you feel like that would? You think the fish would, the offshore fish, like let's say you're throwing it's 50 to 75 fish and you only caught 7 a day. How many do you think of those you catch? Just for fun. Like what do you think that would look like if there was a no forward facing sonar tournament that week? Like how would that look?
Boring as crap because ain't nobody catching nothing. Like, dude, I mean, you'd have had a few guys flipping boat docks that actually caught them,
Yeah, if they just said we're going to ban it, and next year we're going back to the same week. I mean, it would be. I mean, yeah. Would anybody catch any fish?
Well, and that gets to the point of rephrasing it as not forward-facing sonar versus not. It's how do you make 8 hours fishing entertaining? Some of the best entertaining content I ever watched was the 1 hour Bassmaster shows. You guys still probably go back and watch them, and you probably go back and watch some of the real old ones.
I just watched the intro with the music.
I remember all of them. I got them all memorized. I don't need to watch them.
And it's like that. And why did you go back and memorize them? One, it wasn't because you really wanted to go watch Basil Bacon smoke a cigarette and throw a spinnerbait. So that was really fun to watch. You wanted to go, out there to see how is this guy catching fish, or how is this guy catching fish, and how can I take that to my home body of water or my other body of water to go catch more fish to beat the dudes in my local club tournaments. That's why you're watching.
That's what everybody wants. They want to pick up on something. They want to learn, and obviously go beat their buddy on their home lake. Like all fishermen are trying to get an edge. That's why they watch. So yeah, you're trying to watch to get an edge. I completely agree with that.
Okay, right, so as far as the view, I do got this. Sorry, Matt.
Yep, have at it. No,
as
it's all good.
As far as everybody watched those old shows because that was the only source of being able to watch fishing at that time.
They didn't have the live. Now, if you wanted to watch it, you had to watch it.
Matt's got a stupid podcast. Everybody's got podcasts.
Come on.
I'm sorry, Matt. I just got to throw it at you. But there is so many, just thousands of different ways to watch somebody bass fishing now. It's to be able to retain all of that into one, league show. I don't know how you keep up with that when you can literally type in on YouTube what you want to watch at any moment and watch somebody do that.
What?
Sorry, guys.
No, Johnny, what?
Yeah, it's not a knock on y'all. It's just
a question. Do you have a?
Well, and I mean, that's the hard part, and there is so much content, there's so many eyeballs. The reason I still tune in to professional tournaments is because the professional anglers are the best anglers in the world, in my opinion. Still, despite everything that's changed with media, social media, and all that stuff, you guys spend the most time in the water. You're trying to make a living. You're trying to make a paycheck. You're going to do everything you possibly can to get an advantage. And if I can see what one of Taku's baits is that's hanging out of a spotted bass's mouth before he turns his back and throws it in the lake, I'm going to try to go find that on some Japanese tackle.
He's freaking good about that, isn't he?
He's really
good. The best at hiding those things.
I feel like
I've spent so much time trying to find it.
Tell what they are.
Castledine, have you tried to find the baits out of Taku's mouth when he's on the Elite Series? Have you tried to zoom in?
No.
If you're a U.S. angler, you should not be able. You should not be able to hide any baits. But if you're a Japanese angler, that makes it okay. But when I see guys hiding, they're turning their back. Oh man, he's gonna see my minnow. I'm gonna hide it. I'm not. Come on, guys. We gotta quit doing that.
But what if we stole a Japanese bait? Can we hide it then?
Yeah, that makes it okay.
There we go.
All right.
I am
Because I
also
know Taku
going-
gives you the stuff.
You can get all that stuff in Japan, right? Because I'm
Good
going
luck
to Japan
buying
in like
what
2.5
he
weeks.
won
So
Smith on.
text me what I need to get while I'm in Japan in 2.5 weeks.
Dude, you just
Oh,
need
that's
to go
my
to
dream
tackle stores and
vacation.
bring a bunch of cash.
Your dream vacation is a Japanese tackle store. I'm sure the wife will.
Yep, I
want to
go over
that
there
trip.
and that and sushi. Like,
You can't catch
Yeah.
fish on U.S. baits anymore. It's all JDM, Matt.
Exactly.
Japanese
that JDM
domestic
stuff.
market. By the way, Todd Castledine is now on the show. He joined us a little bit early for the post-game show. We're going to break down all of this. I thought it was way past due to have it. Prior to the last Bassmaster Open, Todd gave me a 45-minute talk on why I suck. And then I went out and finished 9th. So it was awesome.
Man, I gave you the biggest pet talk ever.
No, it was a great
said
pep
thank
talk.
you afterwards.
You could literally charge $500 for that an hour. Like you could do like Todd Castledine, Bass Psychologist. Because I literally thought about it. I caught my 5th one on day 2. I said, time to show Todd right now. I'm jumping up into the check line, baby.
On the hill.
Everybody
No.
hates on you.
Can I
Matt.
get your
You're
number?
easy to target.
Hey, Jordan, have you ever had I don't know how to say this without saying it. Have you ever had mental issues on the water? Like, have you ever had like the spin outs, the self-doubt
Yes.
any time in your entire life?
Absolutely.
Really?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Where you're just like, I just want to put it on the trailer.
No. That's just a bad day. I'm talking about like an extended period of time where it kind of like gets into your psyche, like where you like really start to doubt things about yourself on the water.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've done it for 10 years. I mean, professionally for 10 years. Yeah, you're going to have times where you're like, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing and I'm completely lost. I mean, I had it happen this year at Wheeler. I literally couldn't know. I didn't know how to catch a bass. I literally, if you said, Jordan, you're dead if you don't catch a bass in 3 hours, I don't think I could have done it. I couldn't catch a bass. So yeah, I was like, this sucks. Like I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, it happened this year.
You ever go through that, Hamner?
Dude, yeah. Seriously.
I feel like you might go through that on a daily basis, but then you always you go through like a full cycle.
Yeah, I'm better about like rebounding now, but my stuff always I think comes like from, I mean, I'll just be straight up. My second year being away from my family, that started messing with me more than anything. Like fishing part, I can whatever come back and I don't know. It's just fishing, but yeah, the stuff like the family stuff, leaving a 3-year-old. That gets in my psyche.
You ever go through that, Todd? In your fishing career, the regional, local, state? I mean, you fished the tour for a number of years.
The tour, no. When locally, like Rayburn.
Really?
Rayburn and Toledo. I think I'll probably maybe, and I don't think I don't think Wheeler's his home lake, but I would probably, am I right, Jordan? Is that like a lake though that you know fairly well?
Not really.
Not really.
Yeah.
So
it's just close to me, but I don't know it very well.
It's the lakes that I know really well is the ones that I struggle with the most. The ones that I don't know well are fairly easy. Like when you have a local, if you're really good at your lake and you're not catching them, you've probably been through the process like 1,000 times of like, I would have already been doing something different if I knew how to catch them. On a new lake or somewhere, you're like, to me, a lot of times it's like, man, I have no idea what might work or might not work. So like the possibility is always there, even though it might not be. It's like, hey, I can go do this. I don't know if it works or not, but I'll go try it. On your home lake, you're like, well, I'm not going to go try those 50 things because I know those things suck. So then you're like stuck going, this is what I should be doing, but I still can't catch them. That's where I have a problem.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with what we talked about today. I just found it interesting. Thought maybe I might glean a few nuggets of knowledge. All right.
Here, Matt, that's interesting. And I kind of feel like I watch a lot of content from a lot of the guys here. And so I see some people saying, we're all shilling for forward facing sonar. And like, personally, that's not my stance at all. I honestly feel like from a content standpoint, I have to put a lot more extra effort to use forward-facing sonar in my videos because I get the screen recordings. I add it all in. It adds like 3-4 hours of editing every one of my videos. And I get fewer views when I put it in my videos. So I do it because I still feel like it's educational content and it's something that I want to provide. Would my life be a little bit less complicated and maybe even have better views without it? Potentially, but I still feel like it's necessary to put in. So I'm not necessarily for or against any of that. And I don't think that that is necessarily the biggest point in all of this. I think a lot of it is trying to figure out what is best for the sport. I think that's why everyone was so, passionate about this today, because they all have opinions about what is best for the sport of bass fishing. And I still think that's up for debate with all of this. And I don't think we maybe even have enough information to know what's going to happen, to be honest.
Fair point.
Yeah.
Holy cow, we're now 2.5 hours in. I greatly appreciate this, guys. We are at we almost hit 1,300 live viewers at one point in tonight's show, and we had 6 Elite Series guys and James Hall from Bassmaster at a ton, and we haven't even started the post-game show. So before I let Hamner and Lee sign off, Hamner, same thing. One thing you love the most about bass fishing still?
The ladies. Brings them in. Dude, I don't know. I mean, it's just always been my childhood dream, and regardless of how I have to catch them, at the end of the day, catching a bass is just what I love to do more than anything. So
thank you, Justin. You've had a long day. You've been on the water. You hung out with the kids. You had to put them down, and then you jumped on the live stream. So greatly appreciated.
Yeah. Absolutely. Anytime.
Long, hard day of being a classic champ.
It's just tough. Somebody's got to do it.
See ya.
Jordan just does it more than anybody else.
He just did it 2 years in a row. Thanks, Justin. All right, Joe Lee, same question.
Yeah, man, the one thing about fishing that never gets old is, you can never know it all. It doesn't matter who you are. I mean, I love that about this sport is because we all the bass fishermen in the world, including myself, if they go out fishing tomorrow, they'll never gain, like they could fish every day their whole life and they're never going to know it all. You could think a lake as good as you can, and there's always going to be something new come out. The fish are always going to be doing something different. They're going to get on a different piece of, cover or whatever. So that's really what I love about it. I love the chase. I mean, I fish all year long, and man, I still feel like I know very little. So even with the screens and everything, but I will leave you with this, Matt. I do last thing on forward facing sonar. I think the classic, I was talking about this with Justin Lucas. I think years ago, especially around the times when I won it, the classic was, and before then was a little bit more quote unquote, maybe I'm not taking this anything away from the last 5 years or whatever, but this is just my opinion because the classic is still a big tournament to win, but I think it was more legendary, quote unquote, pre forward facing sonar. And I think that tournament for bass, if they ever do try to get rid of one, I mean, just my opinion, that tournament just, if they were ever going to get rid of it for a tournament or, the first thing they do, I think that tournament would be the first one because it is a legendary tournament. And I think about all those tournaments years ago, and I feel like that it's still awesome to see. Like, I mean, Hamner's win with the live scope and the jerk bait was awesome. I mean, and Hanks on the Gunnersville Bridge, but I mean, I think back before, and I'm like, man, what does that look like now? But do you think it would look? I mean, that's up for opinion and debate, but I'd really like to see that, just to see what it would look like, just straight up bass fishing. But that's just me.
That's a good one. As we run a little footage from the 2000.
Yeah, and this was a tough tournament too.
Classic,
that was a tough tournament we didn't have live scope. It didn't take much weight to win, but nobody cared. I mean, those fish aren't even that big, but it was a tough tournament. It was a tough bite, but guess what? The fans don't really care. They don't care if it takes 10 pounds a day to win. So,
hey,
I don't know.
Jordan, stick around for what I might discuss, because
if he can, he's got like small children, Todd.
Oh,
what do you think I got? Well, they're a little bit older. I put them to bed.
I just don't want to put anyone out. I mean, I'll bring Hamner back in too, but
no.
Also got small children.
I'm saying stick around because, like, I don't mind saying that in front of what I'm about to say in front of them. I don't want to put them in a bad place, but listening, I took notes, and I don't know if you know this, Jordan, Matt, I've never done this before in my life. Front and back.
Hold on a second. That deserves full screen.
Dude, I've never done this before in my life. Front and back.
Dude, I go through a notebook a month.
No, this is my first thing I've ever written down in like 7 years. Like I don't even know if I can read it. But when I listen to all this, I got something. I got some stuff to say. And listen, I'm shocked about what I'm about to say. Not shocked, but like, there's a giant disservice here to these anglers. And I didn't realize it, but listening to them all, I've got a whole bunch. They said some stuff, and they were not listened to at all. That's the biggest takeaway I got from all this. None of these guys were heard by anyone in upper management.
They never have been, though.
No, I know, George. Like, so you can't. So that's what I'm saying.
Because we're just a bunch of dumb fishermen.
I know, Jordan. I want you to stick around, but I'm scared to, because I don't know. Like, I could say something, you could get fined. I mean, apparently fines are just thrown out there for the dumbest reasons.
Don't get me fined.
I've never been fined, but I'm not worried about a fine.
Well, I know, yeah, but nor should you be. And that's the bad part about it, that I'm just shocked at what I've heard and what's going down. And I'm just saying, like, I see the bigger picture. I think this is, and I don't mind getting alienated by all the fans. And it's nothing wrong with them, but man, I would say the fans know about 15% of what really goes on in the sport and behind the scenes. And from that, they have a very misconception about the sport and about what people really want and what they're trying to get. I mean, there's just little clues that I hear from y'all, and it's just, and I know a lot of y'all. Me and Jordan have hung out at the Strike King back when he was with Strike King. I mean, it's just really interesting from what I heard. And I was really shocked now, way more than ever, that it seems like a lot of anglers had the same ideas. And it was the same idea I presented 4 months ago. And it seemed like everyone wants this. And it was like instantly like, no, we're not doing that. I don't know. I got a lot to say, but I want to get y'all in trouble.
Keep rolling, Todd. I'm loving this. Keep going.
I'm telling you, I
walk through it. Walk through your playbook.
Well, I don't know. My first one starts with the first guy.
Castledine Manifesto.
I don't know. I've never heard of James Hall before. I'm brutally honest. I've never heard of James Hall before today.
He's literally been the editor of Bassmaster magazine as long as I can remember.
So I'm just
telling you, he's literally at every Bassmaster function in the history of Bassmaster.
How many of those have I been to? Why would I know that? Why would I know that?
You ever read a Bassmaster magazine on the inside cover? It says like letter from the editor, where James Hall like gives his little 1-page deal about what the month's about and why it's important.
No, why would I? No.
Okay.
If I want to go to the source, I just go to the source. If I wanted to know
well, he is the source. He's also on the competition committee.
That's not the source. You're looking at the source. He's right there in the middle of the picture. That's the source. He's not the source. If I wanted to know what Jordan Lee thought about it, I'd call Jordan Lee up. I'm not going to read about it from some other guys writing an editorial about Jordan Lee.
Oh God, I'm going to get a secondhand fine.
Well,
like
so,
secondhand smoke.
I told you
to get
that
a residual fine.
You can let them all go. I'm just being like, we ain't even got
No,
started yet.
okay, have at it.
I don't even know if I can read my what I found interesting. What I found interesting about all this is the anglers. Every angler you had on here, they all spoke from very truth, and you could tell what they were trying to say in the most respectful way. And they did it. And I was like, and I wrote down notes for every single thing they said and different stuff. That was definitely what he did, was just a politician's point of view. And it was just funny for me because I was like, it was funny when he was like, technique. He said something about technique. I just wrote technique like I thought. Who
said technique?
Huh?
Who said something about technique?
He did. And he was talking about that this is a way. He was talking about that. Oh God, he was like, hey, we're gonna use these guys, and they're gonna go with this technique, and we're gonna go further the sport with all this stuff. And I'm just sitting here going, what in the world? How do you let? I don't care whether they banned it or not. Every single angler got on here and said that they don't care. And that's not them choosing sides. That's literally what I've said. I made a video today, said I don't care either way, right? But you can't sit there and say, hey, we're going to keep live scope, right, going on, but yet we're gonna get rid of other things that are far less important than live scope. Like all of us will have to agree that live scope is listen to every angler here. They all said it. Live scope is the end all. It is such the better, if you want to call it technique. I don't even call it a technique. It's the thing. It's
the best product in fishing.
Correct. And then they're going to get rid of other stuff and then say, well, we got rid of this stuff because like trolling. Like really? So trolling is more powerful. We're not allowed to troll, right? Trolling is more powerful than live scope. Come on. Seriously?
Did they ban the turret too, Matt? I think they banned the turret with this announcement. Is that right? Because it has to be attached to the trolling motor.
I believe so. Let me check.
Does that make a difference?
Yeah, you can't have two live scope units, so I guess you can't have a turret unless
the number of live scope.
Yeah, you can
live
use
sonar transducers. No. Well, it says it must be mounted to the trolling motor at the bow of the boat. So if the turret is mounted to the trolling motor, is it in a way mounted to the trolling motor?
Those?
I don't know. I don't, but I don't know if anyone
I don't
does.
think anybody uses those.
Sorry, Todd.
My question. So is trolling is trolling a better way to catch fish than live scope?
No.
So why is it banned?
Because they can't. What he said is because they can't enforce that rule. I agree with you. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't mean anything. If somebody wants to go backwards and catch one more fish a day on a jerk bait,
well, yeah, but they banned. But trolling in general was banned way before live scope, right?
Yeah, troll. I mean, since the mid '90s at least.
I guess they.
But why? I know why, but why? I'm asking y'all. Do y'all know why?
Why trolling was banned?
Yeah, why would trolling be banned?
I mean, it's. I mean, why would you cast? I mean, you could just troll down the ledge all day.
So,
I mean, that's what guys did back when there was,
so you mean there's no skill involved in it?
It helps,
right? You're sitting with the rod like this on the side of the boat, right? Why?
Yeah, back in the day on the ledges, you could just go. You don't ever make a cast all day, and you catch 30 pounds sitting back there burning a crankbait.
So it's correct. So, but there's no skill involved, right? With trolling.
Not really.
Not really. Why is live bait banned? I mean, it's legal. Everyone can go out there for the most part and use live bait, like throw out minnows and catch crappie and catch bass.
Because you catch them 10 times better, obviously.
Or there's no skill involved.
Yeah.
So they try to limit the Alabama rig, like whatever. There's things that they tried to limit because there's no skill involved. And it made it too easy, and it wasn't showing off what these guys can do.
But the public doesn't care about the crappie breaks, or I mean, I'm sure anybody that's
No, I don't think they do either.
I don't think anybody cares. So I don't even think I think it's a wash. Like I don't know.
No.
Maybe like two guys.
I
Guys
agree with
upset.
you. Yeah, I agree with you, Jordan. What I'm saying though is you can't use that argument of like we're going to have this technology that makes fishing 1,000 times better, but then all of a sudden say, well, we're not going to have this either because it takes the skill out. And I just said I didn't like what he was saying because I was like, man, that's just, you can't use some of the analogies he was using because I was like, that doesn't make any sense with, like, I can't use an 8.5 foot rod.
No, you can now.
Oh, you can now?
Yeah.
I can't get on a platform that much bigger on my boat.
Yeah, no, you can't do that.
So that's funny, right? A platform that much bigger is illegal.
But unless it's certain things that are that much bigger. You can stand on certain things on your boat that are that big.
Correct. But if I put a platform that much bigger on my boat, that's illegal. But yet I can like throw out there and I'm with Jordan, all these guys. Like, I don't care whether or not they got rid of it or not. I said this from the get-go. I always thought that they should do half and half. But I just don't understand why, like, you can't use those arguments he was using. And I was going, well, I can get back on those. They don't make any sense. I understand, like, when Chad got on there about long lining and trolling, about the first 10-pounder I ever caught live scoping, I didn't know what I was doing. I was out there with the jerkbait, and I got on this like 3-mile-an-hour wind, throwing my jerkbait out there, and this fish gets on it, and I literally got with the wind and like got in a perfect wind deal and was like drifting with this jerkbait. My jerkbait was down there like 19 foot. I like worked it for like 4 minutes, and this 10-pounder bit, and I caught it, and I go, like, the light went out like off, and I was going, oh, this is what this thing's for. Like, this is what live scope's about. Like, and it changed my entire view from that one fish going, it's a big deal. So I understand the long lining and trolling and why they got rid of it. But I also believe that Chad, I love the fact that he's going to start looking at his business in a different way. And no offense to y'all pros, but like, he's going to be like, okay, there's a lot of different avenues to go. And there's plenty of avenues to go with that. And just like LiveScope, they said it on here too. It doesn't matter. Like, LiveScope isn't affected by a single dollar if they got rid of it in any of these big the cat's out of the bag. People are either going to want to get it or they're not.
Mm-hmm. And $1.3 billion in the first
just because
quarter.
they show one more next year of a guy using it isn't going to change. Like, some guys like going to be like, oh, you know what? I saw one more fish get caught off it. I'm going to go buy it. That's
yeah.
You know,
it's not going to happen. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
I was just really shocked at the amount of anglers that got on here and all had the same thought process and all said this basically the same thing. And I don't think y'all planned any of this. I know y'all didn't.
No, I know they didn't because they had
know.
no idea who else was coming on.
And yet none of this was. I'll tell you the biggest part that really pissed me off too is they had this committee. And it was brought up by Chad too. Like this, I wrote this down: the sphere of influence, not knowing. When LiveScope came out and people started getting good at it, and I thought I think I'm a pretty good sight fisherman. And so, like, me and Ish talk about this a lot when we talk about sight fishing. Like, me and him talk, and when we talk, like, our conversations are different than most everyone else's. And I remember when LiveScope came around, I go, man, there's guys out there that know LiveScope like I know sight fishing. And no matter what I do, there'll be so much more advanced at this than probably I will ever be because they want to do it. Just like I sight fished like my entire life. I just loved it, right? So I really loved it. I was sitting here going, there's going to be guys that are so much more advanced at this than I'll probably ever be. So I'll never have the knowledge they have. Those guys and everyone else were not asked. Those guys should have been, I'm not saying the best guys at LiveScope, but you had a group of 100 of the best anglers at your disposal, and you used none of them. And yet you went with guys that had nothing to do with fish catching, knowledge of the deal, how it could impact all these different things, and you went with other guys that probably have caught, I guarantee you Justin Hamner's caught more fish on live scope than all those combined times 10. And yet they were the ones that make decisions and then try to say that they knew what they were doing was right. And you notice how Justin Hamner and Jordan Lee are going to sit there and be very quiet about it, and they should be, because they can't say anything about it.
I'm listening, but it goes back to this: we're the fishermen. So
I know.
Listen,
I know.
If you're a fisherman of a league, MLF, Bassmaster, your phone ain't ringing. My phone's not ringing from Boyd at MLF. Hey man, what do you think we should change for next year? Yeah, I think we should change that. We should change the format like this. Like, we did do that now, but did they listen? No, they're not going to listen.
They've never listened, Jordan. I know that.
But every fisherman has different opinions.
That's what I was going to go with, Todd. You do bring the fishermen. They're just going to lobby for what is best for them.
You had a lot of guys on here not doing that.
Everybody's selfish. The fishermen are selfish.
No, I know, but y'all had a lot of guys on here that seemed to come to a very decent conclusion of how they would want it, with guys that you had guys that were doing that. You had guys that are, I mean, let's all admit, Matt Herren is totally against it, and he was fine with 4. Ben Milliken's totally for it. He was fine with doing it that way too. Like, he would have been okay doing it that way. It seemed like everyone was fine with that except Bassmaster.
Doing it what way?
4 with, 4 without.
4 with, 4 without. Okay.
Does anyone would this even be a discussion if that was the case?
I mean, there'd be guys come. Yeah, I think so. I think there'd be plenty of guys complaining.
A little bit, but not many. I don't think as many as you think.
See, look, Matt,
I'm against that.
I'm an opens. I mean, if
you're who's against it?
I am. I think that's an absolute.
That don't count. He's just a podcaster.
A disaster, Todd.
Matt's just a podcaster. They don't count.
Look, I'm against it. I just think that you're trying to confuse. You start confusing people. Like, I want it one way or the other. Either let us have it or completely don't.
The MLF factor, and I'll bring in MLF because I fished there for years, so I can talk about them any way I really want to because I was a part of that. But
you can talk about anybody.
The confusion that you bring in when you start changing rules is it really can hurt you as an organization, as far as, like, people don't even know what, group you're in, or, what rule we're fishing. Every year it's changed. 5 fish, mini fish. Next year it's going to change. The next year it's going to change. Next year. So you get that MO for changing stuff all the time.
But that was them, like Jordan. That was different. They did that like 50 times.
Apparently
they did it. They did it like 50 times, and we all knew it was going to happen. I mean, you can come out with one rule and say, this is what we're going to do, and we're going to stick by it and go on from there. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like Bassmaster, that's what they did. I mean, I don't know. Like, they didn't jump to a giant conclusion. They just said, hey, because to me, I like it because the transducers everywhere was starting to get to me a little bit. I put some on my back of the boat this year. I ripped them off.
Knock them off the first day.
The first tournament gone. I'm like, this is stupid. What did I do? I put them on at Champlain, gone again. I ripped another one off. And I'm like, this is dumb. Why do I have these on my boat? I can't even use them. They get ripped off after a day. So I'm getting mad at that. I'm getting mad about the saltwater transducer because I feel like guys I'm getting beat by that. So I do like that they are narrowing it down to at least, hey, when you're fishing these tournaments, like that it gets out of hand, So I don't know. I like it. I mean, I like that at least we're cutting back a little bit. But that's just me. I mean, it could be just say ban it all and let's go back to
here. Like, so I've been very vocal about this. Like I've said it from day one, is that I want it 4 with, 4 without for a very, very personal reason. I have no problem telling you all this. Like, it's very personal. I just want to see if the guys can catch them with or without it.
I do too.
That's it. That's the
I would love to see it because we've all fished with it. everybody, but to their, I guess okay, if I put myself in a 19-year-old kid's shoes, if I was one of the rookies coming in right now, okay, and the last 5 years, or let's say the last 4 years, has been the bulk of my fishing. Okay, that's been the first 4 years of live scope. What would I have to use to get to that level? I would have to use live scope, because that's the only way to get to the top now, right? So if I was one of those kids coming in, obviously live scope it's been a tremendous product, and we can say it's easier if you came up, we could all look back, but we don't know really what they have learned, and they still had to put a lot of time in. But I'm with you. I would love to see that, because they probably can fish.
Maybe, but Jordan, no one cared about your feelings when you were a rookie on the elites. When you came in there, no one cared about whether or not Jordan had to go through this. Like, I'm just saying, you got none of that. You had to go do what you had to go do. Yes. And I'm just saying that for me personally, and I can say this, and what's weird, I've said it, and I always get pushback from it, and I don't care. I'm gonna keep screaming it, because every single guy I've ever talked to that's an elite guy, or almost 90%, 99, 100% of the guys I talk to, we all agree the same thing, is that we all know for a fact, we know certain guys that didn't catch them, and then all of a sudden they started to. Now, a lot of guys will sit there and say it's on a local level. I've seen it on a local, regional, and national level. And a lot of guys that they think I'm thinking of is not who I'm thinking of. Like, there's definite people I'm thinking of, and I'm like, I want to see if you take that away, what happens. Because, no offense, I saw what happened years before. And so I just want to say, I actually liked what BPT was doing.
You're going to need some names.
Huh? Oh,
go ahead and give the names.
Oh, I got names. I got plenty of names. But I want to see what happens. Because everyone says, oh, those guys will still catch them. And I'm like, well, why didn't they catch them for the other 5 years before?
Well, I'll say this. When I first started on the elites, you're going to get drawn by the old, not the old guys, but your Greg Hackneys, Jason Christie. You're not going to beat them consistently.
No,
there's no chance.
No.
You're going to get crushed every tournament. You're going to get beat down after beat down after beat down, because guess what? They know more than you do, and they can fish better than you can. Okay. And yeah, it's going to happen. When you go to Grand, you're going to get smoked by Christie. It's the tides have turned, because it is more of technology based, and we're seeing that. And I'm with you. Like, I would love to see that.
To your point, Jordan, the one thing to kind of get the audience in a little bit on like the specifics of how that works, I feel like if you think about an angler, let's say is a 19-year-old or a 15-year-old kid, and they need to try to get as good at Jason Christie throwing a spinnerbait on Grand Lake, they may never get to that point, or they're going to have to put so many hours and years and time into that, because there's already guys who already know how to do that really well. They've perfected all of the nuances of that technique through years of experience, and there's a lot to it. Now you take that same kid, though, and you put him with forward-facing sonar on Grand Lake with Christie, and they work at the same time. Christie's an amazing angler, but he also has all that other stuff in the back of his head going on that's going to draw him to the bank, and he's going to split his time, where the other kid, all he knows is forward-facing sonar. So he's going to go 100% into that. He's going to be able to learn techniques a lot faster, and those fish also that he's targeting have never been targeted by other anglers before, or not efficiently targeted before by other anglers. And those fish then haven't seen as many baits. They haven't, been caught as much. So they are easier to catch, and there's fewer guys going after it, and they're 100% focused on that. So that's why they're so effective and are doing so well, compared to a guy who has to try to clear all the other things out of his mind, focus on forward facing, and then also go and learn that and go all in on it. That's why you see some of the guys who are younger go 100% all in forward facing sonar and do really, really well. Now, could you take those same guys and maybe take the forward facing sonar away and give them a crankbait, a jig, a spinnerbait, and say, go use no technology, They probably couldn't compete now, but there's probably a few wheelers and Jordan Lees out there that could do it by the time they're 22, 23, 24, 25 and be good in specific scenarios. Maybe not being AOY even at that age, but like they could learn a couple techniques, but they couldn't be dominant in every event the entire season, even at 22, 23. That's my opinion, at least. I don't know.
Johnny, you're dead on with that. And I started thinking about this the other day. I'm like, and I understood Matt's, and I guess even Lee, like any of those guys are, and it's not, I guess if you're over 30, you might get grouped into this. It's like, man, oh, you're old and you just don't like it. And it kind of sounds like that old man that like, or your dad, I used to walk uphill, up in
both ways,
school in the snow, both ways. Right. And it was, as you get older, you're like, yeah, man, that guy's just saying like, I had to work really hard to get where I'm at.
Yeah.
And I think the older guys feel, and I thought about this, like we have these discussions and my discussions always like kind of change every month when I start thinking about this. But I thought about that. I'm like, yeah, these guys, what makes me maybe angry is we all used to have to go. Jordan probably did this too on Gunnersville. Jordan probably spent not hours, not days, not even weeks, like way more than this, idling around, looking at stuff, fishing grass for hours upon hours without getting a bite, doing all these things, working extremely hard to like find the needle in the haystack and these different things. I did it on Rayburn. I still, and it sucked. Jordan, you probably know it sucked sometimes. Like it was not fun. It was 100 degrees. Sometimes it was 25 degrees. And
I know what you're going to say.
When you put all that work into it, and he does have a point that like we did all that. And then I go to this lake yesterday with a buddy of mine. And I was like, hey, I want to show you this technique. And I can go to that lake anytime I want to for the most part and throw the same bait and go out there and live scope. And I'm like, look, man, look at all the guys just going down the bank. And I'm just out here live scoping and we smash them every time I go. That same bait, same whatever. And I just troll around out there and I go, this is fun. I get it. It's fun. Like I had a blast. That's all I wanted to go do. But there was no work in there. So when someone's like, hey, some of these young guys are working harder than the old guys.
It's the learning curve too. The learning curve is so different and not even in the same spectrum.
It's not
what it used to be. I remember, I'll say this real quick. You're 100% right. The learning curve is totally different. I remember going to Grand Lake the first couple of years that I went. I hated that lake. I couldn't catch a fish on that lake. I fished 2 classics there. I think I didn't make the cut in either one of them, or maybe I fished 1 classic there and maybe another couple tournaments. But I was terrible there. Jake Christie, Evers, they would dominate. They'd kick my teeth in. I had no chance before I even got there. I was beat. I didn't understand. Like I go back for the Red Crest tournament. Still think I hate the lake. After 3 days of the tournament, I'm leading throwing a jerkbait over brush piles. Won the 3rd day, beat Michael Neal. Didn't know anything about the lake. I was just trolling out there, see a brush pile, throw a jerkbait over it, catch a non-keeper, see another brush pile, catch 2 5s and a 4. I'm like, oh, this must be the deal. Go around, look for anything on my, active target that was a stump or a brush pile, start catching them. It came simple. I was in the right area, but I would have never in 20 years, I could have fished that lake probably. I mean, would I have figured that out? Probably not. If I had a bunch of tournaments there. So that tells you right there, like I went from just having a terrible track record of this lake and not really know anything. And that's fishing too. But you know what I'm saying? Like learning curve there was just like that.
Yep. Just
a flip of a switch.
And some people might say that's what's wrong with that, right? And I'm not saying anything's wrong with it. I'm just saying from like your dad telling you about how hard he worked for it. It's why your dad says that stuff to you, right? It's like why older guys say that. So I'm never even Randy Blocket's like, I'm not going to sit there and and knock Rick Clunn for what his opinion is. Like, I'm not knocking any of the older guys on their opinions because, man, they do have a right to their opinion. I don't think they should get bashed for it.
Yeah, you're saying it's just not. It's really not hard work.
It's not.
It's not.
It's not. Like none of us agree. Going out, like I'm learning when I go out there and catch 60 fish a day, and I'm learning how to do it. Everyone's like, "Oh man, you put in the work today." I'm like, "That's not work, dude." The 9 hours of like trying to get one bite doing something that I don't know about, that was work. This is like fun. Like I'm just fun fishing, but I'm learning at the same time. You know,
Matt, this goes to that experiment I did where I did a month with forward facing, a month without forward facing. I literally took forward facing off my boat, didn't have it on the boat for a month. And I basically, it's not a perfect experiment because I had limited fishing trips. I was fishing in June versus July. It's not exactly the same, but I learned a lot from it. And one thing I figured out was if you look at my averages, on average, I caught 21 fish a day with forward-facing sonar, 7 fish a day without forward-facing sonar. But I also was finding my fish offshore in both scenarios. And when I was using forward-facing, I had to graph for an hour to an hour and a half of my 8-hour fishing day to catch 21 fish. When I was not using forward-facing sonar, I graphed for 6 hours of my 8-hour day. And I caught all 7 of my fish in an hour window in all of my trips without forward-facing sonar. I found a school finally after graphing for 6 hours. And I actually ended up catching, on average, 15.5 pounds per day without forward-facing, 13.5 pounds a day with forward-facing. So I actually ended up catching them a little bit better because I'm more used to not using forward-facing. That just am better at finding bigger fish because I haven't really perfected that technique. But what I'm trying to get with that is that I only had to graph for an hour and a half, and I caught 3 times as many fish compared to having to graph for 6 hours to catch 7 fish. And I'm pretty good with my electronics on the lakes I'm on now, and it still took me a lot of time to find those quality fish. And it's way harder if you don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're looking at in your electronics. You don't know the lakes. It's even more of a grind. And so that learning curve becomes even steeper and steeper and steeper. But with forward facing, it doesn't take as much time to get on the fish and figure it out and learn it. But if you take the forward facing away, it's not like I was going and catching 21 fish without it, even though I know how to catch fish on these lakes. So there is a drastic difference in it. You can still catch them without it. It's just, to your point, Todd, it's a lot more work. I mean, it sucks graphing for 6 straight hours. It's horrible. But
Jordan mentioned this classic, and Matt knows. Like I don't watch. Like I'll admit to y'all guys, I just don't. I mean, I fish every weekend my tournaments, so like y'all's weekend and my weekends are the same time. So I don't. We gotta
tell Todd what's going on.
Yeah, I don't watch hardly any live. I do remember. I remember Matt. I mean, I remember Jordan catching those fish off those docks, right? Like the tournament that they showed. I remember that, and he's right. Like I don't know how many fish he caught that day. None of that mattered to me at the time. I was just watching it and going, man, because he got on something, if I remember correctly, that was kind of that day, right? You hadn't been doing it. You got on it that day, and it was something like no one else had done it. And like you hit a rhythm, you hit the right stretch of docks or whatever it was. And no one cared about how many fish you caught. It didn't matter. When you talk about going out there and live scoping and that's what everyone does, and will guys catch fish on one of my home lakes, I can go out there and like I went and did it the other day. Me and Andrew I was filming a show for him, and I said, "Hey, I've got a pretty cool way to go catch them right now." So we were going to film a show. I said, "Now I can go down south anytime I want to, and go catch like 30. They're all schooling and live scoping and doing all that." Well, I did all that, and I was doing some stuff for Strike King, and I had to go test out something. So I went up on the bank, and I got on this bite on the bank, and these giants were in like a foot of water. And normally I mean, that's how I used to fish sometimes, but I was out there like still learning live scope. Like I'm always learning it, right? Like that's what I go do, spend my time is learn that, because that's the dominating way to like do stuff. I still know how to go do this other stuff. I got out there and man, I was like sight fishing these giant, big, not sight fishing, like I could just see them. And they were there. Now I wasn't going to catch as many, but I caught my 5 biggest ones were way bigger than what I caught out there live scoping. And I remember talking to Hallman when he used to come down to Rayburn, and they used to be in the bushes, and he'd go flip the bushes. And I'm like, "Hey, dude, you can't win that way." And he was like, he was like, I don't know, man, I'm catching them. Like, this is how everyone's catching them. I'm like, no, this is how like 90% of the guys are catching them. But there's like 9 other guys like out there rigging around, and they're going to be the ones, like, he's going to win it. This guy out here, whoever that guy is, there's only like 10 of them doing it. And like 7 of them are going to suck in this event. But 3 of them are going to make the top 10. And 90% of the other guys are going to be flipping bushes. And it's going to look like this bush flipping deal. But it's really not the deal. Those guys are on the deal. Everyone else is just flipping bushes. I think that's what's going to happen with Livesay. If you took it away, guys would just go out there and do this other stuff, right? They would be forced to, and then they would figure out these different patterns, and certain guys would catch them, certain guys wouldn't.
Yeah.
You would see this. That's what I would love, is when I click on it, and y'all mentioned this, you'd like see 10 different guys doing 10 different things. You go to Grand and you'd see Jordan throwing a jerk bait, you'd see this guy throwing a spinner bait, you'd see a guy flipping a jig, you'd see a guy cranking, and you see all these different ways to catch a fish.
You'll have that. I think you're still going to have that, but I think some guys on the Elite Series now are so deadly with it that it's blown my mind how good. Like, I don't think I can catch them on live scope on a jig in like consistently, only getting like 5 bites a day off the bottom on a jig, like 5 or 6 bites.
Jordan, I could, if you paid me $1 million right now, I couldn't go catch 5 fish on a jig on live scope. I have no idea how those guys.
I know. I don't either. And then there's you got guys that are like,
y'all are killing me.
Yeah, but see, that's the
you
thing.
see a brush pile and you throw in it.
No,
that's what the guys are doing with the jigs.
That's kind of like brush pile fishing. I'm talking about like.
No, I'm talking about like.
I feel like that's being used more than a lot of guys are realizing. Like,
I know,
they're
I don't
fishing
know how to
brush
do that.
piles.
I'm bypassing all that. I'm trying to get the slim pickings. I'm going down the bank, heaving and hoeing, and skipping my jig behind the dock or whatever, and going on. I don't even look down at my screen, which I'm getting killed because of that. I mean, not killed, but in certain tournaments I'm going to. You know what I'm saying? But like they're getting so good with it, it doesn't matter when and where. And I'm just like, man, this is wild because they're making that one fish bite that's down this 50-yard stretch that I probably would just fish by. And it's just, that's going to continue to happen.
Yeah.
So guys, you guys are all hammers. I want to like pick your brain on this. This is something that always has kind of been in the back of my head. You got guys, let's just take again, Christy with his spinnerbait. Todd, you got your hybrid hunter. You know, you got your certain little deals where you feel like you know that better than anybody else. And there's a certain very small situation, maybe there's more situations, but a small set of situations. Then you got a guy like a Tyler Williams, who is just a hammer with a jig. I don't know how exactly he fishes fully. I'm not that following that.
Throws it in like 75 foot of water for the 5 fish that are on the one stretch. That's what Jordan just said.
Yeah, it looks like he's just throwing a jig every turn based on what I'm seeing, but I don't know if that's 100% true. But to that point, he's able to do that in all the tournaments across the entire schedule. It appears, at least. Do you feel like with forward-facing sonar, you can perfect 1 or 2 techniques and be better at than everyone, and then do it everywhere, which is a way bigger advantage than like Christy just knowing how to catch him on the spinnerbait better than other guys?
You mean Drew Gale?
Well, it seems like it. It seems like you guys like Drew. What does he throw? Drop shot mainly?
No, Nico.
Okay,
Nico.
He throws a worm. You got guys like Tyler, who's a specialist with the jig. Yeah, it definitely seems like you can take one bait, a minnow. Not saying there's a bunch of minnow shakers. I mean, there's a bunch of guys who can shake a minnow, but there's definitely, I mean, I'm not going to call him a minnow shaker, but he almost won 4 tournaments this year on a minnow. Robert G. That's unbelievable. On one bait in one season, he came in the top, 2 or 3 out of 4 tournaments on one bait.
In 4 completely different lakes, right?
Has anybody?
Yeah, but they were all smallmouth. That's like a drop shot. There's got to be times where guys taking
those spots, and then in Toledo Bend was largemouth.
Largemouth.
And then the 2 smallmouth tournaments. I'm talking about Texas, Alabama, New York, one bait.
And you can't do that with a spinnerbait like Christy's doing with Grand. You can't.
Well, listen,
which is awesome. I think. Hey, hats off.
I don't know what Jordan's like. Well, Jordan, I'm not saying this is your best thing, but like, I'm gonna throw this out there because we were talking about it earlier. Like, say we had a frog in the slot, right? Hamner, what's your best one? What's your best?
Jerkbait.
Okay, jerkbait. And I would say mine's sight fishing. I get to sight fish 2 months out of the year. And that's if I'm lucky, and that's if a lake's clear, and that's if the weather, like, that's with a lot of, that's if a cold front doesn't hit. And I think I've probably made, like, I don't know how much money I made doing that. Like, I wouldn't be fishing if it wasn't for sight fishing. Like, that's carried me a lot through the years. If I got to do that 12 months out of the year, and Justin just got to go throw a freaking jerkbait no matter where, like, conditions set up for him to throw a jerkbait, and Jordan went around throwing a frog and slot, and he had that opportunity to do that. Dude, I mean, I don't even think we'd have this discussion. They could say, you can go do whatever we want to. We're just going to go freaking make top 10s freaking on every tournament. That's what it feels like with LiveScope. Is it like, hey, it doesn't really matter what we do. I can just go do this every single time. And
I don't feel like I can beat. I don't feel like I can beat like it's Smith this year. I knew guys were going to catch them live scoping and catch them on the minnow, but I felt like there was no chance that I was going to catch them better than they are because they're better at it than I am. They can read fish better. I mean, that's not an excuse, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think I can beat certain guys with a minnow. Like, right. I just don't think I don't think it's going to happen. And maybe it will one day. Maybe I'll, but I just don't think that's how I feel.
So if we can't beat Hamner with the jerkbait, right?
And maybe that's how KVD used to feel. Like nobody.
Maybe so. But if I can't beat, like I always felt that way on Rayburn with like Dickie Newberry flipping grass. And like when I first started fishing, I'm like, wait a minute, this guy's got 20 years of flipping grass, and I just like I'm brand new to Rayburn. I was a little kid, and I'm like, no, screw that. I'm gonna go figure out another way to beat him. And I figured out this like swim bait deal, right? Because I was like, I can't beat this guy 20 years of experience. So it just made me go figure out another way. The problem is now it feels like, well, Hamner's going out there throwing a jerkbait. I can't beat Hamner throwing a jerkbait. So I'm going to go figure out another technique. Well, it doesn't seem like it's pretty obvious that no matter what we go try to do, you can't beat the guy throwing like live scoping. Like no matter what technique we pull out of our hat, we can't beat that technique.
Why is live scoping a technique though?
I don't think it is a technique. I'm saying other
people. I don't think it is either.
No. Other people.
Why is nobody ever using? So, and I'm probably going to get some crap for saying this.
Stand up for
do it, Justin.
Say your piece. Say your piece, Justin. You've been sitting here being marginalized.
This is like
by these
the thing
non-scopers.
No, this is what had made me successful. Was I haven't changed what I'm, except for the few times that I had to throw a minnow at Champlain, I think for 30 minutes one day. Other than that, like I didn't throw a minnow for the entire year, but I'm using live scope for the same exact stuff I've always fished. Why are y'all guys not using it for the stuff you're fishing, just making you more efficient? To me, that's the biggest thing.
With what, Justin? Like what?
What do you mean?
What technique?
I shook a minnow a lot this year.
No,
I didn't. I like my favorite thing is laydowns. Like I fish laydowns a lot, laydowns and brush piles. So having forward-facing sonar, I look over and I can see that, hey, there's the brush pile right there. I don't waste any cast.
Yeah,
like
no,
that situation. And then laydowns, like I'm able to look over there and like, okay, there's one giant just sitting off the end of it. Instead of making one cast right in the middle of it.
All year.
But Justin, so like,
dude, I love jerkbait and laydowns.
You jerkbait laydowns 9 tournaments in a row.
Jerkbait.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying
spoon. That's all Hamner needs.
I did that. So, heck, at Wheeler, I was at the dam throwing topwater, like, but I can see where those fish are setting up on a 4-foot rock pile, like, so I know where to cast.
Okay, so Hamner, this is what you're saying is you're using technology to target things that you have always felt confident with. And here's
I'm still fishing the way I've always fished.
Boy, I know,
it's
but
just now I'm able to use it for efficiency, but I'm still like reading what should be happening for that day.
That's what everybody's doing.
And changing off of that.
Doing.
What was the number one bait for live scope when live scope first came out?
Jerkbait.
Jerkbait, and it hurt me.
Oh no, I know.
Killed me.
But hear me out. So jerk baiting, like the number one thing on Rayburn is like guys fishing brush piles with it. So like anyone that was a great brush pile fisherman, like it just made them better because it was already a technique. Like it made the brush pile better. I don't like so much of the stuff we do, like throwing a frog in the slop, like Jordan, like that doesn't help his technique. It doesn't help my sight fishing because I mean I can see them already, so it doesn't matter. But like so much of the stuff we do,
it would if you used it.
If what? I can see the fish.
But you can see like you said, it has to be the perfect situation for everything. If you put it on perspective, now you can see fish that you can't visibly see with your eyes.
No, that's different. That's
okay. Let's put this out there. This is something I've always been very curious about, and I know you probably fished. I think you were on the FLW tour when this was happening, Todd. But I know that Brian Thrift kicked everyone's butt with 360 imaging for years. He had like 65 consecutive limits. And he was using 360 holes in grass, isolated laydowns. I've heard stories where he just graphs for 3 straight days of practice. And he's just like, that's all he does. He marks every little tiny twig. And then you can see the waypoints on his 360. And he just goes and runs those things, just like guys are doing now with forward facing. I know it's not the exact same, but he was applying technology to fish that weren't getting pressured. He wasn't as efficient. You couldn't see the fish follow his bait, but he was dominating there with the technology. I know it's not forward facing. I know people are going to be like, it's not the same, but like it kind of feels the same in an extent where he took advantage of technology before other anglers got on it. And I feel like it's kind of been the trend of fishing forever with side scan when guys first got Panoptics. So it's kind of like, it's this thing that's always been happening. I think that now it's more in the open and everyone's using forward facing, but there's always been this, like someone finds a technical edge, fishes for fish that other anglers haven't fished before. And then they end up doing really well. And some of them are amazing fishermen and some of them
always about an edge. It's for tournament guys. It's, hey, how can I get the next edge? Is it the next bait? Do I need to get the saltwater transducer so I can see further? Do I got to have them on the back? All that, it's always an edge. It's all it is, and it's probably ever going to be.
You're saying that like it's like you're saying it's a bad thing.
It's just
what, get an edge.
Yeah.
No, that's just what it is.
So Johnny, I got something for you.
It's an edge.
I room with Thrift on Champlain. I guess we can talk about all these things, right? Because I always got to be careful.
The league doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, no info.
Yeah. So like Champlain.
No, yeah, I never.
I was hanging out with them. We were roomed together at Champlain, and I'll never forget that. You know, we were roomed together and we were talking about this and that. And after day one, he shows me this video of him. That's when he got in trouble for stepping on them smallmouth, which I thought was the funniest thing ever. Because I was like, oh man,
flopping.
Yeah, I was like, you're hitting. I don't think they're gonna like that. He's like, what, man? I was like, nothing, dude. Don't worry about it. But it was funny. I was like, what? So we were talking about stuff in practice. He's like, yeah, I've just been graphing like every day for like 8 or 9 hours. And I was like, really? He's like, yeah, I just graph around till I see a boulder and stuff. And I got I find like 15, 20 a day. And I was like, God, that must be nice. I was like, so you're not worried about anything like that? Like what happens? He's like, no. And he kind of played it off or whatever. So then day one, I see his video. He's got like 18 pounds in the first 5 casts on the top water. And I'm like, how'd you find that? He's like, oh, well, I kind of knew about that spot. So like, I'm like, oh, so it sure does make graphing around for 8 hours for 3 days a lot easier when you got a spot you can pull up for 5 casts and catch 18 pounds and have basically like you're in the top 20 in the first 5 casts. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? I'm not knocking it, but like everyone's like, oh, Thrift had been fishing for like 30 years. He had like experience or however long, you know, he had like all this crazy experience because he spent so much time on the water and stuff. So it did help him out, but I mean, he just had a lot of experience, and a lot of time. So I mean, I'm just telling you a story about it that, like, yeah, it might have sounded like he was using all that technology. Sure did help out when he had that spot to where it's like,
Don't get me wrong, Thrift is like my favorite angler of all time. Like I followed him so much.
Yeah, he's wild, dude.
I patterned my entire fishing style off of like basically what Brian Thrift did during that time. So like I'm a huge Brian Thrift fan, but like it's just an example of like using that 360 technology is like.
You know what he was better at than that?
Smoking cigarettes.
Well, that too.
Nothing.
He would sit there. He was known for that. I figured this out real quick. He wanted to figure out the dominant pattern on every lake. He wanted to know what every single, like what all the guys wanted to go do. And then he's like, cool, I'm not doing that. I'm gonna go do something else. That was his MO. He was really smart about that. Like he's like, oh, everyone's doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm gonna do something else.
When you roomed with him, did he like line everything up in the house like he does with his rod?
Dude, I will say this. He relined every single reel every night.
The most anal fisherman on the planet.
If he made a cast with a reel one time that day, and he had a giant peg, like a pegboard.
I've always wondered how long it took him to re-rig rods the night before.
I don't know.
We could talk about him in present tense, guys. He's still
no. He was.
Yeah, we're talking about like he's gone.
He had a big giant. He had a big giant.
Yeah, I remember when Thrift did this.
Yeah, that was a hell of a guy. We told him.
A great guy.
We told him he needed to on the darts.
He had a big giant pegboard with all of his line.
Everyone watches. Go, what the hell happened to Thrift?
Lamar Burrell's got him.
Yeah.
He just is a Thrift memorial.
Oh God, he's gonna be getting texts at midnight.
Yeah,
catching strays 3.5 hours into this live stream.
Sorry. Yeah. All right, we're way off track here. We're also, I don't know how long. Has anyone ever done? I think you have a 4-hour max on your live stream, right?
All right, I'm gonna get off here. I had fun.
You're the man, Jordan. Thank you,
Jordan.
I appreciate it.
Talking to you.
Do you need to go to bed, Hamner?
I don't care. I'm loving this.
Dude, I like the pictures he's got on the wall, man.
What?
Yeah,
walk us through
I'm in my little girl's room because she fell asleep in my bed with my wife. So apparently, I'm sleeping in her bed tonight. I thought I was done for the night, so I was just like, I'm just gonna sit back and watch.
I like it. Yeah, is that a pony?
Yeah, that's a pony, and then I don't even know what that is. Rainbow unicorn. I mean, I drew that for her. So
I kind of joked about this earlier, and I don't really know if did someone really get fined today?
Here's the deal.
Heard that. I didn't even know the rules until Matt called me.
Yeah, no, I call Hamner and he's like, "What? Why are you doing a live show?" And I was like, "For the rules." And he's like, "What rules?" He's like, "Dude, I'm in a tournament." And then he was like, "What rules?" And I was like, "Bass released all their rules, so I broke it to the classic champ." He said, "Whatever am I going to do? I'm going to have to get rid of 6 transducers." No, I'm just kidding.
Just to clarify, I used one.
Yeah.
I didn't do all that other crap.
I know.
I just got my boat unrigged with all the crap out of my boat.
But did someone get fined today? Like
Johnny just froze.
Transducers and all kinds of stuff and wires from everywhere. I had like 3 extra boxes for different brands of units. So it looks like I was getting prepped for the 2025 season. I think I need to make some memes out of my my boat.
Todd, I did not know that for a fact. So
it sounded like someone. It sounded. I will say this. I know they find some people in the BPTs apparently. Sometimes
if you think it sounds like it, then you might have good hearing.
It does sound
you
like
might have good hearing
for something pretty. I will say this. I know we're not supposed to go down wormholes. Come on, Matt. Seriously, I'm going down a wormhole.
I love wormholes.
Oh, if someone got fined today for speaking out against what happened or commenting on something or whatever, it sure did sound like that was being discussed. There's no way that someone actually finds someone for doing that from Bass, right? There's no way that they were that petty and find someone. There's no way Bass was that petty. Okay, so the silence says they are that petty.
I mean, I hope they're not. I've never, like, personally, I've never felt that they are. I haven't heard of like random finds about people speaking their minds. I'll tell you that.
It got brought up. Like I said, I wrote that. I have it. I'm like, I wrote that down because I wrote this down about Hamner. I wrote one thing down about you. I'll tell you right here. Where was it?
Shifty eyes.
There it is. I got it. You're on the back page, Hamner. What you did, you made one comment that stuck out to me. And it was I think it was Jordan Lee talking about, I think it was him talking about how we can get something going. Like, how can we like help it, like more money? And then he brought up the things, and you could tell this was a legitimate response from you. You're like, how can we help? And and you can't be a rookie and say that. And I'm just saying, like, you have to be a couple years in the sport. You're not old enough. And this isn't a knock on you. I'm saying this is a good thing. This is like a positive thing. Sometimes when you get too old, it's like you kind of give up, right? You've been through the ringer with certain people, certain groups, and you're like, man, I'm done with it. Like, I'm just going to go ahead and fish, and I don't care anymore. You could tell that you honestly wanted to help when you made that remark. Now, you probably don't realize that, but like the way you said it, it was like, I really want to help. Like, and I like that. And I want you to carry that as long as possible. I want you to feel that, because I hope you don't get 10 years down the road and go, yeah, man, I carried that like wanting to help for 10 years. And 10 years later, it's like, man, I thought I had a lot of good suggestions. I thought I had a lot of good whatever. And man, when it was all said and done, they just didn't care. And I can tell you a lot of guys in this industry feel they've been there long enough that they're just like, man, I've tried my hardest to grow. And I don't want to say grow the sport. I hate that. To make the sport better. And it felt like with this whole deal that no one was ever heard. The people that should have been heard the most weren't heard, and they didn't care. And that's what I got from a lot of this. And if I hadn't listened to this, I wouldn't have gotten that. I would have gone on these other rants I had. But I'm telling y'all, I know Jordan might have said, no, we all think differently. I think y'all were more alike than what you think. And I don't think any of y'all, and y'all are employees, and they didn't really care what y'all had to say. I'm being honest. That's what I think. And I know y'all can't say anything. Like, don't say anything. Don't respond.
Well, hell, I mean, I could say whatever the hell I want. So can
You
Johnny
can.
Hamner. Hamner's just in chill mode.
Yeah.
Here's my one takeaway.
I'm not. I'm
okay. What do you want to respond?
Yeah. So I don't. I kind of see it as the business is going to do what they feel like is best for them. I get that part. It does suck on some of the stuff. But I kind of feel like we were heard. Like, we did get, everybody got, like, they called us personally, like each angler, and asked us, like, straight up, are you for it or are you against forward facing sonar? Now, I don't know if that actually played in what happened.
That's not the question, right? That's
like,
not the good question, Justin.
Yeah, like, I don't know what to be done about it, and I don't know if
why do you have to be for or against it?
You got to let Todd go down the right question wormhole, because I've done it before, and and then all of a sudden it'll all make sense.
There's no right. What do you mean? You don't. Why do you have to be for or against it? You don't have to be.
Or
that's
like
my question.
For banning it or for keeping it.
That's not how you do things. Like, you have an open discussion with people that actually, and you take what they say, that you take what they have to say and you listen to them. You don't do it with a dang survey. Like, that survey, like, if they just say for or against it, well, now I have to choose.
But he said they called him, talked to him, not just
without.
And like,
and I heard a lot of people on here say a lot of things, and they didn't do any of that. Not one person on here talked about. None of y'all cared about having the screens or the transducers? None of y'all were worried about it, correct?
Felix.
Personally, not the industry, not the fans, not where it was going, but y'all personally. So why was that a big deal if none of y'all cared about that?
Oh, well, my actual answer for them was I don't care.
Yeah, I think all of y'all said
helps.
that. Y'all all said that.
Like, even telling them when they asked me if I'm for or against it, I told them I don't care either way. Like,
so why did they make a big deal about the screen size and all, like that was their coming out? Like, we are not, they really didn't do anything. They did. You got to think about what they did, Justin. They limited screen size and transducers. And I guarantee if you went through that and not talking about the industry or what Garmin or Lowrance or any of them care about, if y'all asked y'all about that part of it, I guarantee y'all, most of y'all said, whatever, man, I don't care about that.
That wasn't for the anglers, Todd. In my opinion, it was obvious that was for the optics.
That's my point.
Like, I just assumed that it was a given that was for the optics.
I know, but that means if that was their main point of all this, then they didn't really care what they had to say about all the rest of it. That was their main focal point. Look what we're doing. But none of the anglers cared about that part of it.
What did we care about?
How many the transducers, whether you would get one really the main crux of it was, would there be an LVS 34 on the boat or active target 2 or whatever, or would there not be? Like, honestly, when it came down to it, for everybody I talked about, Johnny, I know you talked to a bunch, Hamner, you're on the Elite Series. It was, will we be able to use some form of it or not? That was basically it. If they had said 24 inches, fine, we got a 12 up front, and we're going to have to split screen it with that and have a 12 in the back. But the main key was, do you get that transducer up front? That was it.
Yeah. Justin, let me ask you this. So I'm going to ask you the question they should have asked. If we take all that other stuff away and we give you one transducer and one screen, okay, one screen to do it on, right? I mean, you're going to get other screens, but just that. Is that going to help you or hurt you? Like, is that if we took all that other transducers and all that, are you still 95% of what you do is still going to be there, correct?
100%, right?
No, I'm going to ask
100%.
So what is the other? So why was the other stuff a big deal? If I guarantee,
I don't think it was.
No, they made it a big deal. No, that was a big.
Well, yeah,
no.
they tried to make it formal as far as like
Correct.
the screen sizes and all this stuff. I think that was just their way of trying to say this is our exact ruling. That didn't matter to any of us.
It didn't matter. So it didn't matter, and that's all I'm saying about is that. Someone asked me about this earlier. You want to go down this really bad wormhole? I'm just going to say it because I just don't care. This is great because we're going to sit there and argue about forward-facing sonar, and someone asked me about it, and I'm like, yeah, man, I just want to know, are we still paying like $5,000 to fish tournaments and still getting the same money back? Because we don't care about the money anymore, right? Oh, don't say that, Johnny. That's hush hush. Like,
I agree with you.
Don't talk about the money that.
The money is
20 years later. We raise the entry fees up. They're like, thank goodness we don't have to talk that we're still screwing our anglers and not paying them very much money. And we sure don't want to talk about the rules and all the other stuff being broken. Golly, let's get off that track and all the info. I mean, they got a whole bunch of stuff going on down there. Look, Justin sure is like, oh my gosh, Todd, please don't start this up. Oh yeah. Most of the public sure doesn't want to hear about that. They want to, they just don't want to believe it. The general public, just say this, nod your head, Justin. The general public knows about 10% of what really goes on. Just do it. They don't. Do you think they know about all the other stuff?
No.
Yeah, there it is. Right there. No, they don't. So when we talk about, like, there's stuff that goes on that people have no clue about. And if we say it, they're like, oh, you're being a hater. No, it's going on. And and guys like Justin and Jordan and everyone else can't talk about it. And and that's okay. It's not, you might get fined. You might get fined for even making stupid comments on social media, apparently. I don't know. But I'm just saying, y'all, they have to watch what they say. That's why I always try to like be a voice for y'all sometimes, because man, it's not being talked about, and they don't understand some of that stuff going on.
One thing I took away from it too, Todd, that I found interesting is the viewership numbers. Those are always super secretive, and how streaming is calculated and how they factor in YouTube views to that and other things they've done. I don't know what the truth is on all of that. I just really hope that the viewership numbers haven't dropped, or they haven't found ways to maybe make them look a little bit better to try to justify the decision, because I want viewership numbers to be high for pro anglers. I want Justin to be able to go out there and go in his wrap boat and catch fish and focus on that and sell product for his sponsors and things like that. I would love that. It's just hard for me to see how, with the increase in even pro anglers making YouTube videos about these tournaments, and then there's all the instructional videos that we all make. I mean, Todd, you're making videos. We got the podcast, all that stuff.
I get the opposite of what you get.
What?
I was really shocked about what you had to say about LiveScope, because I get the opposite of what you got.
See, and that's the thing. And some of my other follower or my friends, they get more views with forward facing. I get less because my audience I've never really used it. And so it's just kind of how my audience was built.
Me neither.
Without it.
I've like made 4 videos, but I promise you, like if I made like 6 videos, 2 of them are like settings videos and something else. And I'd say they're in like 3 of my top 10 videos all the time.
See, that's crazy. It's
crazy.
I know it's so specific to different things. Like Matt, it's crazy. Like if you look at my recent videos, my videos without forward facing sonar, it's the videos, the 3 simple rules, and then the 2 videos before that. So 39,000, 102,000, 47,000. Those are my 3 videos without forward-facing sonar. 38,000, 102, and 47,000. Mm-hmm. The other videos have forward-facing sonar in them. My views are double on my videos without forward-facing sonar.
Dude, Johnny brings the views.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Johnny doesn't play around when it comes to YouTube views.
So I know I get enough sample in, or I know, and I can see like when my views drop off, when people stop watching. I structure my videos. I spend 30, 40 hours in every YouTube video between fishing, filming, editing, producing. I spend a ridiculous amount of time to make them good. I point out every brush pile and fish on my graphs. I try to do it all. And so that to me is something that's really concerning, because as a content creator, I don't want 40% of the people to watch my videos. I want 100% of them. But if only 40% are forward facing sonar and only maybe 60% total will watch, because the other 40% are like, no forward facing sonar, I'm just going to click off your video. That's tough for me, but that also could be tough for Bassmaster if they're showing forward facing on the screen and guys like, I'm just not going to watch that anymore. But if you could mix in Jordan Lee going and flipping down the bank, or other things happening within it, maybe they're like, okay, I'll watch some forward facing, but I'll also watch some non-forward facing. And if you could get a good mix in there, but the problem with the strategies right now is that the top tournament techniques and strategies are all using forward facing sonar. And if we're to believe what Lee said earlier, where he's like, guys are just going to get better at using forward facing in 2 foot of water. So are we now going to see guys just throwing spinner baits and crank?
He's talking about perspective
in 2 foot of water with perspective, things like that. And then people are gonna be like, well, I can't do that now. I can't even fish down the bank because I don't have forward facing sonar. And I'm not saying that that's going to happen, but like I could see that cycle of people's brain. They're like, okay, I can't even fish if I don't have forward facing sonar. There's no point in even watching pro fishing if I don't have it.
Well, so I talked to an elite guy today, and he made a comment, and I always pisses me off when a guy makes a comment to me that I didn't think about, like, because I just try to go down and like think about all these different things, and he goes that forward face that they're like, so some guys are going like, why don't we go back to how it was? Okay, and so just listen, hear him out, and he goes, I said, yeah, he goes, for 50 years no one had a problem with fishing, right? No one had a problem with the way it was going, correct? Was there any complaint? No. Think about this. So
we didn't have social media.
I guarantee there were guys who fished when it went from 7 to 5 fish. That
I wish
screwed a
Jordan
lot of
was
guys'
on
careers.
this. I wish Jordan was on here, and I would love to ask him. And Justin, I don't mean to listen.
Why did the split happen then?
No. Hold on. I want to say that. No. I'm saying from the fan side of it, not the fisherman.
Okay. Gotcha.
So. And don't feel bad, because look, you're talking to 2 guys that freaking get hate.
You're never going to hurt my feelings.
No, I'm not hurting your feelings. I'm saying you got to answer this, because if I ask Johnny this, it's like, hey Johnny, how do you love some of your comments in your YouTube videos, right? They suck. I love answering them because I can't help myself. My wife hates it. How much hate did you get when you won the Classic and you were live scoping? Like some stuff, like comments got put in there, right? 100%.
There was, yeah. I mean, yeah, there was a few.
Answer. I want to hear this answer. Yeah, I mean, but it wasn't.
No,
So-
I mean, we all know it. That's, dude. It happened, correct?
Yeah. One of the cool things was on my YouTube, I got like 300 and something comments on my Classic video, and I swear to God, there was there was literally 0 negative comments, and that was one of the coolest things
Hell
ever.
yeah.
Right,
But other than that, there's always social media. I've definitely had.
It's bad, right? I would love to ask Jordan when he won his Classic, how many negative. So your YouTube channel doesn't count, and I just say that because like because they're following him because they're fans of Justin, so they're not going to dog him. But Bassmaster now, when they come out with something, golly, it's hard to watch, right? It's hard to read the comments. Did Jordan? I would love to ask Jordan. I guarantee you, he almost had 0 hate when he won the Classic. And I'm not saying because of what he did. I'm saying it didn't seem like there was a lot of hate back then in comments about fishing. It had nothing to do with you, Justin. I'm just saying, like, it's weird how.
No, I'm with you.
You're right. The tide is like, and someone said that, he's like, we didn't have that hate in fishing like that, like we do now. And is it literally? I think forward-facing sonar was like the tipping point for like the hate, and then maybe it was MLS. I don't know, but it was somewhere around that time it started happening.
Well,
you know?
I didn't get hate for forward-facing sonar, Todd, for the first 2 years I made forward-facing sonar content. I will put that out there. I literally got forward-facing sonar.
You know when the forward-facing sonar hate started? Is when Randy started calling it cheater boxes, and when Randy started calling it umbilical cord, and when Randy started mobilizing the people. I had him on the show. I respect Randy, but you want to be pretty damn honest about it. That's when it started, and it's the same damn people that are commenting the same stuff on all of this.
What's crazy, Matt, is I have a.
Is that what you wanted to hear, Todd?
No, I was shocked about the Randy thing because I had a couple of things he said. I was like, dang, Randy, I agree with you on this, and I agree with you that. Like, there was like 4 things.
That's what I'm saying. He's smart there, but
no,
some of the stuff
like,
is
he
gang mentality.
No one was on the committee. Like,
echo chamber gang stuff.
Well, he was like, hey, no one was on this committee. He was upset about that. And like, he went in, and I'm like, there you go, Randy. Heck yeah. And then he went into like cheater thing. And the one thing I didn't like is like cheater. I don't like throwing around the word cheater. Because, man, cheater should be used for, like, the worst human out there in fishing, right?
And that's why I just said refer to as live scope. I wouldn't have had Randy on if I didn't respect him. And I'm also not going to say anything on this show that I didn't say to his face that I wouldn't say behind him. So, I mean, he knows where I stand. I respect that he came on. I talked with Johnny about that beforehand.
No, and like I said, Randy, I had no, like, Randy was, like, throwing out these good points, and then he was like, the cheater thing. And I'm like, man, you can't. A cheater is, we all know what a cheater is, man. That's a guy who's freaking like breaks the rule, does all these things that like we totally want that guy. That guy should not be in our sport, a guy who cheats. And you can't then sit there and say something that we're all allowed to do. It's within the rules. It's like we can do it on live TV and everyone's like, yeah, that's not cheating. That's within the rules. And then call that guy a cheater or like what he's doing is cheating. I don't like that. I don't like certain words America has gotten real good at throwing out a lot of words and making them lose what they really are. And I don't like that. You can't call someone a cheater when he's not one, right? But if he and save that word for someone who actually is a flat out cheater. We got enough of those in fishing. They should be banned.
There's a couple of things on that too. So to my comment with my video where I had no negative comments really for like the first 2 years this video was out, it had 200,000 views. It was basically how to catch fish in the middle of the lake with forward-facing sonar. I only showed live scope footage of me catching 6-pounders schooling up under shad and never got a hate comment for 2 years. Then they all started flooding in. And in that point, I was like, okay, it's just this vocal minority. And yeah, I know. I sorry. Anyway, so but
is that true?
I did. Yeah, I did.
That's the comment of the night.
I mean, yeah, that is true, but I didn't. Anyways, so regardless of that, what I will say though is
the longer I leave this up, the less he'll be able to make his point.
Okay,
Yeah, I know.
So I thought that it was this vocal minority, and I honestly thought, I was like, okay, a lot of people that subscribed to my channel went to Randy's channel when he first started out because he was just doing tip videos and stuff like that. And I'm like, hey, go check out Randy's channel. And so I thought it was just these people kind of cross between our channels. But when I started looking at it more, I'm like, okay, is there actually a reason why people may not want to watch forward-facing sonar content? I think that there's this difference between the guy who is out here saying it's the end of the world, it's the cheater box, it's the spotlighting, and the guy who's like, I just don't have it on my boat. I can't afford it, or I just don't really want to have it on my boat because now maybe I feel this like social pressure not to have it. So I only want to watch content that has guys fishing without it. And there's so many guys who don't have it. And in this like tournament bubble that we're in, I mean, Todd, you probably see at the local level derbies, even probably, Hamner, when you were at your local tournament today, everyone has it. Everyone has it. So it's like,
everybody.
We all think everyone has it, but like, if you're not a serious tournament guy, you probably don't, you may not have it. And Bassmaster and all these organizations can't survive on just the serious tournament guys. I really don't think so. You have to have the average viewer, the average consumer coming in who fishes a pond and wants to go buy a bait to go throw in their pond. And if there's this narrative out there about forward-facing sonar, which has been developed, it's hard to kill the narrative. One, it's very hard. And I've actually talked about that with several people in the industry who are very high up in some of these companies that have a stake in forward-facing sonar. And that's one thing that they're like, man, this narrative has gotten out of control to an extent. And it's like, how do we reel it back in? And I'm like, I don't know how you reel it back in and how you get people to think it's not cheating or it's not this or it's not that. And now that it's out there, regardless of how it got out there, it's out there now. And it's this stigma that's hanging over everything. Because now even, Todd, I think about it. When I see a kid who's 19 years old go catch a 31-pound bag of fish on Table Rock in the winter, I'm like, he caught that because he was scoping. He could have literally gone and thrown a wigglewort down the bank and caught 31 pounds of fish. And
that's how he caught him.
But he was scoping.
I heard he caught him Wart in the white.
He was scoping, but
he was Wart in the white.
Johnny, what I'll say about that though is when this first came out, I remember me and Hallman talking, and he was like, "Todd, you better get this. This is where I think it switched in those 2 years." When me and Hallman were talking about this, and we were kind of dabbling with it, is what I would say. Like most of us like really didn't know the power of it. And I remember Hallman going, Todd, man, that thing is going to catch you one more fish a tournament. And at the time I was like, and then it happened to me at Cherokee. Like it did. It caught me like one fish that tournament. It got me my fifth one. I caught all the rest like big old small. It's my smallest fish of the day. But I was going, dang, he's right. It's going like one more fish. What does one more fish do for you in every tournament? Dude, it's like checks, top tens, everything. One more, I don't care if it's a 2-pounder. And that's what I think we all thought it was. But then over the last 2 years, we saw it evolve from helping you out to catch a fish to dominating almost everything there is to know about fishing. I think that's where it turned. And people were like, wait a minute. And that's why I said it's that good. Like we all think it's that good. And it went too far too fast. And everyone's like, wait a minute, this isn't fishing anymore, because we all knew what fishing was for 50 years. And then it changed. And I think some of the newer guys didn't know fishing for 50 years, right? So it was just a natural change for them. There's no fault in that. I'm just saying but dude, I'll tell you this, when MLF split with Bass, all of us were dead wrong on one thing. I guarantee you everyone in the industry was wrong. When those guys left for MLF, everyone thought all these older guys, not guys watching the sport, we all thought we were just like, it's Kevin Van Dam. Like I've been watching Kevin Van Dam for 25 years. I'm going to go watch him over at MLF. And when not all that happened, and we all just said like, Bass is done, it's over with. And dude, the classic rolled around, and every 60-year-old man who's been getting Bassmaster magazine for the last 30 years and has that patch showed up to that classic. And we all looked around going, I'm sorry, man. Some professional fishermen don't want to hear this. They didn't follow the fishermen. They followed the league. And we were all shocked about that. And I go, oh, well, man, that's a bad take. We all were wrong about that. And there's something to that. So you can't discount those guys. That you can't just say, oh, well, they're old and they don't care. It matters. Like there's a bunch of those guys out there that still look at this fishing thing, and you can't just sit there like, well, they're old, their opinion doesn't matter. That'll get you bad in the business. Like that'll go down a bad path. So I just think people need to be aware of that.
Youth fishing too. I mean, this is a whole other rabbit hole. Sorry, Matt. I did youth fishing growing up. I did the casting kids, and I also did the junior tournaments, stuff like that. I went all over the country fishing junior tournaments. I had the high school series, all this stuff. And when I was doing that, I was getting in boats with guys where like the boats barely ran half the time. Most of the time I would end up on the trolling motor just fishing down the bank around because guys' engines wouldn't work. You just get in whoever's boat it was. And I just learned to fish. I just made do with what I could do. And I could still become a really, really good fisherman doing that without any technology on my boat and actually compete and do really well and even compete at like the local, regular like club level and team tournament level as a 15-year-old, because I had fished hundreds of tournaments by the time I was 18 years old. I'd fished like 150 tournaments. So I did a lot of that. The problem is that now as you get a lot of these younger anglers, to be able to keep up with a Drew Gill or an Easton Fothergill or something like that, who's learning forward-facing sonar technology, they need a forward-facing sonar unit as soon as they possibly can get it to make sure that they can keep up with all these kids who are getting it when they're 8 years old now, 9 years old, 10 years old. We think we've seen the Drew Gills and Eastern Fothergills now. You now think about the kids that are in the boat learning that from 7 years old, like when I started fishing.
Hamner just got one for his.
But then how are you supposed to get a 14-year-old who's like, I want to go do what that guy's doing on the screen, but I can't afford forward-facing sonar on a boat and everything. And people are like, oh, just save up the money. It's like, it's not always that easy. Maybe down the road, it's going to be cheaper. I don't know all the stuff, but technology's going to keep advancing, whatever. But like, it's just tough to be like, okay, to be able to even start down the path, you need a forward-facing sonar right now. And you need to be using that right now to be able to keep up with these guys. Not that you can't catch fish down the bank and throw in a spinnerbait and everything, but you're not going to be able to compete at that top level if that's your dream. And not that that's the end all be all. Maybe it's okay to just fish down the bank and not aspire to be a pro angler. But it's so much harder in my thinking to potentially get there if you need that technology. Because I didn't own a boat. I didn't know any of that. So I was like 18 years old. I just jumped in other people's boats. I just used what they had. And I was still able to gain a lot of experience doing that.
Johnny, I've said that from day one because like everyone's asked my opinion on it. And they're like, oh, you're wishy-washy. I'm like, no. One, like I said, in tournaments, I just want to see if guys can catch fish with or without it. I could care less about all the other stuff. It doesn't matter to me. That's all I want to do. Two is what you just said. I said, I wouldn't be where I'm at today if my 19-year-old self now, if I grew up 19 now, I wouldn't have this. I wouldn't have the job I have and be able to do what I do. Because when I was 19 and I was like you, I didn't have a boat. I was walking the bank since I was in the 7th grade because I lived in a marina. And that's how I learned how to fish for like 8 or 9 years, walking the bank. So I didn't have all that. I didn't get my first brand new boat till I was 30. I'd won 3 of them before then, but I had to sell them all to make money. So that when I was 30, I won my like 3rd or 4th, I can't remember. And that was my first like brand new boat that was actually mine. I qualified for the elites out of an 11-year-old boat that I had to, and I only fished 2 of the events because one of the events I had to like borrow a boat because mine was broke down. But when I was 19 and I was on Livingston, I could go win tournaments against anyone because all I had to do was go flip a boat dock better than them. And I could go flip a crankbait in a boat dock really, really good because no one was doing it. And all I needed was like 3 or 4 rods, a trolling motor. I had a 14-foot wash tall boat at one point in time with a 40 Evinrude on it, 6 steering, right? and so like I look back at all that and go and I fished out of my buddy's boat when we fished tournaments, and we used to win on Livingston all the time. And all I needed was a rod, a reel, and a bait. And I'm just saying, like, I was one of the last ones to get forward facing sonar just because of the cost of it. Even when I was like 30, 40, whatever, however old I was like, I don't know if it's worth the money to go spend that. So I look back at those things going, yeah, man, it takes a lot of those guys, that kid that had that dream that was me. Sorry, that was me. And there was no way I could have done it. I couldn't have won those tournaments at that age. You know, maybe on Livingston I probably could, because Livingston, I don't think you could probably life scope a fish if your life depended on it. But anywhere else, no way. And there, it's not a knock on anything. It was just reality. And I've always said that like, man, I feel for the 19-year-old kid that was me walking the banks, trying to become this, going and winning enough tournaments and making money doing it, you know, to survive. Like I wasn't like putting money away. It was just like, I made enough to fish the next weekend. I made enough to buy some baits. I made enough to do this. That now I'd have been like, I wouldn't have been winning those tournaments. And I'd have been like, yeah, this tournament dream is not going to happen for me.
Well, to your point earlier, Todd, this is the craziest thing. This is coming from you, who you don't care whether you have forward-facing sonar or not. You could go with or without it, and you'd be fine in the tournament.
I'm always honest about this stuff. I'd make more money without it.
Okay.
If everyone had to go without it, I've done it for 25 years. And even more now, I think more people are addicted to it, and the younger crowd is more addicted to it. I think I would, and there's an older crowd that I had to beat, has just gotten older, and maybe they don't have the drive anymore. Yeah, I think I'd make more money without it.
So that's
but
fair.
I still love it. Like,
yeah, but I'm
still going to go do it for 8 hours tomorrow, right?
So that's where I'm at too, is I enjoy it, but if you took it away from me, I probably would do better on YouTube, because I could teach people how to find offshore fish without it, because more people can fish offshore with forward-facing sonar now than they could when I've been doing this for years and years, and it's crazy that the amount of people that are now out there doing that. And then Justin, bringing you back in to make sure you're not asleep.
Now he blinked twice.
You said, I don't care whether we have it or not. And I think that's the thing that's really key that I've noticed. I talked to Matt Steffen about this. Matt Steffen and I are co-owners of Core Tackle. We talk like every day. We're both like very in the middle. We're like, we could take it or leave it. We're like, we just don't want all the controversy about it. If people just said, I'm 100% good or 100% bad, that's fine with us. We don't want the controversy though. The only person on this podcast right now who actually cares if forward-facing sonar is banned or not is Matt Pangrak, because he is 100% all in on it. I mean, he can't catch him without shaking the minnow at this point. So, like, Matt, what is your opinion? Because oh no. But I feel like a lot of people are on the fence. Like, I honestly do. Like you said, Todd, a lot of the guys who are on the stage, I feel like a lot of guys are on the fence. There's not that many people who are like really one way or the other. So it's kind of even hard to get a consensus, because it's like most people are kind of like, I'll use it, I won't use it. Like, I'm just gonna, if I need to use it, I'll use it. If I don't need to use it, I won't use it, kind of thing.
I think where we're at, like, as far as us being tournament, and I'm with you, Todd. Like, I grew up without it for, I'm 33 years old. I know I look beautiful and young for my age, but like qualified for the elites without it and everything. It's like, so that's why I always feel like, yeah, I can do with or without. Like, I'm going to learn. I love fishing regardless. And, but as far as like bringing the youth into it, because I was youth, the 19-year-old me, I couldn't afford nothing. Heck, I couldn't afford nothing when I was freaking trying to qualify for the elites. But I feel like if it needs to be a ban all the way down, so these kids aren't growing up where this is where they're learning it. Because, we have a whole generation, not even a generation yet, that are learning.
It's a generation.
This is how to
8
fish.
years. We're 8 years into this, Justin.
8?
Dang,
yes.
We're old.
We are counting live scope as 8 years, not panoptic.
2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and we're at the end of the 24 season. 2025 will be the 8th season that professional anglers went out with live scope or panoptics on their boat.
Panoptics doesn't count, right?
Hell yeah, it counts.
I mean, I think there was some tournaments won with it, so I think you can count it.
It counts.
Just a couple. Won't name names.
So I hate the whole pulling, like basically pulling the rug out from the kids that did learn, where this was basically their way
Which
of
is
learning how
about
to compete.
30% of professional bass fishing at the highest level right now, by the way.
Yeah. So I feel like you're
30 to
totally
40%.
screwing those guys. And to
Why?
the point of
Why?
like, because that'd be like taking a jig away from Matt Herren. He spent his whole like time learning and
Matt Herren has
like
to go
how
against
to
those
do
guys.
that.
Matt Herren has to go against those guys using it.
He's had just as much time as they have to learn it.
I know, but so it's all right to screw Matt, but not them.
How's it screwing Matt?
Well,
He's
how's it
had the
screwing
same
them?
technology.
They don't have to use it,
That's true.
right?
But we're not banning a jig.
To your point,
we're not
Justin,
banning live scope,
to your point, Justin, they
Exactly.
only learn how to
It's
use
fair
that.
for everybody.
right? So for right now it is, right? But I mean that's what I'm saying. Like if you got rid of it, it's not gonna hurt them. It only hurts them. That's not Matt's fault that they didn't learn how to catch a fish another way. Just like it's not like it's Matt's fault for not catching fish with it. I get it. But Matt just said he didn't care if you got 4 with or 4 without. Like, let's see if you can go catch a fish the other way. I think that's a lot of what's going on. Is I'm telling you, people want to see if guys can go catch a fish without it. And I don't see a problem with them saying that. Like I don't
either. I think that part is.
That's what I want.
Yeah. I think that point is like back to changing the rules, and then it's say if that doesn't work out, and then we change it back to, all 8 tournaments next year or whatever. I think that Bass kind of sets the standard of we're going to either allow this or not, and this is going to be our rule for a long time.
Okay, here's
Like,
one more
if,
thing.
If
Todd,
it was the case, they would have brought the Alabama rig back.
Mm-hmm.
This is something for you. Well, you too, Justin. Okay, so let's say there's rumors and scuttlebutt about maybe banning it on some of the lower level tours. Let's just say it's a team trail that banned it. I'm not going to name any organization or anything like that. But let's say a team trail, like a lower level team trail, bans it. Would you go? Let's say you have a slate of tournaments available to you. Would you go to a tournament where you have to unscrew and undo your black box, tape your transducer off, pull it out, and take it all off?
Just freaking unplug it.
So, but maybe if you could just unplug it, but then maybe people just plug it in, or I don't know how it all works. But
you mean cheat?
Yeah, it's the same reason why we can't have power breaks here, because it would.
You mean Johnny? You mean cheat?
Yeah. I mean,
so you're asking if I would cheat?
I'm not. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, if the way you would say that is, would you? I guess the way I've heard it is they would say the way that they would get rid of forward facing is they would make you take the black box out and everything. Not that would stop people.
So maybe, Johnny, so if you're on the elites and someone you get a phone call from somebody or someone sends you a text message with waypoints and stuff.
I mean, that's not good.
I'm gonna go get a drink.
Well, I mean, what's wrong, Matt? So what's stopping that from happening?
Well, that's okay. Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing is the cat's out of the.
I know, but Johnny, so unplug it. Like cheaters are going to cheat. People are going to get waypoints when they're not supposed to. People are going to get information on the elites when they're not supposed to. I know. What you think? I'm just bringing this. Do you think that's not happening as we speak? That's not happening.
Is this the 10% you're referring to, Tom?
No, it's Ali, this is obvious stuff. It's going on. It's been going on for years, and people just don't want to really acknowledge about it. But I'm just saying, if I have to take my live scope off, If you're worried about me not just unplugging it and not using it because the rules say I'm not supposed to, man, we got bigger problems. I think we got way bigger problems right now than forward-facing sonar. But we're not allowed to talk about that.
I don't know if I.
What was that, Justin?
Preach. And
so
during our angler meeting,
talk about that.
So during our angler meeting that we had, just straight up, probably 90% of it was nothing to do with forward-facing sonar.
So let's say this is a question for you, Todd. Would you say the most dominant pattern right now? Let's just take local.
I want to go back to what Justin was talking about because I like that because that's what people really need to know about.
Call me.
This is called. I'm just monitoring over here.
I don't want Justin to get in trouble. Let's just say local level, Todd, and you get information from your buddy. There's no off limits. There's no rules or anything like that about it. But you get waypoints from your buddy, and you have 30 waypoints that are historically the best places you could possibly go catch fish on this lake. How much easier is it for you to go catch a really good bag of fish when you can just drop your forward-facing sonar on those spots? That spot doesn't have them. This spot doesn't have them. You just drop it versus having to go actually fish those spots. Is it way easier to like go catch a good bag if you can just – because that's the thing I see is like if you have fish found already, dropping it, seeing the fish there makes it way faster, way more efficient. And
it's not even close.
If you have the information,
so is driving my car instead of a horse and buggy.
It's way easier to do well if you have the combination. So if you have that combination, it's the unlimited or it's the ultimate pattern is having a spot that you know the fish were on prior plus the forward-facing sonar.
Yeah, makes it way easier. And listen, and I'm older, and for whatever reason, I have a very different outlook on who I think are great fishermen. Okay. It's not the guys who win. Like over the years, you fish enough tournaments. So I've probably fished more tournaments than all y'all combined. No doubt about it. For 10 years, I fished 45 tournaments a year. Through those, you start finding out about certain people and certain guys, like not all of them, but like maybe one out of every 10 or 15, you find out how a guy won an event. How sometimes, like when you find that out, you're like, oh man, that guy really didn't. Like he did. Like I'm not going to give that guy that much credit. Like he got this info, he got that, and he set on one spot and threw this one bait and caught him. Like back in the day, you could actually do that, right? And I'm like, all right, cool, you won the event. And some guys are going to be like, well, he had to catch him. I'm like, dude, I could have brought like a 12-year-old out there, and there are spots on Rayburn at times that if I could just get anybody out there and make a cast, they would probably catch 30 pounds. I've been on spots like that. It's the hardest part about that it might have taken me 3 years to find that spot, but the actual fish catch was simple. Like it wasn't hard. There was no talent involved in it. It was just making a cast, 5 casts in a row, catch 30 pounds, win the tournament. The hardest part was finding them. So if I gave that spot to anyone else pretty much in the tournament, they probably would have won the event. So when I hear about certain guys winning events and how they won it, I sometimes don't give them that much credit. I find other guys that do stuff and I'm blown away by their talent. I'm like, they might have come in 8th place. I remember Aaron Martin sitting there on freaking whatever river out there drop shotting in like 40 foot of water, and guys are like, I didn't even know what fish lived out there. Like he didn't win, or I don't know if he won. I can't.
He was out of the Arkansas River there, right where the riprap was, like right by takeoff.
Yeah,
in a foot or less of visibility.
Yeah, so when guys do certain things, like I'm like really amazed at what they can do. Like it's pretty cool. Then I kind of don't think I know a lot of tournaments. I mean, I go tell stories for hours and I'm like, yeah, that wasn't really when I say a legit win, it was just like, man, that whatever. And you can usually tell, it's very easy. Like the guys that usually are really good, like you see them like Angler of the Years a lot, or like up there, and they kind of catch them everywhere, and they don't necessarily always win, but they just are really good consistently everywhere they go. But I mean, like I said, that's just me. That's my opinion on what I think a good fisherman is. It's not because he won one event somewhere. So, but that's how I look at stuff. But yes, what you just asked me is 100% true. There's no doubt that makes it 10 times easier.
Well, and that's the thing I loved about the MLF team. Michael Payne, he made a great comment, Matt, in the chat. He basically said he liked the MLF team series because there was no practice on a new body of water. Now, was there info on some of these new bodies of water? I don't know that. I don't know about that.
No,
But all
they
I'm saying
weren't.
is that
They weren't allowed. They knew randomly where it was, but then they had 60-mile radius where they couldn't do any research.
Okay, so the idea is that there wasn't as much info there. And one thing I loved about that tournament was that anglers were figuring out the fish during the tournament and talking through it with their fishing partner. And Matt, Steph, and I were talking about this. We loved it because you could actually hear like him and Drew talking through their strategy. They're on a lake. They don't know exactly where the fish are. So it's not like you spent 3 days of practice, found your fish, however you found them, and then you just pull up and start catching them. And it was super compelling because it's like, I'm going to tell you, because I have to talk to my team partner, my thought process for why I'm going to go do this. That's why your videos, Todd, for your practice videos and all of your like deep water series are so fascinating, because you walk through all of those steps and the processes. And I know that those videos take a long time to watch and they're a lot, but like that's the part that is the most important piece of bass fishing. And if you can condense that in a way that's like, again, entertaining and engaging, and maybe it's like more made for TV, that is the most compelling stuff you can do. And that's why I think people love the MLF team series.
But Johnny, do you know why I do those?
Why?
And why man. So I do those because I it's my only way to show, and some guys get it, but it's my only way to show. Like if I show you when I get to a lake, and if you like almost every one of those, if you see me, I get to the lake and I literally drop the tow motor at the boat ramp. I just start fishing and I start talking about it. I'm like, I have no idea. When I went to Gunnersville, I literally idled out, put the tow motor down and just started fishing. And you see over 4 days how the process went to how I figured out how, I guess, to be leading day one, right? And then you'll also see me like change throughout the event, do all that stuff. And I just find it funny because everyone's like, how come more people do that? I'm like, man, you know how hard it would be to like make up like this weird random thing about like, where did these waypoints come from? On how come you have like you've never been to Gunnersville. How come you have like 14 waypoints all of a sudden? And why did you just, well, I don't have that. Like I always show my map. I'm like, look, no waypoints. And you see how I evolved to find this stuff. But then it's like, well, I found this brush pile out here. I mean, it doesn't show me idling it. It just shows me like all of a sudden on a waypoint. And it's hard for those guys to say, well, why'd you go do that when it doesn't really show the process of getting information and all those things. I remember Luke Duncan called me and goes, I cannot believe you caught them on those boat docks. And I'm like, yeah, obviously I didn't get information, Luke, because we were laughing about it. I'm like, because no one, he goes, yeah, because no one would have told you to go do that. And I'm like, yeah, I didn't. Heck, I thought I was going to fish grass the whole time. And then I ended up, you saw the process of how that. I want to show people that that's what I think truly what is cool about fishing. Not, hey, I got 35 waypoints over here and I'm just going to go run them. And everyone's like, man, that guy can really fish. And I'm like, well, yeah, maybe he can, maybe he can't. But like that guy wants to go figure out how to go fish. He's like, well, I didn't get those 35 waypoints. So how do I go find that stuff on the lake? I think that's why you're showing them like you can go do this. But I always say a lot of what you see on TV is not the whole story. I've always said that you're not getting the whole story.
Well, and that's in my videos. I do the same thing, Todd. I delete my waypoints every month. People think I'm crazy, but I delete my waypoints off my graph every month. And I never fish the same lake twice in a month because I like to find the fish fresh and like fish the moment's name of my channel. I literally do that. And I show you graphing spots where like I've never fished before or I haven't fished there in 2 years. And I just graph stuff and I just go and I show you the condensed version of what I'm doing, but a good chunk of my graphing. And people find that compelling because it's what they actually experience when they go to the lake versus no one has 3 days to go practice for a fishing day to then go catch fish unless they're in a tournament. Most people are going out on Saturday, the busiest day of the week, and they have to try to go find fish in 5 hours, not even 8 hours. And they're like, this is tough. This is hard. So forward-facing sonar in that situation, I can also see, though, to a pro of it, if you can use that technology for an average angler, that's pretty awesome because it can speed up that time to find the fish potentially, and you can catch a few fish. Maybe you're not catching 30, 40 fish like Todd is because he's, experienced and the lakes really well.
I have good lakes.
Yeah, but if you but you might be able to catch 5 or 10 fish, and that's amazing for so many guys. I think so many guys underestimate, like, my videos that get the most views are not me catching my biggest fish. My videos where I catch the biggest fish get the worst views. The videos that get the best views are when I catch 20 little fish. It's crazy to me, but like 20, 15-inch and less fish, those videos do way better than the
your
ones. Your
sweet spot is non-keepers on on non-live scope non-keepers.
The
Like, if
video I
you
did
go
that-
out and graph for 7 hours and then catch a couple 12-inchers, you're like, banger.
One video I did, Matt, 100,000 views. I literally grabbed
Internet
for like 4
gold.
hours, found a ledge, caught him every cast on without forward-facing sonar, and people were like, "I love this." And they were literally, my biggest fish was 1 pound 2 ounces, like, it was tiny, but people loved it. And I'm like, and then I try all this effort to go catch big ones on Grand or big ones on, Table Rock, and I'm like, oh, I caught a 19-pound bag on Table Rock in August. That's awesome. And people are like, nah, I don't care. Go catch a bunch of 2-pound spotted bass, and I'm happy. And I'm like, okay, sure, whatever.
So what if Bass had a camera in our boats during practice? Would that be compelling?
No.
Or would it help, like, the image of what we're doing for 12 hours of
It would help the
being on
image
our
of people
trolling motors?
stealing everyone's crap and
When
everyone
no
being
one's catching
paranoid.
fish, cut that into the live broadcast where they have an edited segment of that, and they tell, hey, here's the practice story of this guy, here's a practice story of this guy, and cut it in and add some of that to the live, maybe to make the live maybe give some context. Like, I did some segments for Major League Fishing on the BPT for like Red Crest and stuff, where I was doing it with the Deep Dive app. And I was showing the water clarity of the lake, where the water was flowing in, where the guys were actually fishing on the lake, like what the patterns were. We showed some sonar recordings, all these things. People loved it. And it was like a 3-4 minute segment. And I'm like, and people were eating it up because it actually gave context of like, hey, Connell's in this creek, which has clear water running in the back of it. Here's the water inflows. This is why he's fishing here. And people are like, we've never seen this before. And it's like, it's not that crazy of an analysis. It's like anyone who looked at the map could see. But you can't tell that from looking just at the angler in the boat. You have to take a step back and actually analyze the bigger picture. And they do that some on Bassmaster. I'm not saying they don't do that, but more of that is engaging.
What would they say, Justin, if on day one of practice, and so like it usually, like my day one of practice when I fished the tour, I was just, this is what I did. Like wherever I put in at, I literally never. Pickwick, I drove. I remember driving north on Pickwick going, I heard there was grass up north, and I just drove, and I was like, man, I've been driving for like 15 minutes. Can I just keep driving without actually stopping and looking? And I literally finally just drove until I couldn't drive anymore. And I was like, I'm just going to go look over there. And I ended up making a top 10 within about 2 miles of that area. But most of the time I just stop, like wherever our house is at by the lake, and I put in the boat ramp, that's usually where I start.
That has bit me several times, by the way. I'll practice where our house is, and it's like, I'm not driving way over there to that boat ramp.
Like
Don't even check it.
103 opens because of that.
No, I always did pretty good. But what if it showed? Because I've been told this by many of times, and I've seen this too. What if it just showed some guy just driving to like his first 6 spots were like waypoints on day one of practice? See, and I say that, and like everyone's going to be in the comments like, why do you keep bringing this up, Todd? Why does Justin keep laughing when I say stuff like this? Because he knows. So
yeah.
Like I said, what happens then? They don't want that camera in that boat in practice. I promise you.
Yeah. They can put one in mine. I didn't have a waypoint for anywhere we went this year. I lost all of my waypoints.
So I was laughing at what Johnny said, erased them. I had probably 6,000 waypoints at one point in time. And then when I switched to Garmin, they're like, you can transfer those. And I'm like, okay. And then I didn't transfer any of them. I just started anew. I have no waypoints on anywhere other than the ones I've created over the last 2 years.
This is a 4.5 hour podcast.
Yeah, it's the longest BTL in the 15-year history.
Oh, geez. Yeah, I've been up since 2:30, everybody.
And you want to know the kicker?
Give me a break on my eyes.
I'm doing a pre-day 4 show tomorrow with Scott Palmer from the Bass Tank at 7 a.m.
You'll
There's
be
like 791 people watching right now, Matt.
I figure about 780 of them had just fell asleep with the live stream on. But no, this has been like very, I mean, I have not said much, just I like to get, I mean, when Todd gets wound up and you get going, like there's like gold at the end of the rainbow. Sometimes the rainbow's a little long.
They can't find
Can
me,
I
man.
be on every time Todd is on?
You know what? Todd, Todd has his own channel too. And
dude, you can come on. Justin, you want to come on?
Dude, I would love to. Please have me
I'll
on.
get you on then. Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Like,
Todd, when do you typically go live? Tuesdays
whenever
at
anyone
11?
wants to go. That don't matter to me. Dude, if any of y'all
Let's
ever
go.
want to talk, like, I love it.
I
Well,
do
Justin,
too.
if you want to get on my
I
live
enjoy
stream,
the different
too,
point
happy
of
to jump
views
on and
too.
talk about jerkbait fishing.
Yeah, man, I'll talk about that. But you got to realize, Justin, I'm not like Matt. Like, I'm not a true podcaster. Like I just, we liable to talk about rain. I mean, who knows what? It doesn't matter. Like, I'm never going to ask you a question. I don't know your stats like Matt.
Do you know how ADD I am? I don't care what we talk about.
Dude, I had Kyle Patrick on, dude. I mean, I don't even know how we got through one.
That was like 6 hours.
No, we were all over the place. I don't even know. I think people were like I think some people started drinking that's never drank before. I mean, I don't think they knew what was going on. I don't even think we answered any of each other's questions or like we're even on the same topic most of the time.
But typically you do your lives on Tuesdays at 11?
I just do whenever. And when someone wants to do one, I'll do one. It don't matter to me. I love them.
Okay.
I was
just trying to like be like for people to be on the like look at if they wanted to.
I'm not a podcast dude. I just
Hey, I got a question. I got a real serious question. Hold on. I gotta see if I can zoom in on this. Your profile right there, did you like that picture? Like the look away with the t-shirt.
Oh, that was a Costa. That was a Costa pic when I was
okay, so that was a professional picture.
I don't
that's
know.
an Abercrombie and Fitch.
That's what I'm saying. Like you either had to really work to get that look, or that's like a professional photographer.
I just didn't like. If you notice, I didn't want to do the whole jersey thing and like if you see it, I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy who fishes tournaments, and I have never changed that statement.
I'm just looking at the picture. Like you kind of got the Kohl's catalog vibe going.
Oh, I appreciate that.
I didn't know.
I just see where you haven't subscribed.
Am I supposed to subscribe to my own channel?
Yes, I did.
No, that's me. I don't have.
Yeah,
so,
Matt has.
Listen,
I
so
don't
I
care about
run
that.
I run this on Chrome, and then I run this on Firefox. So I'm not logged into my YouTube account here. So on one I am, and on one I want to be able to see what everything looks like that I'm not logged in on anything, just like a regular person. So that's this one.
I watch like 3 YouTube videos a year. So like I could care less if he's like, this is like the longest I've ever watched BTL or BLT or I don't know what it's called.
That's fair.
Me too.
Oh man.
Remember, hey, Matt didn't really like me. Apparently I like he had me on. He had me on and then just freaking went off on me like right off the bat. Oh, I think
No,
my
I
wife's
didn't.
on me. That's not good.
Did he go off on you like he did Zaldane the other day?
I didn't go off on Zaldane. I just pointed out facts. She's saying, keep it down in there. It's freaking almost midnight.
Yeah, I do got to go to bed.
You got to be quieter.
Matt, hook me up with them.
You got to be quieter,
I'm
Todd.
down to be on anytime.
Yeah, no, Todd and Justin, that would be a great live. No, I mean, you can go back and watch the episode. I had 4 encounters with Todd, and all 4 were questionable.
Justin, you ever had that like it's like if you went and met like 200 fans in a day, right? And then one of them was like, "Do you not remember me the other day?" And you're like,
so we're at a Toyota meeting,
and you'd be like, he's like, "Yeah, you know."
So we're at a Toyota meeting, and I'm like sitting in the back, and everything's empty, and Todd sits down cat corner from me, and all I've heard about from Brad Hallman is what a great guy Todd is, and like this is like the 3rd encounter, just to give you a taste of what I was dealing with. And I said, "Hey Todd, how's it going?" And Todd is in front of me cat corner, and he turns the plastic chair, and he does this look, this look. And then he gets up and moves without saying anything.
Where is this? I want to know again. Where is this?
At we were in that like amphitheater thing at Table Rock.
Matt's just made the other one was when he drove past me at this lake in a marina, and he like trying to talk to me, and I was like, I had a fish on, and I was trying to shake it off, and I'm like, I don't even know who this guy is. I'm not turning around.
I said, my God, it's Todd Castledine throwing a swim jig in a marina. It doesn't get any better than that.
And I was like trying to shake it
off. I wouldn't be here if looks could kill.
Oh my gosh.
And then the other one was at the BFL regional at Lake Texoma, where my co-angler said something about how he caught a limit, and Todd, who I'd never seen or talked to in my life before,
this sounds like me,
just looks at me and goes, if your co-angler caught a limit, you're doing it wrong. And then stand back and freaking stood back at the tanks.
But that was funny though. I did that as a joke.
Those are my first 3 encounters ever with Todd Castledine.
That one, I don't remember that, but that sounds like 100% me, like jacking with you.
I like it.
We're shutting it down at 4 hours and 35 minutes.
Here we go.
Thank you, Todd. I greatly appreciate it. Justin Hamner, thank you very much. Johnny Schultz from Fish the Moment. Check out Todd Castledine Fishing, Justin Hamner. Dude, if you guys have not watched Justin Hamner's classic video, there's a lot of stuff to watch out on the internet these days. There's a lot of fishing content. It was like a couple months after, so it kind of got a little bit lost in the shuffle. Badass video. You need to go watch the classic stuff from Justin Hamner. You want to know what he's all about? It's got the family in it. It's got the fishing in it. It's got the behind the scenes, the raw emotion. One of the best documentary style videos that I've seen on fishing on Justin Hamner's channel. Should have twice as many views as it has now. Good sell.
Thank you.
But it's the truth.
Beautiful.
Johnny Schultz, Fish the Moment. Check out all of his live stream stuff. You got a bunch of stuff going on over there. Like I said, I was trying to Lee Livesay was like, I like this guy. You did before this. You did the projected consumption of Oreos in Asia for Nabisco.
Something like that. It was pizzas in Walmarts in the US, but yeah.
Oh, sorry. I got that wrong, but that's what you did. Like you did forecasting.
Yeah, forecasting and data analytics.
Good stuff.
Can you do my taxes?
I can't do that. I got too many taxes to take care of as it is.
All right. And then all the listeners are still 729 on, and all of our guests from this evening. Little record-setting BTL here. After 4 hours and 40 minutes, I don't know if I could do a 24-hour show. You think we could do a 24-hour show, Todd?
I slept through half of it. I'm here.
4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Dude, we did a 6th of one. I don't know. It was a good test, though. All right. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
I'll get your stuff, Justin.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
See y'all.
Thank you. See ya. All right. Here we go. All right. So I did mention 7 p.m. tomorrow morning. Bass Tank, Scott Palmer, and then 8:30, Frank Scalish. I'm going to bed. We're out of here. Thanks, guys. See ya.